This is Yoon Sang-hyuk, the legendary masked monarch. After 22 grueling years trapped inside the game, Eternal World, he's finally slain the Demon King and won his freedom, or so he thought, because the devil he just killed is starting to laugh. As the Demon King Baal rises, he reveals the horrifying truth, the epic battle, the hard-won victory. It was all just an illusion he created. Sang-hyuk can't believe it, screaming that it's nonsense. But Baal simply smirks, telling our hero not to be too disappointed, as he performed much better than expected. 22 years. That's how long Sang-hyuk fought, all for the hope that killing Baal would finally send him back to reality. He thinks of the 400 elite members of his masked mercenary squad who were sacrificed along the way. Even the world's strongest players were wiped out 2 years prior, leaving him to fight a lonely war. For the last 2 years, he fought completely alone, hiding to recover his strength and hunting down every last one of Baal's commanders. It all led to a brutal 3-day-long battle with the Demon King himself. And now, to hear it was all fake, the rage is unbearable. With nothing left to lose, Sang-hyuk pours every last drop of his power into one final, desperate attack. But the Demon King simply takes the hit, completely unfazed. Baal mockingly tells him that he's looking forward to seeing what other joy Sang-hyuk will bring him in the future. That's when our hero finally breaks. He screams that he's sick of it all and refuses to fight anymore, daring Baal to just end his misery. But the Demon King simply says they'll save it for later. As Baal turns to leave, Sang-hyuk is left screaming in despair, begging the monster to come back and finish him. The Demon King screams for him to come back, begging for the release of death. But Sang-hyuk refuses. After 22 long years, our hero has no strength left to fight, crying out for his own end as he falls into a black abyss. But just as he gives in to despair, the entire dimension begins to collapse. The Demon King's castle shatters around him, catching him completely by surprise as he wonders what could be happening. Suddenly, a series of messages flash before his eyes. The final quest is marked as complete, and his reward isn't death, but a return to his original world, with his entire inventory and all of his power intact. He lands hard, not in a dying world, but on the cracked pavement of a ruined city street. A final notification confirms it. The return is complete. Yoon Sang-hyuk is back on Earth. Meanwhile, the rest of the world is oblivious. In New York City, massive crowds celebrate the dawn of a new year, 2019, completely unaware of the chaos about to be unleashed. For them, the world Sang-hyuk just escaped was nothing more than a game called Eternal World, a simple pastime on a computer screen. But the world's leaders are quickly catching on. At the White House, the president is interrupted by his chief secretary, who brings an urgent, world-shaking report. And he's not the only one. Emergency call centers everywhere are being overwhelmed. At the stroke of midnight, thousands of people from all over the globe simply vanished into thin air. But while Sang-hyuk was trapped, the real world had already fallen into chaos. On that fateful New Year's, emergency lines were flooded with frantic calls about people simply disappearing from their rooms, their homes, their lives. The news confirmed the horrifying truth. Over 100 million people had vanished worldwide, seemingly into thin air. Governments scrambled for answers, and soon, a terrifying pattern emerged. A presidential aide revealed the single common thread linking every missing person. They had all been logged into a popular online game with 600 million users. A game called Eternal World. Before humanity could even process this revelation, the world itself began to break. Earthquakes shattered cities, and colossal waves swallowed landmarks from Paris to Singapore. The planet was engulfed in a wave of destruction so vast, it could be seen from space. And in the ruins of civilization, something new appeared. Monstrous creatures, dragons in the sky, and hordes of red-skinned demons swarmed the streets. The terrified survivors could only watch in horror as the slaughter began. The world's armies mobilized, throwing every piece of modern weaponry they had at these invaders, but it was useless. The monsters were relentless, their numbers seemingly infinite. For every one they managed to kill, another would simply take its place. Humanity was fighting a losing war. Soldiers cried for support that would never come, crushed underfoot by giants and torn apart by snarling beasts. Humanity's last line of defense crumbled into dust and fire. In the blink of an eye, civilization crumbled. Emergency broadcasts crackled with warnings, but it was too late. Within the first month, a staggering 1/10 of the entire world's population was wiped out. The message was clear. There was no hope left for humanity. Earth had become a hunting ground. 2 months later, by March of 2019, the world had settled into a grim new normal. In the dead of night, a young boy named Manhwa crept through the ruins, scavenging for anything he could find in an abandoned convenience store. He spotted a bag of snacks on the floor, a small treasure in a world of monsters. But he wasn't alone. As he reached for the snack, a grotesque creature lunged from the shadows, its terrifying roar echoing through the empty street. Trapped and terrified, the boy could only scream out one word, a desperate cry for his dad. And against all odds, a man appeared, sword in hand. Manhwa ran to him, sobbing with relief, asking where he'd been. The man, his father, was stunned to find his son in such a dangerous place and urged him to get back as the boy pleaded for them to run before more monsters arrived. Suddenly, another group arrived on the scene, clad in tactical gear. Their leader, a man in sunglasses, scoffed at the creatures, dismissing them as low-level mobs. But these weren't simple monsters. One of the red, demonic beings spoke, wondering if they were still inside the game. It was then they realized the horrifying truth. Holding his son close, the father confirmed their suspicions. They had all returned, not to a peaceful home, but to a real world now transformed into a living hell. Meanwhile, somewhere else the battle rages on. The red-armored warrior, the masked monarch himself, tore through hordes of demonic beasts within a dark castle. He moved with inhuman speed and precision, his glowing sword a blur of light against the darkness. For him, the war had never ended. It had just changed locations. The memory continues, showing the masked monarch at the height of his power, a one-man army tearing through endless legions of demonic beasts. With cold, glowing eyes, he carves a path of destruction, a whirlwind of steel and fury. But even that wasn't enough. The vision shifts to the grim aftermath, his comrades from the masked mercenary squad lying defeated. Sang-hyuk stands alone before the throne of the demon king, Baal, who greets him with a condescending smirk, acknowledging that, as expected of the masked monarch, he managed to reach the end alone. Baal declares that this is where Sang-hyuk's journey ends. He vows to personally ensure that the monarch meets his end right there, in that final, desperate battle. The memory fades, returning to the grim reality of March 2019. Across the globe, the fight for survival rages on as returned players use their game world abilities to battle the monsters now infesting their cities. The world scrambles for answers. News reports explain that these superhumans, dubbed players, are the only ones who can fight the creatures that shrug off modern weapons. Professor Park Sang-jin theorizes that the 120 million people who vanished while playing Eternal World were literally sucked into the game. Though it sounds impossible, it's the only story that matches what every returned player is saying. When asked about their powers, the professor confirms they were earned in-game. But he drops a chilling revelation. Every single player who has come back so far is someone who died in Eternal World. Meanwhile, on the desolate streets, a group of low-level players celebrates a small victory. One of them, a 2-year veteran, confirms the new rule of their existence. Dying in the game sends you back home. They begin to wonder if only the weaker, early-game players have managed to return. Their relief is tragically short-lived. A level 2 monster ambushes them, killing one instantly. Before they can even process the attack, the sky fills with level 3 Wegos. Panic erupts as one player screams in terror. He recognizes the monster that just killed him back in the game. The overflow was escalating, and death was no longer an escape. Suddenly, panic erupts in command centers across the country. Reports flood in of multiple overflows. The monsters are breaking containment. An officer explains the terrifying new mechanic. When a monster's mana is depleted, it goes berserk and escapes its designated zone, spreading the chaos even further. For the players on the ground, this new reality is a death sentence. The higher-level monsters are tearing through their ranks. As a Wego lunges for a helpless player, a sword suddenly flashes through the air, striking the beast down in a single, clean blow. The savior is a newly returned player, confused and disoriented after dying in the game. It's May 2019, and the third-year players have begun to appear. Analysts quickly piece it together. Players are returning to reality in waves, staggered according to their years of experience in Eternal World, and the monsters are following the exact same terrifying schedule. As the months pass, the theory proves horrifyingly true. Higher and higher level monsters appear, and even veteran 6th and 8th year players find themselves in a desperate struggle for survival. One player wonders aloud if dying will send them back to the game, but he's quickly shut down. There's no going back. The only choice is to kill or be killed. And then the world truly breaks. A colossal, level 150 monster known as a Drain emerges, dwarfing the city and unleashing unimaginable destruction. But as the timeline jumps forward to December 2020, a lone figure in crimson armor steps onto the battlefield. The 22nd-year player has arrived. It's him, the masked monarch. As he appears on the battlefield, the memory of his final moments in Eternal World flashes through his mind. He remembers the final battle, his allies defeated, standing exhausted before the Demon King Baal. With a cruel laugh, Baal revealed the horrifying truth. Their entire 22-year struggle was nothing but an illusion he created for his own amusement. Coughing up blood, Sang Hayek could only listen as the Demon King condescendingly praised him for putting on a better show than expected. But the masked monarch wasn't one to despair. In a final act of defiance, he summoned his ultimate weapon, Ventra's sword, and poured every last ounce of his power into a single, desperate attack, screaming for the demon to just die. It was useless. Baal emerged from the blast completely unscathed. The Demon King smiled, telling Sang Hayek that he was already looking forward to how much more joy and entertainment he would provide in the future. It wasn't an ending, it was a promise of more suffering. As the world around him began to collapse, Sang Hayek didn't beg for his life. He begged for his death. He screamed at Baal, demanding the Demon King kill him and end it all, but his pleas were ignored. Instead of a final death, the very ground gave way, and the hero was swallowed by the collapsing world. His final moments in the game not of victory, but of a desperate scream into the void. All of that rage, that betrayal, that history, flashes through his mind in an instant. Back in the present, Yoon Sang Hayek stands amidst the ruins of the real world. A grotesque monster emerges from the rubble, but for the man who faced the Demon King, it's just another enemy to be erased. Standing amidst the ruins of his world, Yoon Sang Hayek finally understands. This wasn't another illusion crafted by the Demon King. This was home. As he processes the impossible, the few surviving players can only stare in awe, recognizing the gear of a true legend. With a single destination burning in his mind, he arrives at an old apartment door. Taking a deep breath, he rings the bell, bracing himself for a ghost from his past. His mind flashes back 10 years to the 12th year of the game in Echo Canyon. He and his younger brother, Sang Min, were hopelessly outmatched by a colossal beast. With no other choice, Sang Hyuk told his brother to flee, promising to buy him time with his own life. But in the chaos of battle, the monster bypassed him completely, grabbing Sang Min from behind. Watching his brother get mortally wounded, something inside Sang Hyuk snapped. He unleashed everything he had on the creature, his only thought being revenge. He was too late. Cradling his brother's broken body, Sang Hyuk could only listen to his final words, an apology for not surviving to the end. For 10 long years, our hero carried the weight of that failure, believing his brother was gone forever. But as the door creaks open in the present, the ghost he came to find is standing right there. It's Sang Min, alive and whole. After a decade of loss and separation, the two brothers are finally, impossibly, reunited. Catching up, Sang Min confirms he somehow survived. He then drops a bombshell asking if the rumors are true, that Sang Hyuk was the final player. More importantly, he reveals that this time, it wasn't just the dead who returned. Every player, living or not, was sent back. Sang Min presses his older brother for answers about the final days of Eternal World, asking if he was the one who defeated the Demon King. He reveals that even Richard Paulson, the legendary leader of America's Absolute Guild, publicly stated that only the masked monarch was capable of such a feat. Sang Hyuk, however, remains evasively silent on the matter. Changing the subject, Sang Hyuk asks about the state of the real world. His brother paints a grim picture. The overflow phenomenon is accelerating, with more powerful monsters and high-level dungeons appearing constantly, and the situation is only expected to get worse. Seeing his brother's strength, Sang Min gets an idea and asks about his level. He excitedly invites Sang Hyuk to join his guild, revealing that he is a member of Balhi, the official representative guild of Korea. But the name triggers a dark memory for our hero. He recalls the Balhi Guild from the game as nothing more than player killers who preyed on the weak and treated low-level players like slaves. A faint memory reveals he personally crushed them back in the day for their arrogance. Completely unaware of this history, Sang Min admits the guild's reputation isn't great, but he insists they've changed and created new rules. He believes they would be ecstatic to have a player like Sang Hyuk join their ranks. Sang Hyuk's response is swift and absolute. He orders his brother to leave the guild immediately, declaring that no matter how much they change, trash will always be trash. He even offers to step in and handle the withdrawal himself. Baffled by this unwavering confidence, Sang Min asks again just what his brother's level is. After a tense pause, Sang Hyuk delivers an answer that shatters his perception of reality, level 10,000. Sang Min erupts, calling it an absurd lie. He shouts that the current highest-ranked player in the world, Richard Paulson, is only level 228. A level as high as 10,000 shouldn't even be possible. To prove his point, Sang Hyuk does the impossible. He opens his game inventory in the real world, a feat no other returned player can perform. As his brother stares in utter shock, he confirms it's all true because he is the one and only masked monarch. Later that night, the gravity of the situation finally hits Sang Min. He asks one last time for confirmation, and Sang Hyuk, with a confident smirk, affirms his legendary identity. The myth was not only real, he was family. Sang Min is still reeling from the shock. He asks if his brother was truly the one who single-handedly wiped out the entire Balhi Guild. Sang Hyuk just smirks, confirming he did it himself because those bastards were doing too much dirty work in the game. His brother can only stare, dumbfounded by the casual confession to such a legendary feat. Suddenly, Sang Min realizes something is wrong. He frantically asks how Sang Hyuk just opened his inventory. He explains that every other player who returned to the real world lost all their items and skills, keeping only their status window. It should be impossible. This makes Sang Hyuk pause as he recalls his final quest completion reward. It specifically mentioned inventory inheritance. The pieces click into place for Sang Min, who asks if the rumors are true. Did Sang Hyuk actually defeat the Demon King? Sang Hyuk confirms he did, sending his brother into another spiral of disbelief. To commemorate his return to the real world, our hero decides it's time to give his little brother a present. He checks Sang Min's level, 154, and then casually opens his subspace, a storage box existing between dimensions, blowing his brother's mind yet again. Knowing Sang Min is a dual wielder, he reaches into the dimensional rift and pulls out a perfectly matched pair of swords. These aren't just any blades, they're Hamuri's trust and Hamuri's anger, a set of unique grade items. Sang Min is floored, exclaiming that these are legendary weapons. He can't process it. His brother has his inventory, his subspace, and now his actual game items, right here in the real world. But there's a catch. Sang Min realizes he doesn't have enough strength to even equip the swords, lacking 32 points. For the masked monarch, this is a non-issue. He simply dips back into his subspace and pulls out a ring and a bracelet that provide more than enough stats to cover the deficit. Overwhelmed by the incredible gear, Sang Min can only thank his brother profusely. With his brother now armed to the teeth, the two settle in for the night. But Sang Hyuk's return has not gone unnoticed. Far away, in a secluded village in Japan, a secret meeting is taking place. Powerful figures gather around a table of glowing orbs, and their conversation quickly turns to the one reason they've all assembled. The masked monarch has returned. Using a communication orb, the shadowy figures confirm their worst fears. The one they call the masked monarch has indeed returned, and his last known location is South Korea. Back in Korea, Sang Hyuk is dealing with a more mundane problem: bureaucracy. He and Sang Min are at the city office to officially register him as a returned player, a mandatory process that has become increasingly strict. Sang Min explains the grim reality of the new world. Monsters don't drop loot here. All the gear players use is crafted by former manufacturing class players who partnered with massive corporations, and the quality is pathetic, not even half as good as the weapons from Eternal World. With the registration done, Sang Hyuk asks his brother for a favor. There's someone he needs to find. Their search leads them to an impressive, modern building that leaves Sang Min utterly stunned: the Twilight Workshop. His brother can't believe it. He explains that every player knows this place. It's the forge of Lee Chiao-woo, the legendary Twilight's blacksmith, a craftsman so skilled that, despite being a non-combatant, he was part of the elite 400-person squad that raided the Demon King's castle. Getting custom gear made here is the dream of every top player. Sang Hyuk smirks, telling his starstruck brother that he'll make that dream a reality this time. But at the front desk, they hit a wall. The receptionist informs them that meeting Lee Chiao-woo is impossible without a prior appointment. As Sang Min starts to doubt if his brother really knows the famous blacksmith, Sang Hyuk proves that rules are merely suggestions for him. He asks the receptionist where the workshop is, gets his answer, and simply bolts past security, leaving his brother and the staff scrambling in his wake. A staff member points them towards a basement workshop, but before she can warn them not to enter, Sang Hyuk is already gone, bolting down the stairs without a second thought. Down in the forge, amidst the clang of steel and racks of masterful weapons, a man is hard at work. It's him, the legendary Twilight's blacksmith, Lee Chiao-woo. Sang Hyuk calls out to his old friend, and the blacksmith freezes, turning to see the face of the man he thought was long gone. Sang Hyuk, the masked monarch. Just as the flustered employee catches up, Sang Hyuk cheekily tells Chiao-woo that she deserves a bonus for telling him where the workshop was. The blacksmith, to her shock, agrees on the spot. But this is no happy reunion. Chiao Wu grabs Sang Hyuk by the collar, furious, yelling that he'd never be happy to see the man who constantly dragged him into life-threatening battles when all he wanted was to work his forge. Sang Hyuk just smirks and summons a legendary hammer, leaving Chiao Wu speechless. The blacksmith demands to know how he brought an item from Eternal World, and our hero explains it was his reward for completing the final quest. He got to keep his entire inventory and subspace. Chiao Wu is ecstatic to be reunited with his personal hammer, but Sang Hyuk quickly clarifies the situation. Since he looted it after Chiao Wu died in the game, the hammer is now his. However, he offers to return it if the legendary blacksmith agrees to his request. It was a scene reminiscent of their very first meeting back in Eternal World. The masked monarch had entered Chiao Wu's forge unannounced, and the blacksmith, deep in his work, had told the intruder to leave and come back later. But the monarch had a way of getting people's attention. He'd simply emptied a bag full of priceless S-rank crafting materials onto the anvil, a bribe so immense the blacksmith couldn't ignore it. With Chiao Wu stunned into silence, the monarch stated his purpose. He needed an item made. With the legendary blacksmith's full attention, Yoon Sang Hyuk made his request plain and simple. He needed a mask. As the three of them sat down in the workshop, Li Chiao Wu finally met Sang Hyuk's younger brother, Sang Min. The blacksmith remarked that Sang Min seemed much kinder than a certain someone he knew, glancing pointedly at the masked monarch. After some terse banter, Chiao Wu asked the question on his mind. Did Sang Hyuk truly clear the other world? Sang Hyuk's answer was chilling. He admitted that he thought he had cleared it. After spending 2 grueling years eliminating all the demon monarchs, he finally faced the demon king, Baal, and won. But the victory was a lie. The entity he'd killed was nothing more than Baal's illusion. Chiao Wu was stunned into silence. He found it almost impossible to believe that the masked monarch of all people couldn't tell the difference between the real demon king and a fake. It was a testament to Baal's terrifying power. Brushing it aside, the blacksmith focused on the present, noting that at least Sang Hyuk had returned with his quest rewards intact. He then asked what favor our hero needed. Sang Hyuk explained that he would be a frequent visitor from now on, and demanded to be made Chiao Wu's top priority customer. He added another condition. He wanted to give his brother a powerful item, but its true nature needed to be disguised to avoid attracting unwanted attention. He told Chiao Wu to change its shape, a specialty of the legendary blacksmith. Chiao Wu agreed it was a simple task, then impatiently demanded his hammer back. Without a word, Sang Hyuk casually tossed the priceless artifact. Chiao Wu fumbled the catch, screaming at him for being so reckless. But Sang Hyuk just laughed, asking if he really thought a little drop would break it. The blacksmith then complained that he couldn't even use the hammer yet since his level was far too low. Amused, Sang Hyuk simply dropped a handful of powerful stat-boosting accessories on the table. Chiao Wu exploded again, yelling at him for teasing and not providing them from the start, to which Sang Hyuk just offered a half-hearted apology. Chiao Wu then explained to a bewildered Sang Min that the hammer, known as Planer's hammer, was the ultimate tool for a blacksmith, but it had a steep requirement, over 200 points in both strength and stamina. With that, he grumbled and excused himself to the restroom. Alone with Sang Min, Chiao Wu admitted that his brother was an amazing person, despite his abrasive personality. When Sang Min expressed his skepticism, Chiao Wu learned that he had died in his 12th year of the game, long before the monarch's legend was solidified. The blacksmith explained that for those who saw him at his peak, the masked monarch was a force of nature, a being who had the power to make the impossible possible. The blacksmith continues, painting a picture of a true legend for Sang Min. He explains that Sang Hyuk was the man who slayed a dragon that shrugged off missiles, the one who single-handedly cleared a dungeon that brought the world's 4 strongest guilds to their knees. When Sang Min asks if the blacksmith resents his brother for forcing him into the elite squad, Chiao Wu just laughs, admitting he could never hate a man like that. In fact, Chiao Wu reveals that his life's masterpiece, the legendary Monarch of Chaos mask, was crafted for Sang Hayek himself. But Sang Hayek suddenly changes the subject, asking if there are any good castles that have appeared around Seoul. The question stuns the blacksmith, the implication dawning on him. Sang Hayek just grins, confirming that since he's back, he figures it's time to move into a new house. Later, our hero and his brother find themselves near a heavily restricted area patrolled by armed soldiers. A guard stops them, explaining the area is off-limits to prevent a potential monster overflow from breaking the boundary. But Sang Min recognizes the place. Where the National Museum of Korea once stood, a monstrous castle from the game world now towers over the landscape. Back in the workshop, Chiao Wu's shock finally makes sense. He'd asked if Sang Hayek was planning to steal a castle from monsters again. When a confused Sang Min asked for an explanation, the blacksmith revealed the truth. In Eternal World, Sang Hayek conquered the Vampire Queen's castle and made it his home. Sang Min is floored, demanding to know if it's true. For the masked monarch, simple conquest was never enough. Chiao Wu clarifies that Sang Hayek didn't just steal the castle, he treated its final boss like a personal slave and renamed the fortress the Castle of the Mask. Brushing off his own epic history, Sang Hayek simply repeats his question, is there a castle in Seoul? The blacksmith confirms that yes, there is one. A dungeon that has manifested in reality, known as the Nightmare's Castle. Back in the present, Sang Hayek inspects his target, declaring the location perfect. He reassures his worried brother that he would never sell the house their mother left them, but he explains that as the masked monarch, he's a walking target. Monsters and rival players will inevitably come for his items, and their old home isn't safe. They need a fortress, at least until things calm down. Sang Min reluctantly agrees, trusting his brother. But when they arrive at the materialized castle, he's stunned by the sheer number of security guards patrolling the entrance. Sang Hayek just smirks, telling him he came prepared, and reveals a legendary item, an invisibility robe. As the robe's magic conceals them, Sang Min can't believe his brother had something so powerful. Sang Hayek simply reminds him that for the masked monarch, an item like this is nothing special, and with it, they can walk right in. The two brothers slip past the guards with ease. Sang Min is giddy with excitement, but Sang Hayek warns him not to get complacent. He points out a guard post ahead, telling his brother they'll need to split up there to proceed. Impressed, Sang Min asks if he can have an invisibility robe too, but Sang Hayek teases him about what he might do with it. Getting serious, our hero reveals the nature of their new home. This is the Nightmare's Castle, a dungeon inhabited by succubi and incubi who specialize in mental attacks. Sang Min wonders why no one has crafted an item to resist such attacks. Sang Hayek explains the world's critical problem. Even the most skilled magicians can't create artifacts without materials. Fortunately, he reveals, a mountain just erupted in the middle of London, uncovering a massive mana stone mine that will change everything. Confronted by the castle's impossibly high ramparts, Sang Hayek doesn't hesitate. He opens his inventory, a privilege only he possesses, and equips the legendary ancestral dragon set. Sang Min can only stare in disbelief as his brother is clad in the mythical red and gold armor. Telling his brother not to be surprised, Sang Hayek grabs him and with a single explosive leap soars over the massive wall. After a terrifying flight, they land safely inside the castle grounds. The monarch, unfazed, simply states that it's time to go. Stepping into the courtyard, Sang Hayek wonders aloud how real-world monsters will stack up. He doesn't have to wait long for an answer. From a high window, A horned succubus senses their presence and smiles, intrigued by her first new guests in a very long time. The horned woman is just the beginning. Sang Hayek leads his brother through a beautiful, moonlit garden inside the fortress, a sight that catches Sang Min completely off guard. But our hero gives him a grim warning. This is where the real danger starts. The residents of this castle, the nightmares, use powerful mind control to drain the life from their victims, and a single moment of weakness will leave him as nothing but bones. Instead of sneaking in, Sang Hayek confidently knocks on the massive front doors. When Sang Min asks if he's trying to advertise their arrival, Sang Hayek simply states that they'll be living here from now on, so they might as well be polite. As the doors creak open, he casually gestures for his brother to follow him into the oppressive darkness of the castle's main hall. Inside, Sang Min is taken aback by a sweet, alluring scent. Sang Hayek immediately puts him on high alert, ordering him to hold his breath if the smell gets any stronger. He explains that the air is filled with nightmare flower pollen, a substance that lowers inhibitions and leaves you completely vulnerable to the succubi's attacks. A moment later, a faint giggle echoes down the corridor. Sang Min, already breathing in the pollen, starts to fall under its spell, his eyes going wide. Before he can be completely entranced, Sang Hayek grabs him by the shoulder, violently shaking him back to his senses. His brother is terrified, asking how they can just walk around like this. But the masked monarch is brimming with confidence, declaring that even an army of these demons wouldn't be a threat. To calm his brother's nerves, he hands him a ring, a powerful item that defends against mental attacks. Sang Min is overjoyed, believing he's now completely safe from the succubi. He was wrong. A beautiful succubus appears out of nowhere, mockingly telling him it's not that simple. In an instant, Sang Min is completely swarmed by a horde of them. They call him their hero, whispering invitations to play, their hands all over him as he stands frozen, utterly overwhelmed by their seductive assault. The ring was never going to be enough. But Sang Hayek had seen enough. With eyes glowing with immense power, he unleashes a wave of pure killing intent, warning the succubi that if they don't stop releasing their pungent scent, he will kill every last one of them. A massive, armored fist materializes and slams down, sending the terrified illusion scattering as Sang Min stares in shock from behind his brother. Snapping back to reality, Sang Min is utterly confused. Sang Hayek simply shakes his head, telling his younger brother how disappointed he is for falling prey to such low-level succubi. The power gap between them had never been more apparent. Sang Min nervously suggests that maybe, just maybe, they should reconsider using a castle full of mind-bending monsters as their new home. But Sang Hayek just smiles, telling him not to worry. All of this will be over as soon as he makes the castle's owner submit to his will. As they proceed up the grand staircase, Sang Min asks if those were really succubi. Sang Hayek teases him, wondering if he was expecting something more revealing, before explaining the truth of their power. Succubi appear differently to everyone, taking the form of whatever their target most desires. They walk down a long hall lined with suits of armor, the atmosphere growing stranger by the second. Sang Hayek senses they're getting close, wryly commenting on the succubus queen's cute act and wondering what kind of surprise she has waiting for them. Their path is suddenly blocked by a knight in full plate armor. It addresses Sang Hayek directly, asking the supposed house owner what he's doing there. The knight's visor begins to glow with an ominous purple energy, ready for a fight. Sang Hayek isn't intimidated in the slightest. He smirks, telling the knight it can't leave until it signs the sales contract. In a blur of motion, he lunges forward, declaring that no matter how much it runs, it can't escape him. But just as he's about to land the decisive blow, Sang Hayek freezes. The entire illusion shatters around him in a chaotic explosion. The imposing knight is gone. In its place stands the small, childlike figure he knows all too well, Lilith, the the succubus queen. The clash is immediate and destructive. As the dust settles, Sang-hyuk calmly addresses his opponent, acknowledging that she is indeed the owner of nightmares, Lilith, and on a completely different level from her underlings. Lilith smirks, asking if he regrets his decision to challenge her, but warns that it's far too late for that. Unfazed, Sang-hyuk lunges forward, his blade glowing with immense power. But his attack is met with overwhelming force, shattering his sword. Lilith mocks his defense, boasting that while he blocked her attack, he won't be able to dodge the next one, before her confident expression suddenly twists into pure shock. A massive, summoned tail has appeared from the ground beside him. With absolute confidence, Sang-hyuk tells her to stop wasting his time. He has a long list of enemies to deal with, and she's just one of them. Enraged by his arrogance, Lilith unleashes her full power, screaming for him to die. But in the next instant, the tables have turned completely. The succubus queen is frozen in terror, utterly defeated. But something is wrong. The fearsome demon queen has vanished, replaced by a small, childlike version of herself. Stunned, Sang-hyuk can only stare and ask if this little girl is actually Lilith. The child Lilith tries to make a run for it, but Sang-hyuk snatches her out of the air with ease. She struggles fiercely in his grasp, demanding to be released. Our hero's patience is gone. With a menacing glare, his eyes glowing red, he tells the kid not to make him ask twice. He demands to know her name. Terrified, she stammers that her name is Lilith. Sang-hyuk is completely baffled, demanding to know how the powerful succubus queen was reduced to the form of a child. Before he can get an answer, the entire castle begins to collapse. Sang-hyuk grabs the child queen and makes a desperate escape as explosions tear the structure apart, landing in the ruined main hall. They're immediately surrounded by the remaining succubi, led by a high-level one named Marion. She offers Sang-hyuk a deal. If he leaves, they will let him go. But Sang-hyuk just scoffs at the offer. He tells Marion she has it all wrong. They aren't in a position to be making demands. They should be begging him to let them live. Marion, the highest-level succubus, ignores Sang-hyuk's challenge entirely. Furious, she gives the order to her subordinates, eliminate the human right now. But Sang-hyuk doesn't even flinch. As Marion and her forces charge, he stands like an immovable fortress, his eyes glowing with crimson light as the castle erupts into a chaotic battle. Our hero simply laughs, mocking Marion for thinking she could possibly challenge him with a pathetic force of only 8 demons. Before she can react, Sang-hyuk moves in a blur, effortlessly grabbing one of her male subordinates by the throat and taunting him about his chances of escape. 2 other succubi unleash a powerful fireball spell, but the explosion does nothing. Sang-hyuk walks through the flames unscathed and warns the terrified demons that if they try that again, he'll cut off all their fingers. Seeing her forces completely outmatched, Marion decides to get serious. Gathering a storm of green energy, she unleashes her ultimate technique, the butterfly dash, diving straight for Sang-hyuk. The air crackles as their powers collide, but as her green butterflies swarm him, Sang-hyuk simply raises his sword, which erupts with brilliant blue lightning, ready to shatter her attack. The result is instantaneous and shocking. The battle is over. Marion and her succubi look on in horror as their powerful queen, Lilith, is reverted to the form of a tiny, helpless child. With the situation completely under his control, Sang-hyuk looks down at the diminutive demon and smirks, suggesting that now they can have a proper talk. Baby princess. Later, in a quieter chamber, Sang-hyuk declares the negotiations can finally begin. His brother, Sang-min, looks around the opulent room and asks if this is still the nightmare's castle. The child Lilith snaps back defensively, asking what else it could possibly be. But Sang-hyuk reveals a critical piece of information. He tells them this isn't just any castle, it's the Captivation's fortress, the true home of Lilith, the master of nightmares. Marion quickly steps in, explaining to Sang Hyuk that in her current state, Lilith doesn't properly understand her own situation. Marion explains that Lilith's current state is temporary, a phase that will last about 100 days. Sang Hyuk presses for more information, asking if these are all the high-ranking succubi left. Marion scoffs, replying that humans are the only ones who care about such rankings. She confirms that the succubi present are the only ones in charge, revealing they were scattered across many fortresses in the old world and simply woke up here, completely disoriented. Sensing their weakness and confusion, Sang Hyuk knew his moment had come. He turns to the childlike Lilith and proposes an intermediate contract. The other succubi are shocked, having never heard of such a thing. Marion immediately flies into a panic, screaming at Lilith not to sign. She warns that if she does, she will become the human slave for the rest of her life. But Sang Hyuk cuts her off, his voice laced with killing intent, telling her this is not a matter for her to interfere with. He then calmly explains to the stunned succubi that he is not trying to harm them, he's trying to protect them. He poses a simple, chilling question. Are they confident they could protect themselves if another intruder as powerful as him were to appear? The succubi fall silent, unable to argue. Seeing his advantage, Sang Hyuk sweetens the deal. He declares the contract will only last until Lilith returns to her adult form. At that point, if she doesn't want to continue, the contract will be completely renounced. He assures them he will write this clause into the contract itself, making it official. After all, he would soon be the owner of this place. He adds one final, terrifying condition. If either party violates the terms, their soul will be utterly dissipated. With no other options, Lilith agrees. Despite Marion's pleas, the succubus queen pricks her finger and seals the pact with her blood. A flash of magical energy confirms the contract is complete. Now the official master of the fortress, Sang Hyuk turns to the high-level succubus and confirms her name is Marion. Sang Hyuk confirms it was Marion who accepted the contract on Lilith's behalf. With the deal sealed, she bows her head and asks for her new lord's command. A smirk plays on our hero's face. He tells them his first order of business. They should probably change the nameplate out front of the castle. Meanwhile, halfway across the world in America's Monument Valley, a brutal overflow event is underway. A lone warrior in resplendent golden armor carves a path of destruction through hordes of monsters, his movements a blur of deadly efficiency. After clearing the field, the level 228 warrior, Absolute Guild's leader Richard Paulson, is approached by his subordinate. He's handed a device showing an alert about another player, Judgment Scythe Harry Botteland, leaving him momentarily confused. But his confusion quickly melts into a knowing grin. He mutters that the masked monarch has finally arrived. The news is already breaking worldwide. The highest-level player from Eternal World has returned and is confirmed to be in South Korea, the first to have entered the infamous Nightmare's castle. The revelation sends shockwaves across the globe. From Russia to England to Hong Kong, players and intelligence agencies scramble to react. The return of the masked monarch isn't just a rumor anymore. It's a global event, and everyone wants to know what his next move will be. But Sang Hyuk wasn't the only powerful player making moves. In the streets of Seoul, another figure from the past emerged, clad in demonic red armor. He confronted Choi Seok-hyun, the master of the Balhae Guild, condescendingly calling him an insect. It was a tense reunion between old foes. Choi Seok-hyun, clearly terrified, immediately began to plead. He admitted his guild made a grave mistake in the other world and promised it would never happen again, begging the armored warrior for forgiveness. The demonic figure found the whole situation hilarious, mocking the guild master for asking forgiveness from the very person who had taken his life in the game. He agreed to forgive them, but not without a price. The condition was simple, yet devastating. Choi Seok-hyun had to hold a press conference and publicly confess every single atrocity his guild had committed. If he refused, he would be destroyed. After a moment of heavy silence, the guild master had no choice but to agree. The armored warrior told him it was the right choice. He warned that everything the Balhi Guild had built would crumble, but promised that if they endured the hardship and walked a righteous path, he would help them. Soon after, newspapers ran the headline. The Balhi Guild was issuing a public apology. Meanwhile, back at Sang Hyuk's new fortress, the outside world was closing in. A massive crowd of reporters had camped outside the gates, shouting for the masked monarch to show himself and answer their questions. They were soon joined by government officials, led by Oh Myung-cheol, the director of the player management division. His subordinate, a veteran player, tried to warn him, explaining that the masked monarch was an incredibly dangerous figure in Eternal World and that provoking him was a terrible idea. But the director was blinded by his own arrogance. He exploded in a rage, screaming that he was the one who deserved respect. He declared that the masked monarch should have reported to him immediately upon returning and began hammering on the castle door, demanding to be let in. A man with a distinctive bald head and a suit is seen peeking through a doorway. The man opens the doors wide, revealing a group of people standing behind him. The man laughs heartily, with a sinister expression on his face. Someone from behind speaks to a man entering a building, expressing a prior wish. A man in glasses, looking serious, addresses an unseen person, challenging their abilities. The man's shocked expression suggests something unexpected has happened. A subordinate alerts the director about the presence of dream powder. The man warns everyone to stop breathing, indicating immediate danger. The crowd is ordered to evacuate the area due to the spreading pink smoke. The men are caught in the effects of the mysterious pink powder. One man questions if everything is lost. He appears to be observing something with concern. The director is seen in a bizarre, disheveled state. Someone realizes the director is hallucinating and orders his protection. People are trying to get the director's attention. One man speculates about the identity of a person nearby. A character questions if being higher up allows for misconduct in front of others' homes. The other character denies the accusation, clarifying the situation. The young man, seemingly annoyed, is interrupted by a phone call. He checks his phone, which shows an incoming call from a private number. He tells Sang-min he needs a moment, indicating he will take the call. He walks away, answering the mysterious call with hello. The man on the phone seems to recognize the caller. The man is surprised to hear the name Rosalian. He questions how his number was obtained, wondering what else is unknown. Jay reveals his identity and affiliation. He asks about the reason for the call, noting the caller's lack of interest. He threatens to hang up, amused by the caller's unchanged personality. Someone asks if the recipient has something to give them. The man on the phone questions the request, referencing a monarch. Kotaginus. A woman explains the need for items for an auction. The woman apologizes for not having anything, then mentions money. A period of silence or contemplation follows the conversation. The character promises to give another character a ring. The second character questions the nature of the promised ring. The ring's magical properties are revealed: cooldown reduction and flame magic enhancement. The woman expresses her appreciation for the ring's benefits. A doubt arises about the ring's true nature or origin. The ring is identified as the Witch of Requiem's ring. A character is heard making a sound, possibly a sigh or a quiet utterance. A woman with a sinister smile and shadowed eyes is revealed. her expression unsettling. The speaker emphasizes the extreme desirability of an unnamed item. A question is posed regarding the method of exchange for the item. The trading method involves an exchange store located at Seoul Station for Korean trades. The other party agrees to send the specific details of the transaction via messages. The phone rings and the man answers it. He seems to be contemplating something important. The scene shifts to a recognizable landmark, Seoul Station. The architecture suggests a bustling urban environment. He walks past rows of lockers in a dimly lit corridor. The protagonist approaches door 101, his expression unreadable. The sound of a lock turning echoes as the door is opened. He cautiously enters the room, his eyes fixed on the object within. He ponders the situation, his gaze distant. The city sleeps, unaware of the events unfolding within one of its rooms. Sang Hyuk sends his old friend Kim Cheol-young to retrieve the payment. Upon opening the locker, Cheol-young is stunned into silence. Inside is a mountain of cash and a cashier's check. The total sum an almost unbelievable 10 billion won. Meanwhile, the masked monarch's next move is already in motion. A massive convoy of heavy trucks suddenly appears on the road, immediately attracting a swarm of baffled reporters who have no idea what's happening. Their destination is none other than Lilith's castle, Sang Hyuk's new fortress. The sheer scale of the operation is staggering, as truck after truck lines up to deliver their cargo to the monarch's doorstep. Amidst the commotion, a sleek silver car arrives. Out steps a familiar, grumpy figure, the legendary Twilight's blacksmith, Lee Cheol-woo. He's immediately greeted by a trio of succubi, who politely inform him that their new master is waiting for him inside. The reunion is anything but formal. The second Lee Cheol-woo lays eyes on Sang Hyuk. He lunges forward and traps him in a furious headlock, screaming about all the chaos his return has caused. Sang Hyuk struggles against the old man's surprising strength, telling him to calm down and let go. Once things settle down, Sang Hyuk confirms that the blacksmith has accepted his offer to move his entire workshop to the castle. Cheol-woo grumbles that he didn't come because he wanted to. He came because Sang Hyuk has hoarded all the best materials from Eternal World, leaving a true craftsman no other choice. But the blacksmith raises a critical issue. As the castle is an overflow phenomenon, it lacks a stable power grid. He complains that trying to do all his forging by hand would be a logistical nightmare. Sang Hyuk is unsympathetic. He gives Cheol-woo an impossible deadline: get the workshop fully operational in 1 month. As an incentive, he promises the Twilight Workshop will get first priority on all monster drops, but the blacksmith explodes in anger at the absurd timeline. Cheol-woo realizes there's only one way to achieve such a feat: with a magic generator. He asks if Sang Hyuk is talking about the legendary Phoenix's heart, and our hero's smirk is all the confirmation he needs. Sang Hyuk asks if 3 hearts are enough, and Cheol-woo is stunned. Holding the priceless artifacts, the blacksmith declares it's more than enough to power his new workshop. Our hero casually tells him there are plenty more where that came from, and to just ask if he ever runs out. With the deal settled, Sang Hyuk reveals he has another favor to ask, immediately putting the legendary blacksmith on edge. Suddenly, Sang Hyuk is thrown back into a memory: the final, desperate assault on the Demon King's castle. His masked mercenary squad carves a path through hordes of monsters, urging their monarch to leave them behind. They shout that he must conserve his energy for the final fight, reminding him that they are the legendary squad he created and can handle the small fry. But it was a trap. In a flash, Sang Hyuk is struck down by an overwhelming force. The Demon King Baal appears from the shadows, a cruel smile on his face as he looms over the fallen monarch. He mocks him, expressing disappointment that the legendary player was so easily defeated. His loyal guildmates refuse to stand by. They launch a desperate, furious assault against Baal, but the Demon King dismisses them as mere bugs. Enraged by their defiance, he declares he will kill them all first. The battle is lost. As the call to retreat echoes, Baek Jeong rushes to his fallen leader's side. The wounded Sang Hyuk admits the Demon King is still too powerful. His squad begs him to leave while they buy him time, but he refuses to abandon them. Giving a final, painful order, Sang Hyuk commands Baek Jeong to retreat, insisting that at least one of them has to survive, because the monarch is the only one who can ever truly kill the Demon King. The hooded figure, Baek Jeong, tells Sang Hyuk that his only job is to become stronger. He explains that this is the sole purpose of the entire masked mercenary squad, to ensure their monarch could one day defeat the Demon King. But the memory blurs into chaos as the demon strikes Baek Jeong down. Sang Hyuk is critically wounded, coughing up blood as his consciousness fades, a desperate voice screaming for him to wake up. The battle was a massacre. His comrades lay broken and bleeding on the scorched earth. Fueled by a desperate primal rage, Sang Hyuk rose one last time, a lone crimson figure standing victorious over a field of corpses. Snapping back to the present, Sang Hyuk stares out from his new castle, the weight of the past heavy on his shoulders. When a guard announces he has visitors, his eyes glow with intensity as he simply tells them to let the newcomers in. The heavy gates creak open and two figures step inside. They greet him with a familiar title, one he hasn't heard in a long time. They call him Monarch. Standing before him are the very faces from his memories. Baek Jeong, the squad's captain, alongside vice-captains Geek Jack Do and Ice Flower. The core of his old guild, here in the real world. Sang Hyuk breaks the silence, asking if they've been well. Geek Jack Do grins, assuring him they've been eating and sleeping just fine. A light-hearted report that brings a rare, faint smile to the masked monarch's face. He asks about the rest of the squad, and the answer is staggering. Baek Jeong explains that they all knew he would return to Seoul, so they gathered there in advance. Some even moved their entire families from across the globe, a show of faith that leaves Sang Hyuk speechless and feeling the immense weight of their loyalty. They are all here, Baek Jeong declares, waiting for their monarch's command. They are ready for anything. To prove their readiness, one of them opens a briefcase, revealing its glowing contents to a stunned Sang Hyuk. As his old comrades stared, Sang Hyuk slid a briefcase toward Baek Jeong. Inside was a staggering 3 billion won. Our hero told them to use the cash to move the entire masked mercenary squad's headquarters to his new castle. Baek Jeong, Geek Jack Do, and Ice Flower were completely floored, barely able to ask if he was serious. Soon, construction at the castle was in full swing. Standing on a balcony overlooking the site, Geek Jack Do remarked to Sang Hyuk that with over 100 people helping out, including their own squad, the work was moving far faster than he'd anticipated. He added that once Chial Wu's new workshop brazier was fired up, progress would accelerate even more. Sang Hyuk replied that it was time for him to begin his own preparations. When a curious Geek Jack Do asked what he was preparing for, Sang Hyuk's eyes began to glow as he declared his ultimate goal, world domination. His old friend could only stare back in stunned silence, completely baffled. Meanwhile, in a quiet cafe in Italy, a powerful player known as the Dark Red Witch, level 205 of the Red Magic Towers Guild, was waiting. A man in sunglasses approached, telling her she was right on time and asking if she wanted to eat before leaving. She cut straight to business, asking for the item. The man, an agent of the darkness firm, placed a small red box on the table. The Dark Red Witch opened it and her eyes went wide. Inside was the very ring Sang Hyuk had sold, glowing with immense power. She couldn't believe it was actually here. The agent wondered aloud if the ring had anything to do with the masked monarch. The witch ignored him, demanding the price. The agent coolly stated it was 20 billion won and asked if she intended to purchase it. After all, a price that high is not for the faint of heart. Without a moment's hesitation, she made a call, complaining that the seller wouldn't even speak to her directly before confirming the bank details and sending the massive sum. The agent checked his phone and confirmed the transfer. He then revealed what she already suspected. The masked monarch was indeed the one who had supplied the item. The dark red witch was left wondering just what her old monarch was plotting now. Just as these moves were being made, chaos erupted back in Korea. In Inji, Gangwon-do, a city was suddenly engulfed in explosions as an overflow event ripped reality apart. Hordes of snarling red demons poured into the streets. This was the Battle Echo Canyon, a location infamous in Eternal World as a haven for the undead, now made terrifyingly real. In an emergency meeting, officials reviewed the disaster. A newspaper headline blared the news of another overflow, as a briefing confirmed the location in Inji, a region whose wide-open fields and mountains made it the perfect, disastrous stage for such an invasion. Battle Echo Canyon wasn't just any dungeon. It was a massive overflow in Gangwon-do, infamous in Eternal World as the heaven of the undead. The constant stream of monsters pouring out of it had laid waste to the surrounding cities, becoming a problem so severe that even the government was powerless to solve it. And that, Sang Hyuk declared, made it the perfect first target. He laid out the plan for his squad. By publicly resolving a crisis the government couldn't touch, the masked mercenary squad would instantly earn the unwavering trust of the people. But this wouldn't be a quiet mission. Sang Hyuk ordered them to prepare for a grand ceremony, a public spectacle designed to announce to Korea and the entire world that the legendary masked mercenary squad was officially back in business. On the day of the expedition, the media circus was in full swing. Reporters from every network gathered outside the masked monarch's castle, broadcasting live as they announced the squad's impossibly bold mission. Then, as the world watched, the massive castle gates began to swing open. Out marched the masked mercenary squad, perfectly synchronized and clad in gleaming armor. Led by his core members, the display of discipline and power sent the press into a frenzy. This wasn't just a mission, it was a statement. Inside the castle's armory, Sang Hyuk had given his team one final upgrade. He told them their current gear was insufficient for the tasks ahead and revealed an arsenal of legendary items from Eternal World, calling it a scout fee for the work they would do for him. With the ceremony complete, the squad boarded a convoy of buses to head for the canyon. The live broadcast followed them, with commentators reminding viewers that this was a dungeon that had stumped even the world's most distinguished guilds. Meanwhile, Sang Hyuk was watching the news from the comfort of his castle, pleased with how well the staged event had gone. Beside him, the childlike succubus queen, Lilith, was happily working on her 10th ice cream, prompting him to tell her to slow down. He told Lilith it was time for them to leave as well, as they had their own tasks to handle. He cryptically mentioned there was something he had left behind that he needed to retrieve. As the mercenary squad traveled, others watched the broadcast intently. One observer noted that the masked monarch himself was conspicuously absent from the main force, correctly guessing that the king would only make his appearance when the time was right. While the world watches the masked mercenary squad, soldiers guarding a restricted zone gossip about the mission. They wonder if the famous monarch will even show up, chuckling at the idea of his squad failing publicly. One of the guards spots an intruder and orders them to turn back, but before he can finish his sentence, he and his partner are knocked unconscious. Sang Hyuk and Lilith step over their bodies. Lilith, fascinated, asks if she can poke them, but Sang Hyuk tells her to hurry. They don't have much time. They move deeper into the grand, desolate building. Lilith is overwhelmed by the sheer magical power saturating the air, asking where they are and admitting she doesn't like scary places. This is the great tomb of Brathel, once a holy resting place for the gods' most devout priests and crusaders. But the demon king Baal desecrated it, understanding a simple truth: rejecting the authority of the gods makes demons stronger. The tomb lost its holiness and became a festering kingdom of the undead. As if on cue, a skeletal monster lunges at them with a horrifying roar. Lilith lets out a terrified scream, but Sang Hayek moves faster, shattering the creature into 1,000 pieces with a single, effortless punch. Our hero observes that the undead here, empowered by Baal's darkness, are on another level entirely. Among them is even a former pope, now a level 200 undead, one of the strongest beings to have fallen to the corruption. Lilith nervously asks why they had to come to such a terrifying place. Sang Hayek simply instructs her to stay put as he approaches a massive, guarded door. He pushes it open and walks alone into the chamber beyond, his eyes fixed on a glowing pedestal. Resting there is the very reason he came. It is Eternal World's finest weapon, the legendary blade known as the ancestral dragon Admarian's acknowledgement. Without a moment's hesitation, the masked monarch reaches out and claims the ultimate sword for himself. Sang Hayek stared at the golden sword, his mind reeling. This was it, the exact weapon that had pierced the demon king's heart in the illusion he had been forced to live through. The sacred aura of the blade, however, acted as a beacon in this desecrated place. From the shadows, an entire army of armored skeletons began to rise, their empty sockets glowing with malice. A skeletal lich, clad in the vestments of a high priest, stepped forward to lead them. But Sang Hayek wasn't fazed in the slightest. He just smiled, remarking that now it felt more like a proper game. Before our hero could make his move, another figure emerged from the darkness. Draped in a green cloak and wearing a chilling skull mask, the stranger greeted him, calling him by a name no one in this world should know: the Masked Monarch. The masked necromancer repeated the title, his voice echoing in the tomb. Sang Hayek's eyes narrowed. In this new reality, his most guarded secret had just been exposed by a complete stranger. Not one for idle chatter, Sang Hayek immediately went on the offensive. He blitzed through the skeletal guard standing between them, his blade a blur of motion as he closed the distance, intent on testing this newcomer's power. The mysterious necromancer was unfazed, calmly raising his hand and beginning a dark incantation. A crimson summoning circle erupted on the floor as he called forth a new nightmare from the abyss: the Hellborn Hound. An elite squad of skeletal warriors materialized alongside the demonic beast, their weapons raised. The necromancer commanded his new army forward, declaring that it was time for them to feast. The tomb exploded into a maelstrom of violence. The two undead forces clashed with brutal intensity, the clang of steel on bone and the crackle of dark magic filling the ancient chamber as the two masters fought for dominance. The mysterious allies' undead hounds crash into the tomb's guardians, a chaotic maelstrom of bone and shadow. The battle is brutal and swift, as the masked monarch's forces tear through the ancient protectors, leaving nothing but shattered skeletons in their wake. But clearing the fodder only awakens a greater threat. From the piles of bone, a colossal undead horror assembles itself: a massive, skeletal bone dragon, its eye sockets burning with malevolent red light as it lets out a silent, soul-shaking roar. Stepping out from the shadows is Sang Hayek's ally, revealed to be the necromancer Yang Su-chan, the controller of the undead. He stands ready, his own dark power swirling around him as he prepares to face the new monstrosity. However, another figure emerges, far more powerful than the dragon. A lich clad in regal purple robes, the true guardian of this sacred place, rises to meet them. Enraged by their intrusion, it demands to know what they are before unleashing a devastating blast of pure, destructive energy. The ancient lick begins to chant an incantation of immense power, the very air crackling with dark magic. As it speaks the final word, colossal jaws of bone erupt from the ground, and a new legion of skeletal hounds is summoned to its side. Yang Su-chan meets the attack head-on, his own undead clashing with the lick's forces. The chamber is consumed by a cataclysmic explosion of pink and purple energy as two master necromancers vie for supremacy. In the world of the undead, there can only be one king. When the dust settles, the Lick Guardian stands firm, its power undiminished. Sang Hyuk and Yang Su-chan face it, the true battle only just beginning. Sang Hyuk turns to his old friend, irritably telling Yang Su-chan that he never asked for his help. The necromancer simply remarks that the monarch's abrasive personality hasn't changed one bit. Growing tired of the exchange, Sang Hyuk declares the fight is tedious and decides to end it himself. Gripping the legendary golden sword, he unleashes its power, bathing the ancient lick in a blinding flash of holy light, an attack meant to erase the undead from existence. With the undead pope obliterated, the mysterious necromancer finally revealed himself. Sang Hyuk recognized him immediately, remarking that it had been a long time since their last encounter during the war. This was none other than Yang Su-chan, the infamous controller of the undead. In a flashback to their meeting, Sang Hyuk had called Yang Su-chan a crazy bastard for coming alone, a title the necromancer proudly accepted. Wasting no time, our hero made a shocking offer: join the masked mercenary squad. To seal the deal, Sang Hyuk dangled the perfect bait. He reminded Yang Su-chan of his burning ambition to surpass his rival, Ahmed Hassan, and promised to provide all the help he needed to achieve that goal. Yang Su-chan was skeptical, asking why the already powerful squad needed him. Sang Hyuk's expression hardened as he revealed his true motivation. He needed every strong ally he could find to finally put down the Demon King for good. Meanwhile, a stylish blonde woman arrives in Korea. Tugging a pink suitcase through the airport, her journey is interrupted by a phone call. As she speaks, her eyes land on a news report celebrating the masked mercenary squad's successful subjugation of Echo Canyon. She ends the call with a clear objective, stating that her first order of business is to meet the masked monarch. But her destination isn't Sang Hyuk's castle. She enters a cafe and walks directly to a young man sitting alone, startling him by calling out his name, Sang Min. Sang Min stumbles through a greeting in broken English, but the woman simply smiles and switches to Rosalian, the language of eternal world. She explains it was the common tongue all players had to learn to survive, putting Sang Hyuk's younger brother at ease as they finally begin their meeting. In a quiet cafe, Jay, the head of the darkness firm, finally meets the masked monarch's representative. He offers congratulations for the successful subjugation of Echo Canyon, but the representative informs him that Sang Hyuk was too busy to attend personally. After a quick appraisal of the item for auction, Jay is clearly impressed, promising the monarch won't have to worry about the sale. But there's more to this meeting than just an auction. The representative confirms that she has carried out the monarch's other request. Invitations have been sent. She's confident they will all have no choice but to come. Because when the masked monarch calls, the world answers. One by one, the most powerful players on the planet touch down in Korea. Richard Paulson of America's Sun's Knight Guild, Eam Galyep of Russia's Emperor Guild, Hasegawa Ryota of Japan's Sword Ring, and the fearsome Dragon Slayer, Manuel Matthias of Germany. They all have one destination in mind: the Castle of the Mask. The world's media goes into a frenzy. The sudden, simultaneous arrival of the world's top guild leaders in a single country is unprecedented, and their convergence on Sang Hyuk's castle sparks wild speculation. Inside, the atmosphere is thick with tension. The leaders are all seated at a single table, a gathering not seen since the legendary 400-person elite squad battle. They can't help but marvel at the man who summoned them, acknowledging that only the masked monarch had the sheer influence to make this happen. But our hero is making them wait. Richard Paulson's patience wears thin, and he threatens to leave, but another leader simply remarks that some things never change, neither Paulson's impatience, nor the masked monarch's habit of keeping everyone waiting. The tension in the room is thick enough to cut with a knife. Luo Xiaoi scoffs, remarking that the masked monarch always treated them as expendable pawns, even back in Eternal World. Richard Paulson tries to argue, claiming they were essential to the Demon King's defeat, but the bitterness is clear. They all remember how Sang Hyuk claimed all the glory, but another leader cuts through the pretense, stating they aren't here for glory but for rewards. Everyone knows the monarch brought items back from the game. They've all seen the impossible gear his mercenary squad wears. Suddenly, the doors swing open. Yoon Sang Hyuk, in his full masked monarch armor, strides into the room flanked by his squad. He casually asks why the mood is so heavy on a day they should be celebrating their reunion. Richard Paulson, tired of the games, demands to know why they were all summoned. With a slight tilt of his head, the monarch agrees it's time to get right down to business. In a flash of blue light, Sang Hyuk activates his subspace. The guild leaders reel back in shock, recognizing the legendary skill instantly. As the energy swirls, an item begins to materialize from the vortex. Richard Paulson's eyes go wide with disbelief and rage as he recognizes the weapon taking shape. It's the legendary war hammer, the personal weapon of Michael Buren. The monarch holds it out, casually confirming its identity. Enraged, Michael lunges forward, screaming, but Sang Hyuk stops him cold. He calmly explains that he gathered everyone here to return these lost items to their owners. Then he drops the bombshell. He's starting a weapon auction. The room erupts. Michael Buren is apoplectic, shouting that the weapon is his, but Sang Hyuk is unmoved. He coldly states that he simply brought back a weapon that had no owner and asks if Michael has a problem with that. The message was clear: nothing would be given for free. Before a fight can break out, Ahmed Hassan, the lord of the deceased, calmly speaks up, offering to buy the hammer. Michael whirls on him, threatening to kill him, but Hassan just smirks, reminding him that the monarch called it an auction and anyone can bid. Just then, Jay steps forward to take control. He silences the bickering leaders and officially begins the auction for the Warhammer, with a starting price of $10 million. As the auction began, Jay of the Darkness firm questioned Sang Hyuk's true motives. She asked if he was trying to dominate the guild leaders or if he was simply after their money. With a knowing smirk, Sang Hyuk revealed his plan was much simpler. He had thrown out the bait, and now he was just waiting for them to bite. Back in the auction hall, the bidding for Michael Buren's Warhammer, Taeyeon's Punishment, was already underway. The price quickly climbed past $30 million, and Buren grew visibly enraged at being forced to buy back what was once his. But his humiliation was far from over. A rival guild leader, Manuel Matthias, suddenly jumped the bid to a staggering $200 million, purely to drive up the price. Cornered, Buren had no choice but to grit his teeth and place the winning bid of $210 million, finally reclaiming his weapon. The auctioneer immediately moved on, announcing the next item, the legendary Sun's Blessing. The hall erupted in shock. Wasting no time, Michael Buren opened the bidding at $200 million, instantly sparking another fierce bidding war and infuriating another potential buyer. Later that night, the bad blood spilled outside the auction house. Manuel Matthias confronted Michael Buren, furious that Buren's spiteful bidding cost him over $200 million. But Buren was unmoved, coldly stating that the real issue wasn't the money, it was that Matthias had made him angry. Their argument immediately exploded into a full-blown battle. The two top-tier guild leaders unleashed their awesome power, trading devastating blows that rocked the forest. Matthias vowed that this would be Buren's last day, but the fight was far from decided. Outside the castle, the battle between legends rages on. Michael Buren slams Manuel Matthias to the ground, standing over him with utter contempt. He sneers that Manuel was always beneath him in eternal world, and nothing has changed just because they're back in reality. Infuriated by the humiliation, Manuel lunges, but Michael effortlessly unleashes a blinding explosion of power that sends his rival flying. The force of their clash transports them to a desolate wasteland. Michael declares their long-standing relationship officially over as he summons his newly reclaimed war hammer. Manuel just scoffs, retorting that he was about to say the same thing. With weapons drawn, the two legendary players charge forward, their battle shaking the very dimension they're fighting in. But then something strange happens. Mid-clash, both men freeze, a look of confusion spreading across their faces. Something feels deeply wrong. Thinking the other is hesitating, they accuse each other of looking down on them and resume their furious assault. They stop again, this time in shock. Manuel realizes his ultimate skill, Sun's blessing, won't activate. At the same moment, Michael discovers his own signature move, Taiyan's punishment, is also completely sealed. Their most powerful abilities are useless. Back in the castle of the mask, Sang Hyuk watches from a high window, a satisfied smirk on his lips. He muses to himself that they've finally taken the bait, because the masked monarch never plays a game he can't win. Meanwhile, inside the auction hall, another guild leader confronts Jay. He furiously demands to know why he wasn't told that the Sun's blessing he just bought couldn't even be used yet. Inside the castle, Richard Paulson confronts the masked monarch, furious that the Sun's blessing he just bought has stat requirements he can't meet. But Sang Hyuk just shrugs it off, telling the American guild leader that it's his own fault for not checking the item's details before bidding. With no other choice, Paulson cuts to the chase, asking what it will take to get what he truly wants. The monarch then lays his cards on the table. He's heard America is struggling with dungeons deemed impossible to clear. He makes a simple, audacious offer. He'll take care of them. Paulson is stunned, stammering that American dungeon maintenance is incredibly strict, and it's not something an outsider can just handle. Sang Hyuk calmly replies that's precisely the point. Paulson needs to go back and make a formal request for his presence. The monarch wasn't just offering help. He was forcing the world's most powerful nation to beg for it. Meanwhile, the other guild leaders finally convene, sharing their own stories. They quickly realize they've all been played, their new acquisitions tied to hunting grounds and dungeons controlled by the masked monarch. Michael Buren, predictably, explodes with rage, lunging at another leader and screaming that the monarch made a fool of him. But Luo Xiaoi and the others stop him, telling him to use his brain for once. They remind him that with his flimsy, newly reclaimed weapon, he couldn't even touch a hair on the monarch's head. Richard Paulson silences the group, telling them all to think clearly. The monarch has left them with a choice: either submit to his demands or walk away empty-handed. Their pride was on the line, but their survival might be too. At that very moment, in a high-level overflow dungeon at Odison, a brutal battle is raging. Orcs and grotesque monsters roar as they are systematically torn apart by an army of the dead. An endless legion of skeletons, led by a crowned lich, overwhelms the beasts under the command of a shadowy figure wielding a dark mace. The necromancer is none other than Yang Su-chan, another of the monarch's old comrades. He spots Sang Hyuk nearby, remarking how amazing it is that our hero subjugated a notoriously difficult zone all by himself. Sang Hyuk jokes that he has to earn his keep, but Su-chan grows serious, asking him about the rash request he'd made earlier. Sang Hyuk, ever the strategist, simply plays dumb. As Yang Su-chan stands with the monarch, He finally asks the question burning in his mind. Why did Sang Hyuk make such a reckless demand of the world's top guilds? He reminds his friend that this isn't the game anymore. Death here is final. He argues that players need to be allowed to get stronger on their own to prevent needless casualties. The monarch listens before calmly explaining his perspective. He has countless powerful items in his subspace, but with over 1 million returned players, who should he choose to help? He can't save everyone by just handing out gear. Ultimately, he says, every player must forge their own strength. But Yang Su-chan isn't satisfied. He tells Sang Hyuk that while he understands the logic, it's not a real answer to his question. He presses him, demanding to know the true reason for pushing everyone so hard, so fast. The question triggers a flood of painful memories. Sang Hyuk is thrown back to the final, desperate battle against the Demon King, watching his loyal comrades in the masked mercenary squad sacrifice themselves one by one. They had begged him to go on without them, insisting he was the only one who could win as they charged headlong into their graves to buy him precious time. The memory culminates with the terrifying, mocking face of the Demon King Baal himself. Even in Sang Hyuk's moment of supposed victory, Baal had taunted him, saying how much he was looking forward to the enjoyment our hero would provide. It was a victory haunted by failure and loss. Snapping back to the present, the monarch gives his real answer. The reason he's being so reckless, the reason he's pushing so hard, is because this time he refuses to lose anyone ever again. And his plan is already shaking the world. News channels erupt with stories of his allies' impossible feats. Yang Su-chan single-handedly clearing a dungeon, the masked mercenary squad conquering 2 more. The media declares that the masked monarch has subjugated 3 impossible dungeons, instantly elevating South Korea to the status of a global player superpower. This sudden fame brings a new kind of attention. Inside the powerful JW group, an executive rages at his staff, unable to believe they can't contact the monarch. With the whole world watching Korea, he screams at them to get Sang Hyuk to shoot a commercial, bellowing that they'll pay him anything he wants. Meanwhile, far from the chaos of the city, a young man stands on a tropical beach, preparing to go live. He remarks that it's the perfect weather to start his stream, ready to capture the location's main attraction for his audience. Jay calls, teasing Sang Hyuk about his newfound global fame. Our hero cuts him short, telling him to get to the point or he's hanging up. Jay just laughs and delivers the good news. He's received a call from America. Everything is proceeding exactly as the monarch planned. And just like that, the operation begins. In the desolate wastelands of what was once Las Vegas, the United States military unleashes its full might. Missiles rain from the sky and shells arc from warships, a massive bombardment meant to soften up the impossible dungeon. But the initial assault does little. Command centers report that a thick, unnatural fog has completely blinded their sensors. Undeterred, they switch to Plan C, sending in ground troops and fighter jets to pierce the veil. It was a slaughter. Before the soldiers can even get their bearings, glowing red eyes emerge from the mist. Panic erupts as an unseen enemy tears through their ranks. They fire blindly into the fog, but their screams are the only thing that cuts through the chaos. The might of a modern army was proving useless against the horrors of the overflow. Meanwhile, at McCarran International Airport, a private jet touches down. The door opens and a figure steps out, clad head to toe in brilliant, spiky red armor. A new player has just entered the game. On the tarmac, American officials greet the masked monarch, acknowledging that things have unfolded exactly as he wanted. They formally request his help, and with a confident smirk, Sang Hyuk agrees to take on the impossible task, sealing the deal with a handshake. En route to the dungeon, the lead official lays out the grim reality. The world's top guilds, including Absolute, had tried and failed. Even a full-scale government assault was repelled, resulting in catastrophic losses. Inside the car, the tension is broken only by Lilith demanding ice cream, which does little to soothe the official's nerves. He looks at Sang Hyuk's small team and asks incredulously if it's really just the three of them. Sang Hyuk explains that his main forces are busy clearing dungeons back in Korea. The official grows agitated, reminding him that hundreds have already died here. This isn't a place to be taken lightly. But before Sang Hyuk can reply, his companion, the necromancer Yang Su-chan, leans forward. With glowing purple eyes staring out from his skull mask, he assures the man that failure is not an option. They arrive at the dungeon's location in the desert to a media frenzy. Reporters and cameras swarm them, the world's eyes fixed on the masked monarch, questioning if he can truly succeed where everyone else has been annihilated. Ignoring the chaos, Sang Hyuk and his two companions approach the entrance. This is the Great Labyrinth, a dungeon so notoriously difficult that it was deemed impossible to clear, not just in the real world but even back in Eternal World. Yang Su-chan recalls that Sang Hyuk had once conquered this place, but our hero clarifies he only managed to defeat the final boss through sheer luck. As the official gives them the go-ahead, Sang Hyuk declares that he is on a completely different level now. With that, the trio heads toward the abyss. Watching them go from his car, the American official is startled by a sudden knock on his window. Outside the dungeon, the world's guilds watch in disbelief. Harry Bodilin, the vice captain of Absolute Guild, scoffs at the idea of just 3 people entering. He declares it impossible, reminding everyone that entire armies failed to even find the labyrinth's entrance. But another high-ranking player counters him, stating that while he doesn't know how they'll do it, the masked monarch is the man who conquered Eternal World, and he simply does not fail. Inside, the trio is immediately swallowed by a thick, magical fog, rendering sight useless. Yang Su-chan grows anxious, unable to tell if they're even moving in the right direction. But Sang Hyuk warns him to stay sharp, revealing this is the very illusion that led countless others to their doom, getting lost before being picked off by monsters. The tension is broken by Lilith, who complains she's hungry and demands ice cream. Sang Hyuk coolly promises her 10 scoops once their work is done, much to her delight. When Yang Su-chan questions why he brought a non-human child along, Sang Hyuk simply replies that he has something he wants to test. 2 hours pass with nothing but the endless fog. Yang Su-chan's patience wears thin, and he calls out to Sang Hyuk asking how much longer they have to walk. But he gets no answer. He calls out again, a sense of dread creeping in. Turning around, he finds Sang Hyuk kneeling on the ground, unresponsive. As Yang Su-chan rushes to his side, desperately trying to wake him, a monstrous tail slams into the ground beside them with bone-shattering force. With the doppelganger destroyed, Sang Hyuk turns to his shaken ally. He sternly reminds Yang Su-chan that this is the Great Labyrinth, a place where illusions are the deadliest weapon. He warns him to pay attention, because even the masked monarch can't predict every trick this dungeon will throw at them. Yang Su-chan accepts the harsh lesson, while Lilith also urges him to be more careful. Pressing deeper, the trio finally finds their first real objective, a lone pedestal holding a lantern with a mysterious blue flame. Sang Hyuk explains that this is the key. Back in Eternal World, it took him almost 3 weeks and a series of hidden quests just to find this very entrance. He lights a torch from the fire and hands it to Yang Su-chan with a very specific set of instructions. As they advance, more lamps will appear, and the necromancer must light only the 3rd, 4th, and 7th ones. Most importantly, he must ignore absolutely everything else that happens, no matter what. Trusting his leader, Yang Su-chan ventures out alone, torch in hand. He passes the first 2 lamps, his eyes scanning the desolate landscape for the 3rd, and moves in to complete the first step of the ritual. The moment the blue flame touches the lantern, a deafening, reality-shattering sound erupts all around him. Stunned, he recalls Sang Hyuk's warning to ignore all distractions. With a frustrated growl, he decides to just power through, trusting that the monarch has a reason for this madness. Whatever the labyrinth is now throwing at him, he ignores it, pushing his body to the limit. His only thought is to follow the order, reasoning there must be a purpose behind this bizarre trial as he sprints toward the next target. Finally, through the chaos, he spots the seventh and final lamp. He rushes forward and lights it, completing the strange sequence exactly as he was told. With the task complete, the strange phenomena cease. But the dungeon isn't finished with them yet. A new, thicker fog begins to roll in, obscuring everything and heralding the next stage of the labyrinth. As the golden pyramid fully materializes, a skeletal guardian emerges from its base. Its hollow eyes fix on the party as an ancient voice echoes out, demanding to know why it took them so long to arrive. The reason for the delay was simple. Sang Hyuk had other business to attend to. Elsewhere, his younger brother Sang Min stood in stunned silence atop a mountain of monster corpses, asking his brother what in the world had just happened. In his full masked monarch armor, Sang Hyuk informed him that he hadn't been playing around. He then pointed to the horizon, telling a shocked Sang Min to get ready, because there were plenty more left to kill. Before the younger brother could even protest or prepare his defenses, the next wave of monsters crashed into their position with a deafening explosion. This was the brutal reality of training under the masked monarch. Back in the present, his other tasks handled, Sang Hyuk leads his party forward. With a great groan, the massive golden doors of the pyramid swing open and the trio steps inside. They have now officially entered the great labyrinth. The interior is deceptively quiet. As they descend a long spiral staircase, Yang Su-chan notes the silence, but Sang Hyuk immediately warns him to be careful. He explains that the place is filled with countless traps that are nearly impossible to detect, a warning that the necromancer greets with eager anticipation. His confidence was, of course, misplaced. Yang Su-chan immediately steps on a pressure plate, and a volley of arrows shoots out from the walls, riddling his back. He tries to play it off as nothing, but Sang Hyuk just sighs, reminding him that he literally just told him to be careful. It was only the beginning. A painful, almost comical montage of failure followed, as Yang Su-chan managed to trigger every trap imaginable: bombs, spike pits, and crushing walls, letting out a new, undignified scream with every misstep. Battered and breathing heavily, the necromancer finally gives up his facade. He tells Sang Hyuk to ignore his earlier bravado, now seriously questioning if they'll even make it out of the labyrinth alive. Lilith, meanwhile, simply watches the chaos with an amused smirk. At last, the corridor opens into a chamber with two identical doors. Sang Hyuk announces that this is the maze tomb, the easiest part of the entire dungeon. Their task, he explains, is simple. They just have to choose the right door. Sang Hyuk lays out the rules of the maze tomb. They have 30 chances to find the correct door to the exit. However, every wrong choice will summon a horde of monsters. Yang Su-chan scoffs at the threat, calling it a trivial inconvenience and boasting that his undead babies can handle anything the dungeon throws at them. When they inevitably choose a wrong door, it isn't the skeleton army that moves first. Lilith leaps into action, unleashing waves of pink energy that wash over the powerful monsters. The creatures, completely enthralled by her power, simply collapse without a fight, leaving Yang Su-chan utterly bewildered. He turns to Sang Hyuk in disbelief, asking how he managed to bring a nightmare, a succubus, with them. Sang Hyuk calmly reveals this was precisely his plan. He brought Lilith to confirm two things: whether her unique skills would work on monsters, and if they did, could she absorb their lifeblood to accelerate her own growth. As the last monster falls, Lilith stands triumphantly over the defeated horde. She turns to her master and playfully demands the ice cream he promised her. Sang Hyuk notes that the first part of his experiment was a success, but he would have to wait a bit longer to see if the second part, her growth, would bear fruit. As more monsters swarmed them from the next wrong door, Yang Su-chan finally got his chance to show off, eagerly commanding his skeleton army to charge into the fray. This two-pronged assault proved brutally effective. Their conquest of the Great Labyrinth progressed smoothly, with Lilith's charm abilities dominating the first half of the encounters and Yang Su-chan's undead legion cleaning up the rest. Together, they swept the dungeon floor. Soon they arrive in the final chamber, where a massive, glowing crystal hovers over an altar. Yang Su-chan recognizes it as the place where the dungeon boss, the red-eyed Shakiri, is sealed. Sang Hyuk confirms that breaking the crystal will summon it. Brimming with new confidence, Lilith asks if she's stronger than the boss, but Sang Hyuk gives a cryptic reply. If she's lucky, she'll win. If not, she'll lose. Yang Su-chan asks about the boss, the red-eyed Shakiri, sizing it up. Sang Hyuk confirms it's a full-fledged raid boss, an enemy far too powerful for any single person to defeat. But when Yang Su-chan asks if he's still going to fight it alone, our hero simply says yes. With a sigh, the necromancer calls him annoying but gets ready for the fight anyway. But just as they're about to begin, Sang Hyuk stops him cold. He tells Yang Su-chan not to interfere, declaring he'll face this monster himself. There's something else he needs his friend to do, something much more important. Meanwhile, back in the real world, a shockwave hits the internet. On the streets, in offices, and in classrooms, everyone's phones begin to buzz with the same urgent message. A single command spreads like wildfire. Get on YouTube now. A live stream is about to begin, and the numbers are astronomical. Over 30 million people are already in the waiting room, their screens filled with a thumbnail of the masked monarch. The entire world holds its breath for what's about to happen. Back in the labyrinth, Sang Hyuk doesn't hesitate. He walks to the altar and shatters the summoning crystal. From a violent explosion, the red-eyed Shakiri emerges, a colossal armored demon, roaring about who dared to disturb its slumber and threatening death. But Sang Hyuk, now clad in his iconic golden armor, just scoffs at the monster's tired old lines. He pulls out a warp spell sheet, informing the demon that it's been cooped up for far too long. It was time to take this fight outside and get some fresh air. And in an instant, the grand plan becomes clear. The YouTube stream goes live, broadcasting to tens of millions. The title says it all: Masked Monarch vs. Red-Eyed Shakiri. Sang Hyuk teleported the raid boss out of the dungeon and into a barren desert. This wasn't just a boss fight. This was a statement to the entire world. As millions of viewers tuned in worldwide, the masked monarch stood opposite the golden-armored guardian, the red-eyed Shakiri. The air in the virtual arena crackled with tension, a prelude to a battle that would be broadcast across the globe. Watching on a phone from just outside the boss room, Yang Su-chan could only marvel at Sang Hyuk's foresight. He realized the monarch had planned everything from the start, even how to get a signal out of the dungeon for the broadcast. This wasn't just a fight, it was a statement. With a guttural roar, the Shakiri unleashed a torrent of destructive energy. But Sang Hyuk was already in motion, a crimson blur against the desert sky, effortlessly dodging the first salvo. For Sang Hyuk, this was also a lesson for the world. He knew the Shakiri's first pattern was simple. It would warp space to close the distance for a devastating strike. Our hero met the attack head-on, his blade glowing with power. The Shakiri was protected by a powerful shield, one that could tank at least 10 hits from even the strongest players. To beat it, you'd need an item with 10 blinks to dodge, an item that didn't exist. But for the masked monarch, such rules were meant to be broken. With an overwhelming assault, he shattered the barrier, forcing the boss into its second phase. The golden armor cracked away, revealing a monstrous new form, the centaurus Shakiri. It laughed, a sound filled with malice, promising a world of pain for the insect that dared to challenge it. But Sang Hyuk remained unfazed. He knew this form had three patterns. The first was a devastating stomp that could stun and paralyze its target with fear. If that landed, the second pattern was a guaranteed kill, a wide area slash that diced everything in its path. Our hero danced around the attacks, never giving the beast an opening. Then came the third pattern, the boss's ultimate move. Sang Hyuk knew this was the one attack you could not block or parry. The only option was to run. But surviving it came with a reward. The Shakiri would be left completely vulnerable for 5 critical seconds. And that was the opening he was waiting for. As the monster recovered from its ultimate attack, Sang Hyuk moved. In the blink of an eye, he was on top of it, his blade glowing with immense power as he drove it home for a massive critical strike. With one final, overwhelming strike, Sang Hyuk shatters the red-eyed Shakiri, the force of the blow echoing through the tomb. As the dust settles, the boss is gone, leaving only its massive twin swords embedded in the sand. The raid is complete, and the victory is broadcast for the entire world to see. The reaction is immediate and global. From pedestrians on the street to businessmen in their cars, everyone is glued to their phones, utterly stunned. They knew the masked monarch was strong, but to dismantle a raid-level boss so effortlessly, it was beyond anything they had ever imagined. But amidst the awe, a single question hangs in the air: why live stream it? The answer soon circulates among the top players. The Great Labyrinth is a renewable dungeon, meaning the Shakiri isn't truly dead. It will respawn to fight another day. This wasn't a flex. It was a live-action tutorial for all of humanity. The true reason, however, is far more terrifying. Urgent news breaks that the materialization of the underwater kingdom, Ends, has begun. This is just one of 3 legendary zones, alongside the Underworld Kingdom and Heaven's Island, now threatening to manifest in the real world. The horrifying realization dawns on everyone. The masked monarch can't fight them all alone. He needs every player to get stronger, and he needs it now. Meanwhile, a different kind of threat emerges. An operative shows a photo of a grotesque monster, unlike any seen before. He explains that this abomination is the work of a complete psycho from Eternal World, someone who hybridized humans and monsters to create new living weapons, a dark chapter that occurred after many players had already died. The man reveals that this mad scientist has also returned to the real world. He had almost forgotten about the bastard. His name, Edgar Gonzalez. And the threat isn't just a memory. In a remote village, one of Edgar's horrifying creations is already on the attack, proving that a new, twisted war has just begun. The name Hybridizer immediately throws Sang Hyuk back to a memory from his days in Eternal World. He remembers the chaos the mad scientist caused, turning entire villages into his personal laboratories. Other players were in an uproar, complaining that the hybridizer was using not only NPCs, but even fellow players as test subjects for his grotesque experiments, putting a hefty bounty on his head. In that memory, a mysterious blonde information broker had appeared, offering the hybridizer's exact location to the desperate players, calling it a one-time deal. Using her intel, Sang Hyuk had cornered the scientist in his lab. The hybridizer, already defeated, could only lament that he never got the chance to use the legendary masked monarch as one of his test subjects. But our hero had no time for a madman's last words, simply calling him trash before moving in to end him. The memory fades, and Sang Hyuk is back in the present, sitting in a cafe when the very same blonde woman approaches his table. It's Jay, the head of the darkness firm. She greets him for being early and casually asks how the photo turned out, confirming she was his informant even back in the game. Sang Hyuk presses Jay for the hybridizer's location. Jay explains that while he's still searching, the first new hybrid surfaced in Japan. Hearing this, Sang Hyuk's eyes sharpen. He immediately instructs Jay to connect him with Hasegawa Ryuta, the sword ring of Japan. The call goes through. Without any preamble, Sang Hyuk asks Hasegawa if he knows that Edgar Gonzalez is in Japan. Hasegawa feigns ignorance, claiming it's the first he's hearing of it. But Sang Hyuk cuts through the act, telling the sword ring that he's on his way to Japan to meet him in person. For the masked monarch, this trip serves a dual purpose. Hunting the hybridizer is only part of the plan. He has other, equally important business to attend to while he's there. Soon after, in the heart of Ginza, Tokyo, Sang Hyuk stands before an old acquaintance from Eternal World, a woman named Kurihara. She wasn't just any player. Kurihara Yan was a legendary tattoo artist, one who eschewed magical tools and instead used the blood of powerful monsters to imbue her designs with unparalleled strength. Kurihara wonders aloud why a man who has the world's attention has come to her. Sang Hyuk gets straight to the point. He wants her to join his guild. He makes a grand promise, telling her to name anything she desires and he will deliver it. The offer is tempting and she knows it. However, she raises an objection. As a Japanese national, joining his foreign guild would be seen as a betrayal, earning her the scorn of her people. She implies that abandoning her entire country requires a price far greater than simple materials. Sang Hyuk understands she's negotiating. She then names her true price, the one thing that would make it all worthwhile. The blood of the Demon King, Baal. With that, she says, her loyalty would be his. Meanwhile, on a busy Japanese street, utter chaos erupts. A massive monster appears from nowhere, sending civilians screaming and fleeing in terror. One returned player tries to stand his ground, drawing his sword, but he is effortlessly swatted aside by the creature's massive claw. The mysterious swordsman from Sword Ring unleashes a flurry of attacks, effortlessly dispatching another hybrid creature that had appeared in the city. This powerful figure handles the threat with cold, brutal efficiency. News of the intervention by the warrior known as the Swordsman of Souls quickly spreads, making it clear that a new major player has just stepped onto the board in Japan. Meanwhile, Sang Hyuk, now fully geared in his iconic red masked monarch armor, arrives at the Sword Ring Guild's headquarters. He sits down for a private, tense meeting with the guild master, Hasegawa Ryota. Over tea, Sang Hyuk cuts straight to the point, asking Hasegawa for an update on their hunt for the hybridizer. Hasegawa admits that despite their efforts, they are still struggling to track the rogue scientist down. The masked monarch is not impressed. He questions how the sword ring could be so ineffective in their own territory. Hasegawa bites back, remarking that unlike Sang Hyuk, they don't have the vast resources of Jay's darkness firm at their beck and call. Amused, Sang Hyuk decides to give them a push. He explains the concept of an overflow, a catastrophic explosion of dungeon mana, and reveals that a new, uncleared dungeon has just appeared right in the heart of Japan. Hasegawa identifies the dangerous new dungeon as Heart's Playground. Seizing the opportunity, Sang Hyuk issues a chilling ultimatum: find the hybridizer and deliver him within 3 days or face unimaginable consequences. He leaves no room for negotiation. As the weight of that threat settles over the Sword Ring Guild, the scene shifts to a lavish party, where other powerful figures are gathering, completely unaware of the storm brewing in Japan. The politician, Moriyasu Yasuhito, plays his part perfectly, accepting an award for becoming an upper diet member and promising to work even harder for the people he secretly plots to betray. But the moment he steps into his car, the facade drops. An associate is waiting with urgent news. The masked monarch has arrived in Japan, just as Moriyasu expected. The associate panics, warning Moriyasu to stop his hybridization experiments before Sang Hyuk's presence triggers a disaster. Moriyasu scoffs, dismissing the monarch's power, but his partner is adamant. If Moriyasu won't eliminate the threat, he will. Moriyasu reminds him of their shared ambition to restore Japan's power, arguing that they can't be held back by public safety concerns. But his associate draws the line, insisting that turning people into monsters is not the answer. Playing on his partner's ego, Moriyasu reveals that the hybridizer himself has promised to handle Sang Hyuk personally, guaranteeing a bright future for the man if he just sticks to the plan. 3 days later, the stage is set at a grand government estate. The pieces are moving, and the trap is about to be sprung. Moriyasu lays out the final, chilling details of his scheme. He tells his man to protect the emperor, but to let an overflow ravage the city. The more citizens die, the easier it will be to frame the masked monarch for the massacre. It's a plan built on sacrifice and lies, but they've forgotten one crucial detail: the monarch is always watching. As Moriyasu finalizes his scheme, he receives a call from a private number. A cold sweat runs down his brow as he stares out at the city, waiting for the signal that his plan has succeeded and chaos has begun. Suddenly, it happens. An overflow erupts. Monstrous chimeras pour into the streets, rampaging and attacking innocent civilians. The public immediately points the finger, believing the only one capable of such destruction is the masked monarch. The horrifying beasts, a fusion of lions, rams, and snakes, tear through the city, their roars echoing as the world descends into madness. But high above the carnage, Sang Hyuk watches calmly from a skyscraper window, Kurihara Yan at his side. She asks him if this is really okay, worried about the escalating situation. Sang Hyuk's response is ice cold. He tells her he already warned them. He declares that the ones who ignored his warning were the bastards pulling the strings, and now they would finally pay the price. This wasn't a disaster he caused, it was a trap he had just sprung. An overflow can be forced by artificially saturating a monster's mana, and Sang Hyuk had the perfect tool for the job. He had Kurihara Yan inscribe a powerful magic increase tattoo directly onto a nightmare creature, priming the dungeon to explode on his command. With the tattoo complete, the dungeon's energy surges past its limit, erupting into the city. The monsters spill out just as Moriyasu had hoped, but the situation was now under the monarch's control, not his. And right on cue, Moriyasu receives the call he's been waiting for. His associate confirms the overflow occurred just as he planned. The politician leans back in his chair, a triumphant smile on his face, completely oblivious that he's just walked straight into the masked monarch's trap. On the other end of the line, Moriyasu's associate confirms the overflow is proceeding as planned. The politician smiles, reminding his conspirator not to worry about the people. In fact, he coldly states that the more casualties there are, the better it is for their cause, dismissing the dead as a necessary sacrifice for their future. In the city, absolute chaos erupts. Explosions rock the streets as panicked citizens flee for their lives. The monsters are relentless, and in the stampede, a woman falls looking up in terror as a roaring chimera looms over her, ready to strike. But before it can, a disciplined force arrives on the scene. It's Hasegawa Ryota and the men of the Sword Ring Guild. Ryota commands his forces to take control of the situation and protect the people, and his elite players immediately engage the chimeras in a fierce battle. In the middle of the fight, Ryota is on the phone with none other than the masked monarch himself. Sang Hyuk's patience has run out. He gives Ryota one final chance, demanding he reveal the hybridizer's location right now. Ryota caves, and Sang Hyuk agrees to message him the location. But our hero adds one more chilling piece of advice. It would be best for Ryota to get rid of the person hiding behind him. Just as the warning is given, One of Ryota's men cries out in shock. The chimeras are suddenly retreating. The truth is revealed from a nearby rooftop, where Kurihara Yan and another of Sang Hyuk's allies watch the scene, hidden by invisibility cloaks. Yan explains that the entire overflow was a carefully orchestrated illusion. She used nightmare monsters to put the chimeras to sleep, then drew a control tattoo, making it look exactly like a real overflow without harming a single civilian. As her companion praises her sense of justice, Yan wonders about Sang Hyuk's warning of a traitor in Ryota's ranks. Kurihara Yan asks if Moriyasu is being backed by someone even more powerful, and the masked monarch's chilling silence is all the answer she needs. The proof was already in hand. Hasegawa Ryota had been tailing the politician, capturing photos of his secret meetings with an influential backer, and he sent everything straight to Sang Hyuk. With the conspiracy exposed, Sang Hyuk decides his part in this is over. He'll leave the dirty work of cleaning up his own country's politics to Hasegawa Ryota. After all, the corrupt politician was never the real target. Our hero turns his attention to his true objective, heading towards a secluded, traditional compound hidden away from the city. Inside, he finds a horrific laboratory filled with grotesque creatures suspended in tubes. There, he finally confronts the architect of this madness, Gonzalez, the hybridizer, who greets the masked monarch as if he were an old friend. Sang Hyuk tells the madman that he should have stayed hidden after returning to the real world, questioning if he still thinks this is all just a game. But Gonzalez is completely unhinged, proudly calling his monstrous creations art. Disgusted, Sang Hyuk declares that this insanity makes his job simple. He can kill him without an ounce of guilt, and lunges forward with his blade drawn. Yet Gonzalez doesn't even flinch. In a stunning display of arrogance, he calmly reaches for a cigar and lights it, completely unfazed by the sword aimed at his throat. He expresses mock sadness that he can't create more artworks, but then reveals his final card. He tells Sang Hyuk he's already left behind a successor, and before our hero can react, Gonzalez puts a gun to his own head. But before Sang Hyuk could process the revelation, the old man turned the gun on himself. With a single pull of the trigger, the new hybridizer was gone, leaving the masked monarch completely stunned as the only lead he had vanished in an instant. Meanwhile, back in Japan, news alerts blared about the dungeon overflow. However, thanks to Yan's careful execution of Sang Hyuk's plan, the reports confirmed that there were 0 casualties, completely dismantling Moriyasu's treacherous scheme. For the corrupt politician, failure meant the end of the line. Moriyasu Yasuhito was found dead soon after, and the official story was suicide, a convenient end for a man whose ambition had cost him everything. With that loose end tied up, Sang Hyuk traveled to meet with his most trusted information broker. He was greeted at the airport by Jay, the head of the darkness firm, ready for their next move. Over drinks, Jay remarked that Moriyasu got what he deserved, but Sang Hyuk was more concerned with Gonzalez's dying words about a replacement. He tasked Jay with finding out who this successor could be, promising to cover any cost, and she readily agreed. But that wasn't the main reason for their meeting. Our hero had a new target, someone from his past in Eternal World that he needed to find immediately, the alchemist of lunacy. The search took them to the back alleys of Hong Kong, where a dealer was peddling a powerful new drug made from monster corpses, promising a massive stat boost with no side effects. Just as a deal was being made, a man in a red sweater calmly stepped in, asking to buy some for himself. The dealer, realizing his operation was blown, panicked and lashed out. But his attack was useless. The mysterious man simply stood his ground, completely unfazed as a strange energy enveloped him. The alchemist of lunacy, Michael Chang, unleashes a cloud of poison, but his mysterious attacker simply stands within it, completely unharmed. Chang's men, confused by the sudden appearance of this Korean man, attack blindly. But their efforts are useless. Terrified, Chang makes a run for it, screaming for his pursuer to stay back and hurling crates of beer to slow him down. In a final, desperate act, Chang throws one of his most potent concoctions, believing he's killed the intruder. But a voice calmly cuts through the smoke, telling him not to worry because he isn't dead. The alchemist recoils in pure terror, demanding to know what kind of monster he's dealing with. His pursuer asks if Chang can't recognize him without the mask. Then, in a flash of light, the iconic red dragon mask appears. The truth hits Michael Chang like a physical blow. Before him stands his old guild master, the masked monarch. Meanwhile, far out at sea, the crew of a cargo ship spots an uncharted island. As the captain orders them to report the strange discovery, a lookout begins to scream. The island, it's moving. Years ago in Eternal World, Michael Chang was the masked monarch's personal alchemist. Day after day, Sang Hyuk buried him under an endless mountain of ingredients, demanding hundreds of potions. This relentless pressure pushed his alchemy skill to the absolute maximum, earning him the title Alchemist of Lunacy. Back in the present, on a private jet, Chang is loudly complaining to his captor. He yells that Sang Hyuk overworked him for 3 years straight, with no sleep or food, only alchemy. He justifies his new career selling drugs made from monster corpses, shouting that he has to earn money somehow after the trauma his old boss put him through. The captive alchemist, Michael Chang, loudly complains about his predicament, but Sang Hyuk calmly assures him that his quality of life is about to improve dramatically. Just then, Sang Hyuk's brother, Sang Min, arrives. Sang Hyuk introduces the alchemist of lunacy, and Sang Min is stunned to meet the legend who could supposedly brew over 100 potions a day. Forgetting the introductions, Sang Min excitedly asks if they've seen the news. An island has appeared in the Pacific Ocean, an event whose timing was unknown even in the game, and players worldwide are calling it a festival. But Sang Hyuk isn't surprised at all. He knows exactly what this is: Mystery Island. Mystery Island was one of the biggest events in Eternal World. A massive dungeon that surfaces for only 30 days every decade. It allows players to clear events for points, which can then be used to buy legendary-grade items from merchants who live there. Now, it has manifested in reality. The island is already swarming with the world's best players, buzzing with excitement. Legendary figures like Dragon Slayer Manuel Matthias are among the crowd, all discussing which events from the game might appear next. Talk quickly turns to strategy, and one name is on everyone's lips. In a world where strength is everything, the ultimate destination on Mystery Island is clear: the Battle Grand. Inside the massive Colosseum, a fighter is already struggling against the clock. He desperately fights off monsters, but the timer runs out, ending his challenge at a disappointing round 4. The crowd jeers, mocking his poor performance. As some spectators try to quiet the hecklers, their attention is suddenly stolen by a new arrival, their expressions shifting from boredom to shock. The stands of the Battle Grand are buzzing as the crowd spots a legendary figure among them: Luo Xiaoi, the head of the 9 Dragons Association. Spectators whisper about her legendary record of reaching round 23, but a sense of anticipation hangs in the air, a feeling that this time her record is about to fall. And they're right to think so, because on the battlefield another titan has arrived. Richard Paulson, leader of the Absolute Guild, stands clad in golden armor, ready to enter the fray. He takes a deep breath, the ghosts of past battles fueling his resolve. He remembers the bitter taste of defeat, but that was then. He tells himself he is stronger now, stronger than he's ever been. His conviction is immediately tested as monstrous creatures roar and lunge. Paulson doesn't flinch. meeting the onslaught head-on as he dodges and weaves through a swarm of grotesque beasts. Unleashing his signature skill, Blade Sun, he carves a path of destruction through the horde, clearing the first round with brutal efficiency. But there's no time to rest. The gates open for round two, and a fresh wave of monsters charges forward. Paulson stands his ground, his eyes locked on the challenge ahead. The crowd remembers the legend, the masked monarch's impossible record of reaching round 29. But Richard Paulson, level 240 and leader of one of the world's top guilds, has only one thought on his mind. He is here to break that very record. He throws himself back into the carnage, his blade a flash of light against the tide of monsters. Every swing, every parry is a step closer to his goal, performed for the thousands watching his every move. As the crowd roared, Richard Paulson continued his relentless advance. Watching from the stands, Luo Xiaoi noted his power with a flicker of interest, wondering if he'd somehow acquired the legendary sun's blessing from the masked monarch himself. Moments later, Paulson cleared round 28, his pace unwavering. He was already on round 29. The spectators couldn't believe their eyes, a murmur spreading through the arena. Could he actually be the one to break the masked monarch's legendary record? But then a new figure stepped into the arena, clad in ominous purple armor. A spectator recognized it instantly, the armor of the Idea cult's cathedral knights. This was Adelio, the holy executioner, one of the most feared knights of Roselia. The whispers turned grim. This was a man who, it was claimed, even the masked monarch had failed to defeat. Facing this impossible opponent, Richard Paulson didn't hesitate. He quickly downed a power-up potion, his golden armor flaring with renewed energy as he prepared for the fight of his life. The clash was immediate and brutal. Just as Paulson launched a desperate counterattack, the cathedral knight revealed a monstrous power hidden within. The arena erupted in a flurry of explosions as Adelio relentlessly hammered Paulson, who could only scream in agony. The battle was over before it truly began. A final, cataclysmic series of blasts rocked the stadium, leaving the spectators in stunned silence. Adelio, the holy executioner, stood victorious, his dominance absolute. Fueled by the full doping potion and the scroll of bravery, Richard Paulson's stats surged. He knew Adelio's impenetrable shield was the key, but with this newfound power, he was confident he could finally shatter it. The clash was immense, a blinding explosion that rocked the entire arena. But when the dust settled, the unthinkable had happened. Paulson lay defeated on the ground, his challenge ending abruptly and in failure at round 29. The crowd was in disbelief as medics rushed in, carrying the unconscious ranker away on a stretcher. Spectators whispered that the combined power of the scroll and the doping potion was simply too much for his body to handle, a desperate gamble that had cost him the match. But the event wasn't over. As one champion fell, another took his place. A figure in familiar crimson armor strode into the arena, and a wave of shock washed over the audience. The next challenger was the masked monarch. Without a moment's hesitation, Sang Hyuk's own challenge began. Round 1 commenced, and a horde of monsters immediately swarmed him, ready to test his legendary strength. Meanwhile, elsewhere on the Mystery Island, Sang Hyuk's brother, Yoon Sang-min, was exploring a bustling marketplace under the alias his brother gave him, Sunset Swordsman. He explained to a fellow squad member that most of their comrades had already gone off to gather points for the event. He detailed their locations. The necromancer Yang Su-chan and the warrior Baek Jeong were tackling a lava dungeon, while the newly recruited alchemist Michael Chang had decided to try his luck at the island's casino. It seemed everyone was taking full advantage of the island's unique opportunities. This was a festival, after all, where points earned could be exchanged for some of the rarest and most powerful items in the world. While the world's attention was fixed on the arena, Other players browsed the island's bustling market. A woman named Yan mentioned she wasn't looking for any particular items, since the masked monarch usually provided her with everything she needed. Her companion then urged her to come watch the battle grand, promising that the island's true main event was about to begin. Meanwhile, Richard Paulson slowly awakens in a recovery room, completely disoriented. The last thing he remembers is facing the holy executioner, pushing his body past its limits with every power-up he had, only to collapse in defeat. A goblin attendant pops in to inform him that for clearing 28 rounds, he's been awarded 3,240 points to spend at the event shop. Before Paulson can even process the information, the goblin vanishes, leaving him alone with his failure. But a sudden roar from the crowd outside snaps him out of it. He looks up at the broadcast screen and his blood runs cold. In the arena stands the masked monarch, facing the exact same foe that brought him to his knees, Adelio, the holy executioner. What followed wasn't a battle, it was a one-sided execution. In the blink of an eye, the system declared round 29 cleared. Sang Hayek moved with impossible speed, unleashing an overwhelming storm of power that Adelio couldn't even react to. The holy executioner, the insurmountable wall that had defeated the world's top rankers, was being utterly dismantled. The spectators were blown back by the sheer force of his attacks, their faces a mask of pure shock. This was the true power of the masked monarch. He wasn't just in a different league, he was playing an entirely different game. Inside the arena, the monarch unleashed a technique he hadn't used in a long time, dragon's blood awakening. Blue energy erupted from his body, swirling around his blade before he lunged forward, engulfing his opponent in a cataclysmic explosion. But the fight wasn't over. The final challenge of the battle grand, a massive creature, loomed over him. With a single, swift strike, Sang Hayek cleared the final round. The crowd erupted in cheers, but our hero simply stood there, his expression unreadable behind the mask. Suddenly, the world around him shifted. Sang Hayek found himself in a massive, dark treasury, surrounded by countless legendary weapons. A robed figure appeared, praising him as the hero of Mystery Island and declaring that as the victor, he had the right to claim any of the treasures within. The figure then presented him with a glowing book, revealing the catch. He could have anything he wanted, but he could only choose one. For a man with an arsenal like Sang Hayek's, the choice had to be perfect. After a moment of consideration, Sang Hayek made his selection, a single limit breaker potion. The robed figure honored his decision, and without a second thought, our hero downed the entire vial. Instantly, an immense wave of power surged through him. He was lifted into the air, enveloped in a blinding blue light as he let out a roar that shook the very foundation of the reward space. When the light faded, a notification confirmed his new status, level 301. Sang Hayek looked on, a grim satisfaction on his face, stating that he had finally reached the next stage. But while the monarch celebrates his new power, other legendary players across the globe are facing their own limits. In a quiet studio in Russia, a man channels magic into his art, but his frustration boils over. He smashes his canvas in a burst of energy, wondering if he's finally hit a wall he can't overcome. Just as despair sets in, his phone rings. It's an international call, a summons that promises to pull him from his isolation. Meanwhile, in a heavily fortified workshop in Germany, a woman is hard at work forging something when she senses an intruder. Without hesitation, she grabs a handgun and takes aim at the figure who managed to slip past her defenses. The trespasser playfully tells her to stop moving, claiming he just wanted to surprise her. The woman demands to know how he got in, but as he pulls down his bandana, she recognizes him instantly. It's Li Qiao-Wu, the Twilight's blacksmith. It seems Qiao-Wu's recruitment drive has been successful. Back in Seoul, at the newly established monarch's castle, A meeting of powerful returned players is already underway. The mood is tense. They're discussing the unthinkable. The Demon King might actually appear in the real world. One of the men complains about having to work with a certain crazy individual, which immediately provokes a furious, short-haired woman who threatens his life for the insult. To back up her threat, she pulls out a custom handgun, shocking the others. This is Dina Kroger, the mage engineer, and she makes it clear that security systems are no match for her skills. Li Qiao-wu steps in to de-escalate, getting to the heart of the matter. He tells them the reason he's gathered them all is because if the Demon King truly manifests, the masked monarch cannot face him alone. He needs their help. At the table, the mage painter from Russia, Andrei Ivanov, listens intently. He then asks if another of their old comrades, the female tattooist, will also be joining their cause, hinting that the legendary masked mercenary squad is truly getting back together. The newly summoned mage painter, Andrei Ivanov, immediately asks about the enchantress Yan. He proposes a powerful collaboration, explaining that by combining his object-based enchantments with her tattoos for living beings, they could create something revolutionary. Sang Hyuk's team agrees it's a brilliant idea, and our hero assures the master crafters they'll have whatever resources they need to succeed. But his crew's curiosity gets the better of them, and they ask what the monarch is actually preparing for. The answer they receive is both cryptic and shocking. It has something to do with guns. Meanwhile, far away at the southern end of the Aegean Sea, the ruins of Crater Castle stand as a grim monument to a recent disaster. The entire island is a desolate wasteland. Deep within the ruins, behind a massive golden door, Sang Hyuk makes his entrance. The monstrous guardians guarding the threshold don't stand a chance, as he cuts them down in a brutal, lightning-fast assault. He stands victorious amidst the carnage, surrounded by more snarling beasts. It's clear this is just the beginning. Nearby, Lilith is also enjoying the fight, standing over her own pile of defeated enemies. Lilith is having the time of her life, practically feasting on the demonic energy. Sang Hyuk teases her about eating too much, but she claims she's still hungry. He then notices she's actually grown taller, and she proudly declares that she's on her way to becoming a true lady. This place, Crater Castle, was once a historical site rich with ancient relics. But after a dungeon called the Devil's Temple materialized here, it became a stronghold for demon fanatics. With the local citizens evacuated, the entire world now holds its breath, waiting for the outcome of the war between humans and demons. Sang Hyuk and Lilith push deeper into the corrupted temple. They finally arrive in the main chamber, coming face to face with a massive, imposing statue. Our hero greets it by name. This is the domain of Asmodeus, the 32nd ranked demon lord. While Sang Hyuk sizes up their target, Lilith finds a beautiful glowing artifact and immediately claims it as her own. She gets defensive when he asks about it, but he calmly reassures her he won't take it. He just wants a closer look. But Lilith isn't so sure she can trust him. Lilith hands over the prize and Sang Hyuk inspects it. The item is Asmodeus's divinity, an SR-rank necklace that skyrockets the wearer's attraction and the success rate of charm-based abilities. For our hero, it's decent, but for a succubus queen, it's the perfect weapon. He gives it back, telling her to try it on. The moment the necklace settles around her neck, it flares with demonic energy, amplifying her innate power. Lilith is overjoyed, gushing about how pretty and powerful it feels. Sang Hyuk knows this is just the beginning. With a grin, he asks Lilith if she's ready for a proper treasure hunt, and the little demon queen cheers, ready for more action. Without another word, the masked monarch dives deeper into the corrupted temple, carving a path through hordes of grotesque monsters that stand in his way. After clearing wave after wave of enemies, Lilith starts to get impatient, complaining that she's bored and asking where the next item is. Sang Hyuk simply tells her to hold on, assuring her they're almost done. Finally, they reach the heart of the chamber, where the final guardians lie in wait. Sang Hyuk offers to let her stay behind, but Lilith refuses, determined to see this through by his side. He recognizes the imposing figures instantly, knights who sold their souls and became monsters, twisted mockeries of the 72 devil monarchs. But to the masked monarch, they're just more fodder. He readies his weapon and tells them to bring it on. The corrupted knights charge, but they never stood a chance. Sang Hyuk becomes a blur of crimson armor and flashing steel, dismantling the soulless warriors with overwhelming power and precision. Without a moment's hesitation, Sang Hyuk dives into the fray. The so-called devil monarchs are nothing more than fodder for his blade. He tears through their ranks with brutal efficiency, a crimson whirlwind of destruction that leaves Lilith speechless at the sheer display of power. After carving a path through the last of the knights, Sang Hyuk calls out into the darkness, demanding the true master of this place reveal himself. From the shadows emerges Grand Pontiff Talon, an old and powerful acquaintance from the game. Sang Hyuk taunts the pontiff, telling him he should have stayed asleep. But Talon is far from intimidated, gathering his dark energy and preparing to unleash his full might against the masked monarch. The clash is immediate and overwhelming. The pontiff's power is nothing before the man who transcended limits. As Sang Hyuk's assault rains down, Talon realizes his time is up, bidding a final goodbye. But there would be no clean escape. Sang Hyuk shows no mercy, evading a final desperate attack and bringing his foot down, crushing the Grand Pontiff and ending his existence with a final, definitive stomp. From the defeated pontiff, Sang Hyuk retrieves a magnificent headpiece, a reward truly worthy of a boss. Without a second thought, he turns and presents it to Lilith, who is first stunned, then joyfully accepts the powerful new item. As the divine power of the headpiece flows into her, Lilith erupts with joy, feeling a surge of energy she hasn't felt in ages. She thanks Sang Hyuk profusely, who is just glad the long dungeon crawl is over. He checks his own status, noting with satisfaction that he has finally broken through to level 302. With their business concluded, Sang Hyuk suggests they head home. Lilith cheekily asks if they'll be taking a plane, but he scoffs at such a slow method. With a mysterious grin, the succubus queen announces she has a much faster way. Before he can even react, the world warps around them. Sang Hyuk is stunned to find himself standing not at his hideout, but in the throne room of his main castle. As he demands an explanation, Lilith simply laughs, revealing a shocking truth. This castle is the source of her power, and she can return to it at will. This changes everything. Sang Hyuk asks if she can just teleport back to the castle from anywhere, and she confirms it's one of her core abilities. When he demands to know why she kept such a vital skill a secret, she simply shrugs and says he never bothered to ask. Pressing her for more secrets, Lilith mentions her succubus ability to enter dreams, which Sang Hyuk dismisses as obvious. But then she adds a crucial detail that stops him cold. She can also physically teleport to the dreamer's real-world location. To prove her point, Lilith vanishes. 10 minutes later, she reappears, dragging a shocked and utterly confused Park Ho-sung with her. She casually explains she just popped into his dream and brought him along for the ride, leaving the Meteor Group heir to furiously accuse the masked monarch of kidnapping. Realizing the immense strategic value of this power, Sang Hyuk asks if he can join her in the dream world. They decide their first target will be the legendary blacksmith, Lee Chiao-woo, since Sang Hyuk desperately needs his gear repaired. Lilith begins to concentrate, preparing to jump. But the spell doesn't take them to a dream. It teleports them directly into the blacksmith's workshop. Lee Chiao-woo is enraged at being suddenly abducted, but Sang Hyuk quickly shifts from apology to negotiation. He offers to return all of Qiao Wu's guild's lost armor in exchange for his silence, adding a cold reminder of the price for betrayal. Meanwhile, in Hangzhou, China, a storm was brewing around the infamous Tower of Abel. Inside, a brutal and bloody battle was raging. The Chinese government, desperate for victory, was throwing wave after wave of players at the dungeon, treating them as nothing more than cannon fodder. Commanders screamed orders, forcing unprepared and terrified groups forward to their deaths. But the world saw a different story. News outlets praised China for conquering 8 previously unbeatable dungeons in a single month. Headlines declared them #1 in the world, fueled by massive government funding and a promise to clear all remaining dungeons by year's end. Behind closed doors, officials from the Chinese Player Management Bureau examined their secret weapon, a potion so powerful it could bring someone back from the brink of death, even curing terminal cancer. They discussed the negotiations, pleased that America had agreed to buy a massive supply, paying $960 billion for the miracle drug. It was a lucrative deal, and they couldn't hide their smug satisfaction. An aide nervously pointed out that many of their own players, including agents from the Nine Dragons Association, were dying in battle. The official coldly replied that those players could buy the potion too, if they paid $3.5 billion, an even higher price than they were charging America. In the shadows, other players discussed the grim reality. The news only showed the victories, hiding the fact that 2,500 Chinese players had already died. The government was throwing low-level players into the meat grinder without even giving them armor, simply because they had so many players they considered them expendable. Far from the political machinations in China, Sang Hayek turned his attention back to his own mysteries. He asked Lilith if she remembered a certain lady they had seen at Crater Castle, but the succubus queen had no idea who he was talking about. Sang Hayek asks Lilith if she remembers the woman they saw at the castle, the one with black hair and black pupils. The image flashes to none other than Luo Xiaoi, the powerful leader of the Kowloon Society, currently leading her forces through another brutal dungeon. At that very moment, Luo Xiaoi herself receives a message detailing the next subjugation mission. She stares out the window of her high-rise apartment, gripped by a sudden regret, thinking she never should have accepted their offer. But something is wrong. Strange pink petals begin to materialize in the air around her as a wave of exhaustion hits her like a truck. Before she can process what's happening, a pulse of energy washes over her and her world goes dark. Luo Xiaoi jolts awake, thinking she'd simply dozed off from stress. But her blood runs cold when she sees 2 figures standing in her living room, the masked monarch and his demonic companion. She demands to know how they got in, but Sang Hayek waves it off, telling her that isn't important. He cuts straight to the chase, asking if the recent exploitation of players in China is truly the work of the Kowloon Society. With a heavy heart, Luo Xiaoi reveals the truth. A shadowy organization called the Superhuman Exhibition is pulling all the strings. They were already managing the Chinese players when the high-rankers returned to reality. She explains that the exhibition made her and the Kowloon elites an offer. In exchange for priority access to all loot from dungeons, they would act as a public front. The exhibition then used their name to seize all items and equipment from lower-level players, effectively controlling the entire country's returned population. Luo Xiaoi admits their own greed created the monster they now face. Sang Hayek presses her, questioning how one of China's strongest guilds could be so easily puppeteered. She reveals their fatal flaw. The guild is fractured, with 9 leaders who can never agree on anything. Her own strength is meaningless against their division. The superhuman exhibition has them completely trapped, threatening to kill them all if they resist. As far as she's concerned, the Kowloon Society has already crumbled. A cold, menacing aura emanates from the masked monarch. He asks a simple question: How many of these superhuman exhibition bastards are there? Because he's decided to go and discipline them himself. True to his word, the monarch's judgment was about to begin. High above the city streets, perched atop a skyscraper, Yoon Sang-hyuk and the succubus Lilith watched their targets, the heads of the superhuman exhibition, gather in the building below. Inside, the executives were deep in a meeting, complaining about the poor quality of loot from recent dungeon clears. One of them arrogantly ordered his subordinate to force the Kowloon Society into higher-risk dungeons, callously stating they had more than enough players to spare. Their greed would be their undoing. In a flash, the meeting room exploded into chaos as an invisible force slammed into the guards and executives, knocking them unconscious before they even knew what hit them. Sang-hyuk appeared, standing over the last conscious executive. He looked down at the bloodied man and delivered his verdict, stating that those who do wrong must receive their punishment. But death would be too easy. The executives suddenly awoke not in a hospital, but in a dark, cavernous prison. Disoriented and panicked, they scrambled around in the gloom, soon coming to the horrifying realization that there was no exit. Still bafflingly arrogant, their leader, the financier, bellowed into the darkness, threatening to tear their captor to shreds if they didn't show themselves and beg for mercy. He had no idea what kind of hell he'd just entered. A strange noise echoed through the cave, though not everyone could hear it. Before they could react, a shadowy terror lunged from the darkness, and the executive's threats turned into blood-curdling screams. Inside the dark dimension, the financier and his men could only scream as a pack of werewolves descended upon them, tearing them to shreds in a bloody, merciless frenzy. Their terrified cries were the last sounds they would ever make. Standing outside the portal, Sang-hyuk watched with cold indifference. He told the dying man that this was just a fraction of the despair and fear his victims had once felt. For the masked monarch, this wasn't murder, it was justice. Meanwhile, in northern China, a massive crisis was unfolding. An overflow had occurred in the heart of Tiananmen Square, and frantic announcements urged civilians to evacuate as chaos erupted in the streets. Monstrous creatures poured out from the rift, but they were met by a mysterious woman in striking red armor. She taunted the beasts, asking if they were enjoying the fresh air before declaring her intent to kill them all. Without another word, she launched herself into the fray, her blade flashing as she clashed with the monsters in a brilliant explosion of power. On a nearby rooftop, the Kowloon Society's vice president, Liu Haoran, watched the battle unfold. With his forces assembled, he gave the order, shouting that it was time to hunt some monsters. The elite warriors of the Kowloon Society charged forward, their glowing weapons cutting through the horde of creatures swarming the square. With their shackles finally broken, Luo Xiaoi and the warriors of the Kowloon Society unleashed their full might upon the monster horde. They cut through the beasts with righteous fury, their blades glowing as they reclaimed their city from the chaos their corrupt government allowed to fester. 10 days later, the official story from the Chinese government is that disgruntled players were behind the executive's disappearance. But behind the scenes, fear grips the political elite, each official terrified they might be the next to vanish. To stabilize the situation, they make a drastic move. They appoint the leader of the Kowloon Society, Luo Xiaoi, as the new head of the superhuman exhibition. The very person they suppressed was now the one holding all the cards. Meanwhile, back in Korea, Sang-hyuk's brother, Sang-min, is scrolling through the news on his phone with a satisfied smirk. Sang-hyuk appears beside him, asking what he's so happy about and startling his younger brother. The two brothers stand before a massive player department store that has sprung up in the city. Sang-min is completely blown away by the incredible array of weapons and armor on display. He asks Sang-hyuk why they're here, and our hero explains he's been curious to see the new technology born from the fusion of Eternal World's magic and modern science. Inside, they find bizarre but brilliant fusions, like a hair growth serum combined with a magical potion. Sang Min points out its immense popularity and effectiveness, but balks at the 100 million won price tag. Sang Hayek simply notes that despite the cost, it's constantly sold out. Sang Hayek asks the shopkeeper to show him the best weapon in the store. The man proudly presents the A-blade, a high-tech sword on sale for a cool 3 billion won. Without missing a beat, Sang Hayek gives it a quick test swing, then pulls out his card, telling the stunned shopkeeper he'll pay for it all at once, leaving his brother completely dumbfounded. Elsewhere in what looks like Li Qiaowu's workshop, a heated debate is underway. The craftsmen argue over using dark magic for mana amplification, with one insisting it's too dangerous and incompatible with their white magic foundation. But their argument is cut short when a new voice declares that they're wrong. Sang Hayek and Lilith have arrived. One of the crafters suggests her tattoo ability, which uses monster blood, is similar to dark magic, but another quickly shuts that down. He clarifies that the power ultimately comes from her own mana, not some external dark force. They all agree that to succeed, they need to find perfectly harmonious materials that won't clash. Suddenly, their debate is cut short when one of the alchemists calls everyone over with urgent excitement. The workshop doors swing open, and in walks the masked monarch himself, Yoon Sang Hayek, along with his core team. The crafters are surprised by the unannounced visit, but Sang Hayek tells them there's no time for pleasantries. The alchemist, beaming with pride, holds up a small, glowing vial. He dramatically presents their latest breakthrough, a potion capable of reviving the dead, a true potion of resurrection. Sang Hayek is intrigued and immediately asks if it truly works. The alchemist admits it's still experimental, but they've already proven its effectiveness. Just 2 drops were enough to bring a dead rat back to life. Seeing the immense potential, Sang Hayek cuts to the chase and asks if they can mass-produce it. That, the alchemist explains, is the biggest hurdle. The potion requires an immense amount of S-rank materials like dragon blood and phoenix tears. But for the masked monarch, resources are never the problem. He simply tells them to ask for whatever they need, promising he will acquire it all. With the material problem solved, the workshop kicks into high gear. This team, composed of the greatest artisans from Eternal World, began churning out incredible creations day after day. Massive swords to fight giant monsters and growth-type tattoos to permanently boost a player's stats. Their skills were legendary, and soon, players everywhere would be armed with their gear. The masked monarch's army was about to get a whole lot stronger. And that power was immediately put to the test. All across the globe, from Romania to Kazakhstan and Morocco, the masked mercenary squad launched expeditions, clearing out dungeons and eradicating monster threats with their newly upgraded arsenal. Back at his headquarters, Sang Hayek receives a report on their progress. His commanders confirm that the subjugations in Central Asia and Africa are proceeding without a hitch, with their standard equipment being distributed through local guilds to expand their influence. Having confirmed his military operations were sound, Sang Hayek then turns his attention to his business ventures, asking for an update on the department store. Sang Hayek gives his final orders, telling his team to carefully manage the supply of new items as they roll out. With their plans set, the newly formed crafter division and the masked mercenary squad are now fully aligned, ready to equip the world and solidify the monarch's influence. Meanwhile, in the frozen wastes of Siberia, a party of returned players discovers a massive fortress. One of the men scoffs, remarking on how easy the dungeon seems and wondering if they'll be the first to finally clear it. But a monstrous gargoyle perched above warns them not to get too relaxed. It reminds them that no one has ever subjugated this castle, a warning that only seems to bolster the players' foolish confidence. Their arrogance is short-lived. In a flash, a swarm of horrific creatures descends upon them, and the entire party is slaughtered before they can even mount a defense. Their screams are the only testament to their failure. This was the infamous Castle of Confusion, a dungeon that appeared in the 5th year of Eternal World. It was so notoriously difficult that it remained unconquered for 2 decades. Not even the masked monarch had cleared it, not because he couldn't, but because after a certain point, he simply saw no reason to. But for every other guild, the castle was the ultimate prize. The reason was a simple, yet irresistible rumor. Whoever conquered the Castle of Confusion could receive anything they wanted. This legend spread like wildfire amongst the returned players, driving countless guilds to throw their lives away against its impossible walls, all for a chance at a miracle. Far from the frozen battlefields, a blonde-haired man wakes up in a messy room, clutching his head from a massive hangover. He groggily wonders just how much he drank the night before, completely oblivious to the world-shaking events unfolding. Michael Buren, leader of the Emperor Guild, wakes from a drunken stupor to find a woman in his bed, and an unwelcome guest standing over him. Sang Hayuk, in his full masked monarch gear, coldly tells him to get dressed, not wanting to dirty his eyes. Buren stares in shock, immediately recognizing the world's most infamous player. Later, in his Moscow penthouse, Buren correctly guesses that Sang Hayuk is here for the newly appeared Castle of Confusion. He offers our hero a deal, information on the dungeon in exchange for a weapon Sang Hayuk took from him long ago. But Sang Hayuk flatly refuses. He declares he'll decide the weapon's fate only after he clears the castle himself and assesses the reward's value. To placate the stunned guild leader, he makes a counteroffer. He will give the Emperor Guild the exclusive method to clear the dungeon once he's finished. Having accepted the terms, the Emperor Guild sends their vice leader, Anton Pavlov, to greet Sang Hayuk at the Beloyarsk airport. Anton welcomes the monarch and explains that they will be his guides from here on out. But as they're about to leave, Sang Hayuk suddenly stops him. Something is wrong. He opens his subspace and pulls out a ring with a glowing green gem, realizing with a grim expression that he's a bit too late. The gem triggers a vision of the past, a brutal battle within the demon lord's castle in Eternal World. A high-ranking demon named Murumuru stands over the defeated bodies of players, including a woman named Elena, while a desperate warrior kneels in exhaustion. Just as all hope seems lost in the memory, another figure storms the battlefield. It's the masked monarch in his iconic red armor, tearing through the demonic forces. The kneeling warrior looks up, his face a mask of disbelief as he recognizes his unexpected savior. The memory flashes back to a brutal battlefield in Eternal World. The masked monarch stood over a dying knight, Ian Galliep. The knight refused a healing potion, knowing his end was near. Instead, with his last breath, he begged the monarch for one final favor, to take the proposal ring he had prepared and bury it with the woman he loved, who lay dead nearby. Back in the present, Sang Hayuk holds that very same ring out to Ian. He begins by apologizing, explaining that immediately after Ian's in-game death, a horde of monsters had ambushed him, making it impossible to fulfill the promise. Though it was a situation beyond his control, he was still sorry he couldn't honor the request. But Ian tells him not to worry, expressing his gratitude for simply getting the ring back. Sang Hayuk then asks about the woman, and Ian's face lights up. He reveals that they are now happily married in the real world and are even expecting a child. Delighted by the news, Sang Hayuk insists on giving them a wedding gift for the baby, overriding Ian's polite refusal. Across the globe, the other major players were making their own moves. Michael Buren, head of the Titan Guild, took a call, a confident smirk spreading across his face. The secret race to conquer the Castle of Confusion was officially on. His business with the Emperor Guild concluded, Sang Hayuk arrives in the vast, misty forests of Siberia. His guides can take him no further. They admit they don't know the dungeon's precise location, but express their faith that the masked monarch will find it. Wishing him luck, they depart, leaving Sang Hyuk alone in the oppressive darkness. The forest is nearly pitch black, making it impossible to see. But for our hero, this is a minor inconvenience. He activates his mask's sensory functions, and the world around him illuminates in perfect detail. With his vision cleared, he finally begins his solo hunt for the legendary Castle of Confusion. Having settled things with the Emperor Guild, Yoon Sang-hyuk arrives at the unconquered dungeon, the Castle of Confusion. He surveys the ominous structure, noting the gargoyle statues perched along the entrance, recognizing them as an obvious trap waiting to be sprung. Before he even reaches the gate, a monster lunges from the darkness. Unimpressed, Sang-hyuk declares he has no time for such games. He draws his bow of zephyr and effortlessly vaporizes the creature in a single, explosive blast. With the minor threats dealt with, he pushes past the outer defenses and steps through the main gates into the castle's domain. He finds himself in what looks like an ordinary garden. He approaches the entrance to the inner castle, but the doors are sealed shut. Brute force isn't working. If it's locked, he'll just make his own entrance. Sang-hyuk charges up a devastating attack and unleashes it on the door, only for the attack to vanish without a trace. He stares in shock. His absolute power has been completely nullified. This wasn't a dungeon that could be conquered with simple destruction. He realizes the key must be a puzzle. His eyes drift to the numerous statues scattered throughout the garden, understanding that they hold the secret to moving forward. As he examines the figures, a cold dread washes over him. He recognizes them all. The 72nd Demon Lord Andromalius, the 71st Dantalion. He names them one by one, a gallery of hell's most powerful entities. And standing at the very end is the most imposing statue of all, the first Demon Lord, his ultimate nemesis, the Demon King Baal. Inside the Castle of Chaos, Sang-hyuk confirms his suspicions. The hall is filled with statues of all 72 demon lords, from the lesser-known Gamijin all the way up to the Demon King Baal himself. He realizes this isn't just a display of power, it's an intricate puzzle system, and he's determined to figure it out. He quickly spots what seems to be the only clue, a glowing red gem embedded in the chest of one of the statues. His first instinct is to simply destroy it, but he holds back, deciding to save that option for last. For now, he needs to understand just what kind of secret these statues are hiding. Meanwhile, far from the dungeon, the scene shifts to Anton Pavlov. The vice leader of the Emperor Guild sits alone, quietly staring at the ring Sang-hyuk had returned to him, a painful memento from a past he could never forget. His quiet moment is interrupted by the arrival of his guild master, Ian Galliep. Ian praises Anton's good work, calling him the pride of their guild. But Anton remains stoic, his face unreadable as the weight of old debts and new loyalties press down on him. Back in the castle, Sang-hyuk has hit a dead end. He's tried interacting with the statues in order of their rank but got no reaction. With his patience wearing thin, he decides he's done playing games. It's time to destroy them and see what happens. But just as he prepares to unleash his power, he freezes. Something is different. He spots a monstrous statue he is certain wasn't there before. In a place where nothing made sense, a new piece just fell onto the board. But as Sang-hyuk begins his count, he realizes his initial theory was slightly off. He counts past 68, 70, 72, and then 73. He smirks, understanding the true nature of the puzzle. It wasn't about finding a fake among the 72 demon lords. It was about finding the one extra statue that simply didn't belong. However, when he turns his gaze back to where the imposter stood, it's gone. The statue has vanished into thin air. Before he can even question it, a monstrous golem, the very statue he was looking for, materializes from the shadows and lets out a deafening roar. But the creature isn't targeting Sang Hayuk. It turns its fury on the specters that had attacked him earlier, blasting them apart with overwhelming force. The golem mocks their feeble attempts to fight back, crushing them one by one and calling them pathetic. With the lesser spirits annihilated, the Guardian begins to gather a massive amount of red energy, forming a crackling sphere of pure destruction. It then unleashes a devastating beam, powerful enough to shatter the very walls of the dungeon itself. The blast carves open a hidden doorway. But as the dust settles, Sang Hayuk realizes the Guardian wasn't the final test. From the newly opened path, an imposing figure in menacing crimson armor emerges, radiating an aura so powerful it leaves even the masked monarch stunned and speechless. The Red Warrior wastes no time on introductions. A blinding crimson energy gathers in its gauntlet before erupting in a devastating beam, blasting Sang Hayuk down the ancient hallway. But the scene distorts, the castle corridor melting away into a pair of massive, ominous doors. As they creak open, a grotesque, fleshy limb reaches out from the suffocating darkness within. And with a jolt, Yoon Sang Hayuk's eyes snap open. He wasn't in the castle of chaos at all, he was in a bed, recovering. The succubus queen Lilith in her childlike form peeks over and playfully scolds him for sleeping in a cold place, pulling him back to reality. That violent encounter was nothing more than a memory resurfacing. His mind is thrown back in time, to a moment when he knelt alone and disoriented within the vile throne room of the Demon King's castle itself. In that memory, Lilith had appeared before him, much to his surprise. He started to chide her for following him without permission, but their reunion was cut short as a monstrous serpent lunged from the shadows. Sang Hayuk screamed for her to dodge, throwing himself in front of the attack. The fight was a chaotic blur of fangs and steel. Wielding a glowing sword, the masked monarch moved with blinding speed, weaving through a swarm of demonic snakes and cutting them down one by one, fighting with a ferocity reserved for protecting those he cared for. The illusions of the castle weren't finished with him. Another shadowy specter, a twisted thing with snakes for hair, lunged forward, but Sang Hayuk wasted no time, cutting it down with a single, decisive strike. Back in what felt like reality, with Lilith now beside him, our hero questioned why a replica of Andromalius, the 72nd demon soldier, would be guarding this place. Lilith, however, was having the time of her life, remarking that the demon was pathetically weak. Her comment sparked a realization for Sang Hayuk. This wasn't just a castle of illusions. It was a complete replica of the Demon King's own fortress. And where the defeated monster once stood, a new prize materialized, a chest of confusion. Sang Hayuk couldn't believe his eyes, guessing its appearance was a unique feature of this bizarre dungeon. When Lilith asked what it was, he explained it was a lottery chest, a rare item that could contain anything from worthless junk to a mythical-grade artifact. It was a gamble, but one with incredible potential payout. Unwilling to risk opening it now, he secured the chest in his subspace and pressed onward through the grand, empty halls. Their path was soon blocked by a blast of demonic energy, and from the smoke emerged a far more menacing foe. Sang Hayuk recognized it instantly, a replica of Dantalion, the rank 71 demon soldier. Dantalion charged, its claws ready to rip him apart. Sang Hayuk braced himself, sword at the ready, preparing for a fierce battle against the powerful illusion. But before a single blow could be exchanged, the demon's head simply fell off, rolling across the floor. Sang Hayuk stood frozen, completely bewildered by what had just happened. Behind him, Lilith beamed with pride, asking if she did a good job. Sang Hayuk was speechless. The tiny succubus queen had just effortlessly decapitated a demon that would have given most high-rankers a run for their money. After the battle, Sang Hayuk looks around, but this time, no chest of chaos appears. Lilith chimes in, reminding him how rare the chest is, but our hero isn't fazed. He realizes that since they've only fought the 72nd and 71st ranked demons, this is just the beginning. And just like that, the next challenge emerges from the darkness. The 70th demon soldier, Seer, appears before them, ready for a fight. What follows is a brutal gauntlet. Sang Hayek carves his way through the castle's illusions, facing one demon soldier after another, the 54th, Murmur, the 38th, Keen, even the 22nd, Sagat. He tears them all down, one by one. Another round of battles concludes, and while the chest of chaos still eludes him, his inventory is filling up with other valuable loot, like the SR rank Werner's crown. As Lilith points out, he's hardly leaving empty-handed. Lilith tries to lighten the mood, striking a cute pose, but Sang Hayek's focus is unbreakable. He's already thinking about who's next, striding forward as Lilith scrambles to keep up, playfully calling out for her master to wait. Finally, they reach the heart of the Castle of Confusion, a grand throne room, and sitting on the throne is the final, most dreadful illusion of all, a perfect replica of the Demon King, Baal. The sight of his old nemesis throws Sang Hayek back into the memory of their final, world-shattering battle. The raw power, the desperate struggle, it all comes rushing back in a silent, intense flash. He snapped back to the present when he feels Lilith trembling behind him. He realizes she's utterly terrified. For her, even an imitation of the Demon King is a nightmare made real, and Sang Hayek understands her fear completely. Sang Hayek stares down the replica of the Demon King. Even as an imitation, the presence of Baal is immense. The Demon King's voice echoes through the throne room, telling Sang Hayek he has trespassed where he does not belong, but our hero just smirks, firing back that he's right where he needs to be. Baal warns that such arrogance will be his downfall and promises to grant him eternal slumber. Unimpressed, Sang Hayek scoffs, telling the fake Demon King he talks too much for a cheap copy. With that, the fight is on. Sang Hayek explodes forward, his blade crackling with energy, declaring that he'll be the one dishing out eternal slumber because all he wants is the chaos chest Baal is about to drop. The battle is a maelstrom of destruction. Baal unleashes his demonic power, but Sang Hayek is faster, pulling the typhoon axe from his dimensional storage to meet the Demon King head-on. Their clash shakes the very foundations of the castle. The fight is brutal, with neither side giving an inch. Pushed back by a powerful blast, Sang Hayek decides to change tactics. He swaps weapons again, pulling the legendary bow of Zephyr from his inventory and unleashing a devastating arrow that streaks across the throne room like a comet. The arrow strikes true. The grand facade of the Demon King Baal shatters under the force of the attack. As the smoke clears, the imposing figure is gone, replaced by a pale, spectral entity, the true core of the replica. The clone of Baal unleashes a furious assault, its demonic power crashing against Sang Hayek's defenses. The throne room erupts in a storm of chaotic energy as the two titans clash, neither giving an inch in the brutal exchange. But Sang Hayek knows a secret about this fight. While other demon lords have predictable patterns, Baal is pure chaos, making him dangerously unpredictable. Defeating him normally requires immense experience to react to his random onslaught. There's only one surefire way to win. You simply have to be overwhelmingly stronger. With that realization, Sang Hayek abandons any complex strategy and decides to brute force his way to victory. He activates absence of presence, vanishing from the clone's senses entirely. Before the fake Baal can even register what happened, Sang Hayek is on him, landing a devastating strike. He scoffs, telling the replica it's a pale imitation of the real Demon King he defeated. The clone roars in agony, its form flickering under the sheer power of the attack. Watching from the sidelines, even Lilith is stunned by the display of force. But then the unexpected happens. The wounded clone ignores Sang Hayek completely. Its eyes lock onto Lilith and it screams her name, telling her to run. Before Sang Hayek can react, the fake Demon King lunges, not in retreat but straight for the defenseless girl, a terrifying, predatory grin spreading across its face as it unleashes a final, desperate attack. As Lilith falls, Sang Hayek lets out a scream of pure anguish. The replica of Bahul, grinning with malice, simply watches the chaos it has wrought. He rushes to her side, cradling her limp form and desperately calling her name. But the Demon King is already gone, having vanished into the shadows after its cowardly attack. Sang Hayek roars into the empty throne room, furious at the enemy for running away. Thinking fast, he pulls out one of his most precious items from his dimensional storage, a revival potion. He tells the unconscious Lilith to drink it, believing it will be enough to bring her back from the brink. But before she can drink, the scene shatters. This isn't the castle of confusion anymore. It's a memory, a vivid flashback to his original battle against the real Demon King. In this past life, just as he was about to use a potion to save a fallen comrade, Bahul had appeared and violently smashed the vial from his hands, leaving him to kneel in utter despair. The traumatic memory continues, Bahul looming over a younger, weaker Sang Hayek. He was completely surrounded by a horde of demons, his friends defeated, his hope extinguished. All that remained was the burning rage in his eyes. The Demon King looked down on the human, coldly declaring the battle decided. He taunted Sang Hayek, telling him his own arrogance had led him to this ruin. But even in defeat, the masked monarch was not broken. Screaming that he would kill the bastard, Sang Hayek surged to his feet and launched himself back into the fray, a whirlwind of desperation and fury. He fought with the savagery of a cornered animal, carving a path through the endless demonic horde. Every swing, every blow was fueled by pure hatred for the smirking Demon King who watched from his throne. Just as Sang Hayek is about to be consumed, a flash of crimson armor erupts from his side, tearing through the demon horde with blinding speed. In mere moments, the entire swarm is annihilated, leaving the mysterious warrior standing victorious amidst the carnage, now facing the elite demons guarding the throne. The figure scoffs, telling the fake Bahul that the winner has already been decided. Enraged, the replica Demon King screams for the human to die and summons yet another, even larger wave of monsters to attack. Unflinching, the Crimson Knight charges headfirst into the demonic tide. But as they clash, something strange begins to happen. Glowing pink petals fill the air, swirling around the warrior. The demons halt in confusion, which quickly turns to terror as they erupt in screams of pure agony, seemingly torn apart from the inside by this beautiful yet deadly energy. A massive wave of pink and purple power explodes outwards, disintegrating the entire horde in an instant. The battlefield falls silent. The lone figure in red armor stands alone, radiating an aura of overwhelming and absolute power. A soft voice echoes through the throne room, remarking how wonderful it feels to be back to her original self. The crimson armor melts away, revealing not Sang Hayek but Lilith, restored to her adult succubus queen form. She gives the stunned Bahul a wicked smile and asks if he thinks she's gotten prettier. The tables had just turned. Standing over the carnage, Lilith stretches her wings, feeling her original power course through her veins once more. She turns to the astonished Sang Hayek, a seductive smile on her face, and asks if he thinks she's gotten prettier. The fake Demon King can only stare in disbelief as the army that had overwhelmed the masked monarch was wiped out in a single move. Realizing he is hopelessly outmatched, he declares that they will meet again before vanishing in a flash of light. The impostor reappears in a desolate hall, seething with frustration. He curses his luck, muttering that if the nightmare, Lilith, hadn't awakened, victory would have been his. As he begins to reassess his plans, a voice right behind him asks if he's talking about her. He spins around, screaming in shock, to find the succubus queen casually hanging upside down. She taunts him, asking if he seriously thought he could just run away. The cornered demon tries to regain his composure, calling her an idiot for following him alone. He boldly proclaims that even weakened, he is still the demon king Baal and she is no match for him. But Lilith is completely unfazed, simply questioning if he's truly the demon king. Calling him a liar, she unleashes a torrent of pure, unadulterated demonic energy. The fake king panics, desperately trying to plead for his life, but his words are swallowed by the overwhelming attack that completely annihilates him. As the dust settles, Lilith confirms what she already knew. He was a fake. She explains to Hayuk that the creature was most likely the lord of this castle of chaos, someone she'd never encountered before. With the fake demon king defeated, Lilith looks at the chaos chest left behind, utterly disappointed. She complains that after all that trouble, this was their only reward, hoping for at least a pretty bracelet. But Hayuk tells her they should see what's inside before judging. Before they can, however, Hayuk brings up a more pressing matter. He reminds her of their subordinate contract, explaining that now that she has fully awakened, she has a choice. She can choose to end the contract and be free. He urges her to think carefully, warning that once her decision is made, there's no turning back. He would give her all the time she needed to make her choice. Lilith begins to speak, confessing that before their contract, she only had a vague sense of his power. But now, it was crystal clear. Her master was someone she could never, ever beat. Hayuk assures her he would never harm her, but she scoffs, asking if she's supposed to thank him for that before declaring she has made her decision. She lays out her logic. If she leaves his side, other players would undoubtedly target her. She would be forced to fight constantly until she was eventually destroyed. That wasn't the long life she wanted. She concludes with a sly smile that the safest place in this entire world was right next to him. Hayuk smirks, agreeing completely. With her servitude reaffirmed, Lilith states she has one condition. Blushing slightly, she asks if she can call him Opa from now on. After a moment, Hayuk simply agrees. With that business concluded, Hayuk moves on to his next appointment. On a desolate, frozen mountain peak, a group of the world's most powerful players wait in the biting wind. Suddenly, a figure in familiar crimson armor materializes out of the blizzard before them. A blonde-haired guild leader looks up and says he's late. The masked monarch coolly admits he is, just a little. The leader then asks how his other meeting went. Hayuk confirms to the waiting guild leaders that the attack was a success. But when Richard Paulson questions his tone, the monarch drops the other shoe. While he succeeded, none of them will be able to follow him in. The story then shifts to a young man sleeping peacefully in his apartment, who is suddenly ripped from his slumber and pulled into a strange, dreamlike dimension. As he wonders if he's experiencing a dimensional shift, a mysterious voice calls out to the sunset prosecutor, telling him it's time to wake up. He finds himself standing in a grand, sunlit hall, completely bewildered. A horned, demonic figure approaches, and he's stunned to realize it's Lilith in her true succubus queen form. She playfully asks if he doesn't recognize her, and as he stammers her name, he finally notices three masked figures standing silently behind him. One of the men greets him, calling him Baek-kyung and welcoming him back. He explains that they were all brought to this place through their dreams, just as he was. Their reunion is cut short when they spot a familiar, glowing prize in the center of the hall, a chaos chest. Baek-kyung quickly puts the pieces together. They're inside the castle of chaos. His comrades confirm that after their leader, the emperor, left, he ordered the masked mercenaries to use this dungeon as their own private leveling ground. When Baek-kyung expresses concern about the Emperor Guild, they simply smile, reassuring him that Sang Hyuk promised to deal with it himself. Back in the snowy camp, the other guild leaders are losing their patience. Richard Paulson angrily demands to know why they can't attack the castle, accusing Sang Hyuk of going back on their deal. Unfazed, the monarch tells them all to listen carefully while he explains the situation. He lays out the harsh reality. Entry to the Castle of Chaos requires an incredibly high mental stat, far beyond what any of them possess. When they suggest using buff items, Sang Hyuk scoffs at the idea. He asks them why on earth he would provide them with such exceedingly rare items, smiling cruelly. But he wasn't done crushing their hopes. He tells them that even if they found a way inside, they were far too weak to survive. Their plan was doomed from the start, leaving the international guild leaders speechless and seething with frustration. As Sang Hyuk turns to leave, his eyes catch a glint of metal on Ian Galliep's hand, a familiar ring. Declaring his work finished, he tells Anton it's time to go, leaving the fuming guild leader behind. During the car ride, Anton notices Sang Hyuk's cold silence and asks if something is wrong. Sang Hyuk drops the act and immediately confronts him, demanding to know why Ian Galliep is wearing the very ring he had returned to Anton. Anton starts to stammer out an excuse, but Sang Hyuk cuts him off, knowing he just handed it over. He scolds Anton, reminding him of Ian's bottomless greed and stressing that the ring wasn't his to give away. It belonged to his family. The confrontation triggers a painful memory for Anton. He recalls sitting alone in a hotel room, looking at a photo of his wife and child, the moment he finally decided to leave the Sashin Guild. In the flashback, Anton stands before a shocked Ian and the other guild members, announcing his departure. He then pleads for the return of his ring, explaining that it was a precious gift for his wife. Ian's expression twists into something ugly. He accuses Anton of being ungrateful, claiming he didn't steal the ring but took it as a necessary business decision to strengthen the guild. Anton sees right through the lie, retorting that Ian is just admitting he will continue to steal from his own members. The word steal makes Ian snap. He grabs Anton by the collar, asking if he has a death wish. Anton, unbroken, simply repeats his plea for his wife's ring. Enraged, Ian orders his men to attack. As Anton lies beaten, Ian looms over him with a knife, telling him not to hold a grudge because this betrayal was all for the good of the guild. The confrontation between Ian and Ivan explodes into violence. Ian, standing over his guildmate with a knife, claims his actions are for the greater good of the guild. But Ivan isn't buying it, telling his leader he never realized how truly rotten he was. Enraged by the insult, Ian lunges forward, ready to kill. But before the blade can land, a terrifying presence freezes everyone in the room. A voice dripping with contempt cuts through the tension, calling Ian a bastard. It's the masked monarch, and he has returned. In the aftermath, the other guild members watch as Sang Hyuk looms over a defeated Ian. They try to protest, telling the monarch to mind his own business. Ian, finding a sliver of courage, gets to his feet and declares this is an internal guild matter. Sang Hyuk just smiles, telling him he's wrong. This has everything to do with him. Our hero drops the bombshell. He never gave that ring to Ian in the first place. He gave it to Ivan. The color drains from Ian's face as the crushing weight of his greed and foolishness comes crashing down on him. Sang Hyuk isn't here to mediate. He's here to pass judgment. He announces that starting today, Anton is the new guild leader. As the guild members reel in shock, he turns his attention back to the deposed Ian and delivers a final, chilling ultimatum. If Ian ever appears before him again, he will personally destroy the entire guild. He dares the man to challenge him, promising he'll always be ready. Sometime later, a new visitor arrives at the masked monarch's imposing headquarters. It's Director Lee Hyung-seok from the Bureau of Players, a high-ranking government official. He's escorted by one of Lilith's succubi into a lavish office, clearly overwhelmed by the sheer power and wealth on display. Sang Hyuk appears in his full armor, intimidating the director into a nervous greeting. After Lilith departs, Sang Hyuk gets straight to the point, asking why he's here. The director nervously explains his visit concerns the land in front of the masked castle. Sang Hyuk notes that they'd already settled on a price, but the official's anxious expression suggests the government is about to complicate things. Lee Hyung-seok nervously explains the government's new demands. They want more money to develop new cities and expect the masked monarch to dispatch his forces to neighboring countries. Sang Hyuk cuts him off, demanding to know which fool gave these orders. The director admits it came directly from the president himself. The pieces immediately click into place for Sang Hyuk. With only a year left in his term, the president is a lame duck, clearly trying to use the monarch's fame to boost his own popularity. Lee Hyung-seok confirms this is just a political play to win over the citizens. Our hero turns the pressure on the director, reminding him that he was once a player. He asks if the Bureau of Players now exists only to hinder players, following the orders of clueless politicians. Lee Hyung-seok admits his hands are tied, confessing he's powerless to change things. But where the director sees a dead end, Sang Hyuk sees an opportunity. He asks a simple question. If he got rid of all the troublesome people in the way, could Lee run the bureau properly? Lee thinks it's impossible, but Sang Hyuk reminds him that for the masked monarch, anything is possible. He then reveals his audacious plan. He's going to turn the Bureau of Players into a private organization. Lee Hyung-seok is stunned. Sang Hyuk gives him one condition. He must promise never to become like the corrupt officials they're about to remove. Filled with a new sense of purpose, the director swears an oath. If the monarch gives him this chance, he will not let him down. With a new ally secured, Sang Hyuk moves to cut the head off the snake. He arrives at the Blue House, the presidential residence, dressed in a suit but still wearing his fearsome mask. President Yang Min-ho himself comes to greet him, stating how glad he is to finally meet the legendary player. Following his bold proposal, Sang Hyuk is brought face-to-face with the president of South Korea himself, Yang Min-ho. In a formal meeting room surrounded by officials, the president greets him with a smile, thanking him for coming and playfully asking if he should still call him the masked monarch. Sang Hyuk, however, is unimpressed. He recalls everything he's learned about the man since his return, how the president hid in a secret bunker while monsters slaughtered citizens, and how his only concern has ever been his own re-election and authority. As President Yang begins to shower him with praise for raising the country's reputation, Sang Hyuk cuts him off cold, telling him to get to the point. An aide is shocked by the disrespect, but the president simply waves him off, agreeing to move on to the real purpose of the meeting. The Minister of Foreign Affairs, Jang Ho-tae, takes the floor. He addresses Sang Hyuk's desire to use the land around his castle, stating that the government has a few conditions before they can grant him permission. But they've made a grave miscalculation. Sang Hyuk leans forward, a glint in his eyes, and informs the entire room they've misunderstood. He isn't there to ask for permission. He's there to notify them that construction is already happening. The sheer audacity sends one of the officials, Representative Hong Joon-pyo, into a rage. He slams the table, screaming at Sang Hyuk, telling the young man that he should learn to be polite and listen when adults are speaking. Sang Hyuk doesn't even raise his voice. He calmly addresses the representative by name and tells him to only speak when he has been given permission to do so. The room falls into a stunned, icy silence. The president is forced to regain control, sharply ordering Representative Hong to stop. After the fuming official sits down, the president apologizes to Sang Hyuk for the interruption and invites him to continue, effectively handing him control of the meeting. With the floor now his, Sang Hyuk lays down his final ultimatum. His request is simple. If the government continues to make unreasonable demands, then the masked army will simply depart from South Korea. The officials erupt in chaos, utterly shocked that he would treat a sovereign nation like a business he can just walk away from. With nothing left to say, Sang Hyuk abruptly gets up to leave, shocking the president's men. They shout at him to get back here, but the masked monarch simply turns and walks away without a second glance. President Yang Min-ho tries a different tactic, reminding Sang Hyuk that the people of South Korea are watching. He pleads for his cooperation, framing it as a joint plan for the safety and development of the country. But Sang Hyuk sees right through the political posturing, bluntly stating he has no intention of becoming the president's personal PR tool. He turns the tables, asking the president if he's heard the common refrains of "Korea is hell on earth" or citizens wanting to leave. He then questions if the president can honestly say he's doing a good job, sending an aide into a silent fury. Our hero then lays out the horrifying truth. Less than 30% of Eternal World has even materialized yet, meaning monsters far more dangerous than anything they've seen are still on their way. He accuses the government of hindering players by increasing their taxes and corruptly selling exclusive access to training grounds instead of preparing the nation for the coming apocalypse. President Yang Min-ho seems to finally understand. He concedes the point and promises the government will devise a solution, but Sang Hyuk cuts him off. His demand is simple and absolute: release the Bureau of Players. The president is stunned, asking what he could possibly mean by that. Sang Hyuk throws the president's own words back in his face. He was asked to cooperate for the good of the country, and that's exactly what he'll do, by taking full control himself, for the greater purpose of South Korea. Meanwhile, across the world in Los Angeles, a powerful figure watches from a skyscraper office. She notes that the masked army has gone completely silent since their last major victory and wonders if their enigmatic leader managed to find the legendary chest of chaos. The scene then shifts to the misty peaks of Mount Jiri in Korea. A lone hiker trudges through the woods under the night sky, complaining that an unusually thick fog is making it impossible for him to find the medicinal herbs he's looking for. As Sang Hyuk laid out his demands, a new threat was already manifesting. In a remote Korean mountain, a lone hiker suddenly found the dense fog vanishing around him, only to reveal an impossible sight: a gargantuan, jagged mountain range that had appeared out of thin air. The Steel Mountain Range had arrived. The news of his secret meeting with the president immediately hit the airwaves, though the details were sparse. Watching the report, Sang Hyuk scoffed, unimpressed by the media's useless information network. His phone rang. It was Baek Jeong, reporting from the Castle of Chaos. He confirmed that the masked mercenary squad had successfully defeated demon lords up to rank 61. Though the path ahead was difficult, Baek Jeong assured him they could clear the rest, and Sang Hyuk warned him not to get complacent. Just as they were finishing, another call came through. Sang Hyuk was surprised to see the caller was Yang Soo-chan, the controller of the undead. Back at his castle, he found Yang Soo-chan waiting with the rest of his core members. They'd heard about his meeting with the president and were concerned about the deal he'd struck. Sang Hyuk brushed off their worries, correctly guessing that wasn't the real reason they were all here. The truth came out. His support members, like the legendary blacksmith Lee Cheol-woo, were struggling. Their levels were too low to craft the high-end items the guild needed. They requested his help to power level, asking to borrow a succubus or incubus to assist them. Sang Hyuk was confused why they needed those specific demons. Yang Soo-chan explained that succubi were exceptionally good at gathering large groups of monsters for efficient grinding. Amused by their creative thinking, Sang Hyuk agreed to their strange request and sent them off with potions. Meanwhile, at the soon-to-be-dismantled Bureau of Players, an urgent report came in. A new, unidentified dungeon had just appeared on Korean soil. At the Bureau of Players, the news hits like a thunderclap. An official confirms a new dungeon has appeared at Mount Jeiri, and when he shows the report, his superior freezes in shock. The photos confirm their worst fears. It's the legendary Steel Mountain Range. The significance isn't lost on the veteran players. One official explains to a less experienced colleague that this dungeon was the ultimate jackpot in Eternal World, a treasure trove of materials for high-ranking weapons and armor. He grimly predicts that this single event is about to plunge all of South Korea into chaos. And the world responds immediately. Planes begin to touch down, carrying the most powerful players from across the globe. Guild leaders and their top agents, figures of immense power and influence, all descend upon Korea with one singular goal. The hunt for the world's best materials had officially begun. The Korean government is instantly overwhelmed. The president's chief secretary is buried in requests from different countries, all demanding access to the Steel Mountain Range. With a massive political crisis brewing, they are completely powerless to handle the situation on their own. Faced with international pressure he can't possibly manage, President Yang Min-ho makes the only call he can. He picks up the phone and gives a single, decisive order: connect him to the masked monarch. Sang Hyuk receives the official decree soon after. The document, signed by the president himself, grants the masked monarch complete and total authority to govern the Steel Mountain Range. Our hero looks it over and lets out a sigh, muttering about the troublesome responsibility the government just dumped on his lap. The Steel Mountain Range is famous for two reasons. First, it's a massive, large-scale dungeon that requires at least 50 players just to enter. But more importantly, it's home to unique monsters, the night golems, whose bodies are forged from legendary materials like adamantium and mithril. With this dungeon now in the real world, a global arms race was about to kick off. Back at his castle, Sang Hyuk gathers his core members. With the weight of the world now on his shoulders, he looks at his assembled forces and asks a simple question: if they're all ready. The English representatives scoff at his concern, boasting that they've come fully prepared and can take care of themselves. Sang Hyuk, unimpressed by their confidence, calmly explains that the Steel Mountain Range is on a completely different level than any dungeon they've ever faced. The risk of failure, he warns, is astronomical. This only infuriates Michael Buren, who accuses Sang Hyuk of trying to scare them off just to monopolize the new dungeon. The masked monarch finds this accusation amusing. He fires back, asking why he can't have sole ownership, pointing out that England already has a complete monopoly over the world's mana mines. He tells Buren that he clearly doesn't understand his position. So, to make it crystal clear, Sang Hyuk declares that from this moment forward, all players from England are permanently banned from the Steel Mountain Range. Then, looking Michael Buren dead in the eye, he tells him to get the hell out of his country, right now. The room freezes with tension. An enraged Buren storms out, and Sang Hyuk turns to the remaining guild members. He tells them he hopes they make the right decision, if they value their lives. Later, under a dark sky, Sang Hyuk arrives at the entrance to the Steel Mountain Range. The air is heavy, the landscape menacing. He confirms his suspicion. This dungeon is not one that can be entered alone. But he isn't alone for long. A fully prepared party of players approaches, ready to join him. Before they enter, Sang Hyuk lays down two critical rules. No one is to steal the high-end gear he has provided them, and they are not to get greedy. Their only objective is the Black Knight area and no further. With the terms set, the monarch leads his new team into the dungeon. With their orders clear, the Balhi Guild marches into the Steel Mountain Range. The air is thick with tension as they navigate the jagged, dark landscape. Finally, they arrive at the designated area, steeling themselves for the coming battle. A scout announces that the Black Knight is here. Looming before them is a colossal armored figure, its eyes glowing with a malevolent red light, radiating an aura of absolute dread. Without a single word, the Black Knight unleashes its power. A devastating shockwave rips through the vanguard, sending the Balhi Guild members flying in every direction. This wasn't a raid, it was a slaughter. One of the Balhi warriors, clad in crimson armor, retaliates with a powerful skill, Braka's war hammer. But the attack is futile. The Black Knight swats him aside with ease, forcing the warrior to desperately dodge a follow-up strike that could have ended him. The entire area erupts into chaos. The Black Knight is a whirlwind of destruction, its attacks too fast and too powerful for the guild to handle. Members are scattered and thrown about, their formations completely broken as they scream for each other to get out of the way. Refusing to give up, the warrior in red armor activates flash steps, instantly closing the distance. He prepares to strike again, determined to find a weakness in the seemingly invincible boss, but the Black Knight just stares back, unimpressed. Without a word, Yunsang Hayuk swings his hammer. The impact is catastrophic. The Black Knight golem, which had shrugged off the combined assault of an entire raid party, is instantly shattered into 1,000 pieces. It was over in a single blow. The members of the joint forces stare, mouths agape. They had given everything they had and failed to even leave a scratch. For the masked monarch, this was just another Tuesday. A notification confirms the kill, and our hero is pleased with the high experience gain. He realizes this place is the perfect personal training ground and decides to make it his main spot. As if on cue, 2 more Black Knights emerge from the darkness, ready to test his resolve. But while Sang Hayuk is farming with ease, other top players are finding out just how unforgiving these new dungeons are. Elsewhere, a massive raid force is being systematically slaughtered by demonic knights, their lines breaking under the monstrous assault. A warrior in golden armor desperately fights back, but he's no match for the horned demon leading the charge. The beast toys with him, parrying his attacks before engulfing his legs in cursed flames, his screams of agony echoing across the battlefield as his comrades fall around him. The warrior roars in defiance, unleashing a powerful skill called Dragon's Flight, but it's a futile gesture against an enemy of this caliber. With the area declared a training ground, Sang Hayuk wastes no time. His forces immediately square off against the next guardian, another menacing armored golem, but this one seems even more powerful than the last. The golem moves with terrifying speed, grievously wounding one of the knights. Before the raid leader can react, the machine instantly switches its aggro, catching the entire party completely off guard. Panic sets in as orders are screamed to form a shield wall. The tanks brace for impact, but it's useless. The golem unleashes a wave of pure destructive energy that rips through their defenses like paper, shattering their formation in an instant. The battle devolves into a desperate brawl for survival. Players are thrown around, their attacks barely scratching the golem's armor. For these elite players, this isn't training, it's a massacre. One of the golden-armored warriors tries to mount a counterattack, pushing himself to the limit, but he's met with another overwhelming blast of power. He's sent flying, screaming in agony as his armor cracks under the force of the blow. The entire battlefield is pure chaos. Explosions rock the chamber as the combined forces of the masked mercenaries and Balhi are completely overwhelmed, unable to even coordinate a proper defense against Sang Hayuk's chosen sparring partner. The grueling battle finally concludes. Exhausted but triumphant, the members of the Balhi Guild erupt in cheers. Against all odds, they have defeated a Black Knight on their own. As the adrenaline fades, the harsh reality sets in. While some joke about asking the masked monarch for new gear, others tend to their wounded, admitting they only survived thanks to the potions Sang Hayuk provided. This victory, they realize, represents the absolute peak of their current strength. Resigned, they accept that this area will become an exclusive training ground for the masked monarch's elite forces. Their only goal now is to mine what adamantium they can while wondering just how deep into this hellscape their leader has already ventured. Miles ahead, Sang Hyuk is having a much easier time. He stumbles upon an incredible prize, a unique grade Titan's ring, an item that grants a massive boost to strength and stamina, along with the powerful iron skin skill. For him, this isn't a life-or-death struggle, it's a treasure hunt. He muses that drops like this make the grind worthwhile, but his eyes are on a bigger prize. He stands before a valley filled with countless giant figures, contemplating the logistical challenge of stuffing them all into his dimensional storage. Deeper still, our hero arrives in another domain. A new, formidable figure stands before him, the infamous Red Knight. But Sang Hyuk shows no fear. He greets the knight casually, reminiscing about how hard it was to catch it back in the game. He's not here for a fight, he's here to collect. His target is a unique weapon wielded by the knight's minions, the Thunder Rod. Deciding it would make a perfect gift for the blacksmith Lee Chiao-woo, Sang Hyuk moves in to claim his prize. With a crackle of immense energy, he effortlessly seizes the weapon, demonstrating a level of power far beyond what anyone else can comprehend. While Sang Hyuk was farming with ease, the other high-level guilds he'd allowed into the Steel Mountain were having a much harder time. After a grueling battle, they had only managed to capture around 8 Black Knights, nearly dying in the process. When Sang Hyuk finally appeared, they could only ask in awe if he'd managed to take down the legendary Red Knight by himself. In response, our hero simply tossed them the prize, a genuine Red Knight's horn. One of the players, ecstatic at the sight of such a rare item, immediately offered to buy it for any price. But Sang Hyuk just scoffed, reminding the man that money was the last thing he needed. Humble, the players then asked if other guilds would be allowed to raid the area. Sang Hyuk noted how much even they were struggling and decided against it for now. Instead, he generously granted them exclusive permission to raid the Steel Mountain once a month, a boon that left the other guild leaders overjoyed. He then went a step further, telling them to take all the armor and equipment they'd gathered from the day's raid. But this wasn't simple charity. He made it clear they would have to pay him back for this favor eventually, binding them to him through debt. One player then quietly reminded Sang Hyuk of a deal they had struck in exchange for keeping his secret. Sang Hyuk simply told him to be patient, promising to prepare items that would be more than satisfactory. With his business in the dungeon concluded, Sang Hyuk returned to the real world and immediately made waves. News outlets exploded with the announcement that the masked monarch would be auctioning the corpse of the Dark Knight exclusively to Korean companies, facilitated through the newly formed Players Association. His next stop was the association itself. He met with its president and placed 2 heavy briefcases on the table before him. When the man opened the first one, his eyes went wide with shock. It was overflowing with stacks of cash. Sang Hyuk explained that the money was a tool to help the president withstand the temptations that would surely come with his new powerful position. As the man stammered, overwhelmed by the incredible sum, Sang Hyuk calmly told him to open the other case as well. But the money wasn't the only gift. Sang Hyuk opened another case, revealing the legendary Nekrian set, an item so powerful it could withstand a direct missile explosion. When Lee Hyung-seok tried to refuse such an invaluable treasure, Sang Hyuk simply stated that he was giving it to him because he deserved it, officially entrusting the new Players Association to his care. With his resolve hardened, Lee Hyung-seok accepted the immense responsibility, vowing to do his absolute best with the power he'd been given. Later, back in his private sanctuary, our hero called for Lilith. He confirmed that she could project her thoughts into her nightmare minions and gave a simple, chilling order. have a nightmare watch Lee Hyung-seok's every move. Lilith was confused, asking why he'd spy on a man he just placed so much trust in. But Sang Hyuk's logic was that of a king who had seen too much betrayal. He explained that this surveillance was precisely asterisk because he wanted to trust him. For the masked monarch, trust isn't given, it's verified. Sometime later, Sang Hyuk walked with his brother, Yoon Sang-min, through a quiet forest. Sang-min remarked on the strange passage of time, 23 years for Sang Hyuk, but only 2 in the real world. They were both just glad this peaceful place hadn't yet been twisted into a dungeon by the overflow. They soon arrived at their destination, their parents' graves. Sang-min spoke to them, announcing that he'd become a really famous person now and that they could rest easy. He finished his thought, assuring his parents that they no longer had to worry about him and his brother anymore. The visit brought back a flood of painful memories from their parents' funeral. The whispers of the mourners, the shock of the accident. Their uncle had taken the 2 young boys in, promising them that they would all live together from now on. But that promise was hollow. The memory was immediately soured by their aunt's cruel voice, complaining about why he had brought the brats home and made her life more difficult. The memories were sharp and cold. He remembered his aunt complaining about the burden of 2 more mouths to feed, only for his uncle to reveal their true motive. They were just waiting to be named legal guardians to seize the insurance money. For greedy relatives, children weren't family, they were an investment. Years later, that same uncle coldly informed them that he had used all of their father's insurance money on a key money deposit for his own apartment. With that, he cut them off completely, telling them to never contact him again and dismissing them as annoying brats. The bitter memory fades as Sang Hyuk speeds down the road. His brother, Sang-min, tries to lighten the mood, suggesting they grab tteokbokki from a place they used to go to as kids. He even teases Sang Hyuk about finding him there once when he ran away from home, a charge Sang Hyuk quickly denies. But Sang Hyuk has a different destination in mind. He tells his brother they need to make a stop first, cryptically adding that Sang-min knows the person they're about to visit. A look of dawning horror spreads across Sang-min's face as he realizes who his brother is talking about. They arrive at their uncle's house. The man is immediately hostile, assuming they've come begging for money. But Sang Hyuk calmly states they're just stopping by after visiting their parents' graves and assures his uncle that he has something the man will definitely like. Then he drops the bombshell. He wants to buy the mountain their parents are buried on. Sang-min is stunned, frantically asking his brother what he's thinking. The tables had just been turned in the most unexpected way. Their uncle scoffs, telling them not to joke around and stating the market price is around 500 million won. Without missing a beat, Sang Hyuk offers 2 billion. The sheer audacity of the offer leaves his uncle utterly speechless. Stunned, the uncle asks if Sang Hyuk was a player too. Just then, another man appears, greeting Sang Hyuk familiarly. It's their cousin, Sang-ho. The uncle proudly boasts that his son Sang-ho is also a player, earning good money. The cousin smugly adds that he's a member of the well-known Goguryeo Guild. He has no idea he's bragging to the single most powerful player to ever exist. Inside his uncle's home, his cousin Sang-ho began to boast. He bragged about being in the Goguryeo Guild and condescendingly offered to get Sang Hyuk a membership for 500 million won, claiming it was a rare opportunity. Sang Hyuk just smirked, which sent Sang-ho into a rage. He screamed that he was an 8th-year player and demanded respect, forcing Sang Hyuk's uncle to tell his son to quiet down. The uncle then dismissed Sang Hyuk's offer to buy the mountain, speaking of generational legacy and tradition. But tradition has a price. Sang Hyuk cut him off with a staggering offer, 10 billion won. The entire room was stunned into silence as he asked one last time if his uncle would sell. The uncle stammered about the family cemetery, but it was too late. The other relatives, consumed by greed, shouted for him to just sell it, yelling that family traditions were worthless compared to that kind of money. The deal was done in an instant. As the contract was stamped, the relatives celebrated their new fortune while the uncle tried to save face, claiming he only sold because Sang Hyuk was family and had pleaded so hard. With the ink still wet, Sang Hyuk delivered his revenge. He gave them 1 month to move every single grave off the mountain, except for his parents. When they erupted in protest, he calmly reminded them that the mountain was now his. The uncle desperately appealed to their shared blood, asking how he could do this to family. The word made Sang Hyuk's expression turn to ice. He stated that after his parents died, he learned a valuable lesson about people who only pretend to be family when it suits them. The cousin immediately flies into a rage, screaming threats at Sang Hyuk. He tries to intimidate our hero, but Sang Hyuk remains completely unfazed, coldly asking him who he thinks he's talking to. Thinking his connections give him power, the cousin makes a call for backup, but Sang Hyuk is already several moves ahead. He calmly places his own call, asking a powerful contact if the Goguryeo Guild is one of their subsidiaries, and then casually suggests it would be better to just cut them loose. The cousin scoffs, assuming it's an empty bluff, but his smirk vanishes as his phone explodes with notifications. Breaking news alerts and trending topics flash across his screen, showing the immediate and devastating fallout from Sang Hyuk's single phone call. With his point brutally made, Sang Hyuk rises to leave. He gives them one final, chilling ultimatum: move the graves within the month, or he will personally wipe the entire cemetery off the face of the mountain. As they drive away, Sang Min questions the 10 billion won price tag. Sang Hyuk simply states that it's a cheap price to pay to finally cut the filth of their past out of their lives. The brothers share a laugh, with Sang Min offering to use his own money to develop the land, their bond stronger than ever. The scene shifts to Italy, where the masked monarch and an armored ally stand over a field of freshly slain insectoid monsters. The dungeon clear was just the first step. Sang Hyuk announces it's time to claim the real prize. They approach an ancient stone well, and Sang Hyuk drops a single golden coin into the abyss. His companion expresses doubt that this simple act will yield a rare item, but the masked monarch's confidence is absolute. He knows exactly what lies at the bottom. Meanwhile, in a desolate corner of the world, two players stand before a mysterious well, convinced a single coin will grant them a legendary item. One of them boasts that this jackpot will set them up for life, and they eagerly wait for their prize to emerge from the darkness. Suddenly, a faint light flashes from the depths, but before they can celebrate, a violent explosion erupts from the well, blasting both men off their feet. As the dust settles, a monstrous hand claws its way out of the earth. It was no item but a hulking, horned creature with glowing red eyes, letting out a terrifying growl. They had unleashed a nightmare. Back in Korea, the official opening ceremony for the New Players Association is underway, a formal event filled with influential figures from across the country. All eyes, however, are on one guest in particular, a figure clad in intimidating red armor, standing silently amidst the crowd, drawing hushed murmurs. The new association president, Lee Hyung-seok, approaches and personally thanks the masked monarch for making it all possible. Sang Hyuk confirms that the construction of the town around his castle is proceeding as planned, with the first building set to be completed within a month. But his work is never done. An aide pulls him aside with urgent news. There's a problem with acquiring the land directly in front of his castle. The owner is refusing to sell, even for 10 times the market price. Sang Hyuk's tone turns cold as he demands to know who dares stand in his way. The aide reveals the troublesome owner is none other than the chairman of the Meteor Group, one of the most powerful conglomerates in the country. As if on cue, the chairman's son, Park Ho-sung, appears nearby. Another man then steps forward, introducing himself as Park Tae-hoo, a representative for the Meteor Group. Sang Hyuk now finds himself face to face with the very people obstructing his grand design. Just then, a man in a suit approaches Sang Hyuk, introducing himself as Park Tae-hoo, a representative for the Meteor Group. He gets straight to the point, acknowledging that the monarch is buying the land surrounding his castle, much of which his company owns. But instead of fighting the sale, Tae-hoo makes a shocking offer. He tells Sang Hyuk he'll just give him the land. The monarch is taken aback, but there's a catch. In exchange, he must listen to Tae-hoo's request. The request involves another man in the room, who nervously introduces himself as Park Ho-sung. Sang Hyuk questions him, discovering he's an 18th-year player at a respectable level 187, making him a top-tier player outside of the official rankers. Yet, something about him seems strangely withdrawn. Tae-hoo then explains the real reason for this meeting. Park Ho-sung is his son and the successor to the entire Meteor Group, but he has a critical flaw. He's completely incapable of getting along with other people. For a future corporate leader, it's the worst possible personality trait. After trying everything to fix his son's problem with no success, Tae-hoo is now turning to the masked monarch as a last resort. He begs Sang Hyuk to fix Ho-sung's personality, giving him full permission to use whatever methods he deems necessary to get the job done. Sang Hyuk begins his assessment, asking about Ho-sung's activities in Eternal World. The young heir reveals he was active in the Mado Kingdom, but was never part of a player guild. Instead, he was affiliated with the Flame Tower, a faction composed entirely of native NPCs. He explains that he leveled up by carrying out requests for nobles alongside the other NPC magicians in the tower. When Sang Hyuk asks why he never thought to work with other players, Ho-sung has no answer, his silence confirming his father's deepest fears. Sang Hyuk tells the young magician to stay with the masked mercenaries for the time being, assuring him that they'll take care of whatever he needs. A bit stunned, Park Ho-sung quietly agrees to the arrangement. Later, Sang Hyuk is approached by Luo Xiaoi, the head of the Dark Chamber Guild. She casually asks to buy some land near his new castle, stating the obvious. With the masked monarch setting up shop, the property values are about to explode. She then pivots, mentioning how she heard he'd returned powerful armor to rival guilds and even opened up the Steel Mountain. She questions if the masked monarch has suddenly become generous, but he cuts her off, stating flatly that he didn't do any of it for free. Our hero asks what she really wants. Luo Xiaoi gets to the point. She wants to know about the Castle of Chaos, specifically if he found a chaos chest. Sang Hyuk immediately shuts down the conversation, telling her he has nothing to say on that topic. But Luo Xiaoi came prepared for a negotiation. She changes tactics, offering him some interesting information instead. She reveals that her guild, the Dark Chamber, has a player who possesses the ultra-rare luck stat. She tells the story of this player, Lee Yi-sung, a man who was addicted to gambling both in real life and in Eternal World. After a decade of losing, a dealer gave him a simple but near-impossible quest: win 777 times. After years of trying, he finally succeeded and was rewarded with a unique skill: the Miracle Dice. Luo Xiaoi explains the skill's power. When Lee Yi-sung rolls his 3 special dice, the higher the result, the higher the target's luck stat rises temporarily. She smirks, suggesting such a player could be incredibly useful to someone like the monarch. The pieces click into place for Sang Hyuk. He instantly sees her angle. She wants him to use Lee Yi-sung's skill to boost his luck before opening the chaos chest. Acknowledging his sharp intellect, Luo Xiaoi calls it a tempting offer, leaving the ball in his court. The monarch reveals what he knows about this Lee Yi-sung. The man's miracle dice skill, while potent, has a critical flaw, a one-day cooldown. When questioned, Lee Yi-sung admitted it once took him 27 days just to roll a triple six at a casino. Realizing the skill is far from the instant game-changer Jay implied it was, the monarch silently curses her for the blatant lie. Meanwhile, in Russia's Castle of Chaos, a high-level raid is going disastrously wrong. A guild struggles against a monstrous demon boss, their formation breaking under the onslaught. With their tanks overwhelmed, the raid leader finds himself directly in the path of a fatal blow, screaming in despair as the attack closes in. But the attack never lands. A massive unknown magic spell suddenly erupts, saving the guild from certain annihilation. The members look around, stunned, searching for their mysterious savior. To their utter disbelief, they see him, the quiet newcomer Park Ho-sung, standing alone, having single-handedly turned the tide of the entire battle. The scene then shifts, moving far away to the sprawling Namdong Industrial Center in Incheon, South Korea. Far away, in a ruined industrial wasteland, a lone traveler navigates the wreckage with grim determination. He scales crumbling walls and surveys the destruction, his destination clear in his mind. His path is blocked by grotesque, horned monsters lurking in the ruins. Unfazed, the man pulls out a small pouch, scatters a strange powder into the air, and then walks straight towards the creatures, completely undetected. Finding a secluded spot, he meticulously draws a dark magic circle on the ground. He settles in the center, his focus absolute, preparing to unleash a forbidden power. The man reveals his identity. He is Ahmed Hassan, the Lord of the Deceased. He unleashes a powerful necromantic ritual, commanding the undead to awaken from their eternal slumber. In a surge of dark energy, skeletal hands claw their way out of the earth, an army rising to serve its new master. A sinister smile spreads across Ahmed Hassan's face, his eyes glowing with dark power. He reflects that he's learned a very useful trick from none other than the masked monarch himself. It seems the monarch's rivals are not just watching, they're learning. Meanwhile, at the Steel Mountain Range, another raid is underway, but this one is not going so well. A guild struggles against a massive rock monster, their lines breaking in chaos as it unleashes a devastating area of effect attack, forcing them into a panicked retreat. Meanwhile, during a hectic raid, members of the masked mercenary squad observe the Balhi Guild in action. They note that since their public apology, the guild has changed for the better, fighting for their guild's honor instead of just greedily hunting for items. But the real topic of conversation is the newcomer, Park Ho-sung. Baek Jeong asks about the boy, revealing that his magical power is absolutely insane. He explains that Ho-sung can cast fourth-tier magic spells without needing any of the usual magic buffs to support them. The others are stunned by this revelation. Baek Jeong then delivers his final, shocking assessment. He's certain that Park Ho-sung is even more powerful than the legendary Crimson Witch. At that very moment in the Incheon Industrial Center, where Ho-sung began his ritual, alarms suddenly blare to life. An overflow has been detected, and a recorded message orders all citizens to evacuate immediately. But it's far too late. Before anyone can react, hordes of grotesque monsters swarm the streets, tearing through the panicked crowds. The industrial park descends into a bloodbath, a direct consequence of Ho-sung awakening his dark powers. As chaos reigns in the present, a memory of a different battle surfaces. On the peak of a desolate summit, the masked monarch, clad in his iconic red armor, comes face to face with a formidable opponent in brilliant white armor, an old rival known as the White Knight. Without a word, the two legends clash. The monarch remarks that the White Knight is as reckless as ever, hoping that this time he'll finally drop a legendary item upon defeat. Their duel explodes with blinding light and force, a clash between two of the strongest players from the old world. The scene cuts to a brutal, high-speed duel between two fully armored warriors. One, clad in menacing red armor, clashes relentlessly with a knight in blue, their blades ringing out as bursts of pure energy erupt from every impact. The red warrior unleashes a powerful aura blade, but the blue knight weathers the storm, countering with an attack that shatters the ground itself. As the dust settles, the blue knight stands victorious, coolly remarking that his opponent wasn't bad. But the fight isn't over. The red warrior, identified as the Dragon Emperor, roars and unleashes his ultimate skill, Dragon's Rage. A colossal pillar of energy erupts from his body, tearing through the landscape and rocketing into the sky in a desperate final gambit. The overwhelming power fades, revealing the aftermath. The Dragon Emperor's helmet lies shattered on the ground, his final attack having failed. He can only gasp for breath, utterly defeated. As the victor's own helmet dematerializes, it's revealed to be none other than Park Ho-sung. He's shocked to see the spoils of his battle, a legendary crafting item, the golem's heart. He can't believe his luck, realizing he's just hit the jackpot. Meanwhile, a far more gruesome scene unfolds elsewhere. A monstrous green beast rampages through a city, leaving a trail of death and destruction. News reports confirm the horrifying reality. Another overflow has struck, and over 100 people are already dead. As Sang Hyuk checks the news, he sees the media is already twisting the narrative, trying to pin the blame for the Incheon disaster on his monopolization of dungeons. He instantly recognizes this for what it is, a targeted attack on his reputation. Someone was making a move against the masked monarch. Meanwhile, at Lee Chiao-woo's workshop, the legendary blacksmith and his team are in awe of the golem's heart. They marvel at its high-grade materials and intricate inscribed magic, realizing its potential goes far beyond simple enchanting. This could revolutionize how they create magic gear. But Lee Chiao-woo reveals a much grander ambition. He tells his astonished crew that with this artifact, they can create something far greater than enchanted equipment. They can build an actual living golem. Back at the masked mercenary squad's headquarters, the discussion turns to the Incheon overflow. His subordinates report that the Phoenix Guild, who governs the territory, has done nothing to stop the disaster and has completely cut off all contact, raising immediate suspicions. They are then shown a CCTV photo taken right before the overflow began. It shows a man entering the industrial center, a man who is quickly identified as the notorious necromancer, Ahmed Hassan. Yang Su-chan immediately recognizes him. He tells the monarch that this is the lord of the deceased, his old rival from Egypt's Tower of the Dead in Eternal World, confirming he'd never forget the face of the bastard who gave him so much trouble. With the enemy identified, Sang Hyuk wastes no time. He orders one of his men, Sunset Warrior, to have Jay's Black Market investigate the Phoenix Guild's involvement. He then commands Baekhyun to mobilize the masked army and personally clean up the mess in Incheon, grimly stating that someone is trying to screw with them. With his orders given, the masked monarch set off. He touched down at Cairo International Airport in Egypt, only to be greeted by a massive crowd of reporters and fans. Even Sang Hyuk was a little taken aback by his own global popularity. Meanwhile, his allies back in Korea were discussing the new threat. One of them noted that the magician Park Ho-sung might possess power that surpasses even the infamous Crimson Witch. On the way, one of Sang Hyuk's companions, an undead subordinate, questioned why he'd brought along another man for this mission. The man shot back that he knew Ahmed Hassan's weaknesses better than anyone. He claimed he only lost to the necromancer in Eternal World because of a level disparity, insisting that in a pure battle of skill, he would have easily won. Sang Hyuk simply told him not to lose this time. They didn't have to search for long. A well-dressed man approached them, revealing himself to be none other than Ahmed Hassan. The lord of the deceased greeted the masked monarch with a smile, feigning pleasant surprise, and saying he would have prepared a grander welcome if he'd known his rival was coming. Hassan led them to his opulent palace, a display of immense wealth. He commented that Sang Hayek must have saved up a lot of money, but our hero coolly replied that he earned it all through his own efforts. Done with the pleasantries, Sang Hayek got straight to the point, stating that Hassan must have a reason for meeting them personally. Without missing a beat, Hassan declared that the overflow incident in South Korea had nothing to do with him. But Sang Hayek just smiled, reminding him of the saying, "A guilty conscience needs no accuser." When confronted with photographic evidence, Hassan scoffed, refusing to admit to anything based on a vague picture. Seeing that the necromancer planned to deny it to the very end, Sang Hayek realized that words were no longer necessary. Some people only learn the hard way. Sang Hayek decided it couldn't be helped and unleashed his immense power. As his aura flared to life, a terrified Ahmed Hassan could only watch as the masked monarch prepared to get the truth by force. Clad in his iconic red armor, Sang Hayek looms over the terrified necromancer, his power radiating in waves. He issues a chilling ultimatum: tell him the truth, or he won't just destroy the Tower of the Dead, he'll put the entirety of Egypt in danger. Faced with absolute annihilation, Ahmed Hassan breaks instantly. He frantically confesses he was only following a request and didn't plan for things to escalate this far. Sang Hayek cuts through the excuses, demanding only one thing: the name of the person who hired him. Hassan reveals the mastermind is someone Sang Hayek knows all too well. The name he gives sends ripples through the world of top rankers. The Templar, Michael Buren, one of the most powerful and influential guild leaders on the planet. Hassan confirms that Buren supplied him with mana ores to trigger the overflow, but pathetically tries to play the victim, claiming he wouldn't have accepted if he knew people would die. Sang Hayek has heard enough of these weak excuses and lunges forward, silencing him. As Hassan's guards rush to his aid, they foolishly demand to know where Sang Hayek's manners are. Our hero scoffs, coldly informing them that manners are for human beings, not for beasts who would sacrifice innocent lives for their own gain. Now truly desperate, Hassan grovels, promising a public apology and full compensation for the victims. But Sang Hayek is unmoved, telling him that's the bare minimum, not a penance. Forgiveness, he warns, is not so easily earned. Just then, one of Hassan's men runs in, screaming in panic. A brand new, high-level overflow has just erupted right there in Egypt, at the tomb of an unknown king. Hassan's own backyard is now on fire. The horrifying realization dawns on Hassan's face as he stares at the masked monarch. This was all part of the plan. Sang Hayek coldly tells him that if you do something wrong, you must be prepared for the consequences, leaving the necromancer to deal with the chaos he himself engineered. As if on cue, the ground trembles and the tomb of an unknown king erupts into a full-blown overflow. From the depths, an army of skeletal warriors rises, swarming the area. Ahmed Hassan's forces, the defenders of the tomb, are immediately overwhelmed. They cry out that their families will be in danger if they fail, but the sheer number of monsters spawning from the rift is too much to handle. Panicked, Hassan confronts Sang Hayek, screaming that this has gone too far. He accuses the masked monarch of indiscriminately slaughtering innocent people. But Sang Hayek calmly turns the accusation right back on him, asking why Hassan was willing to sacrifice innocent lives for the overflow in Incheon. Cornered and desperate, Hassan begs for Sang Hayek to overlook the incident, promising to do anything he wants. Sang Hayek presents his price. The Tower of the Dead must become a sub-guild of the masked castle. Only then will he consider it. As his men are slaughtered in the background, Hassan grits his teeth. With no other choice, he agrees to Sang Hayek's terms. He will submit. A smirk plays on the monarch's lips. He tells Hassan he made the right choice, then turns to Yang Su-chan, declaring that the wait is over. It's time to get started. With a gleeful cry, Yang Su-chan unleashes his own undead legion. The controller of the undead tells his kids it's time to play, and his powerful forces crash into the monsters from the overflow, ready to clean house. As Yang Su-chan's Legion of Death swarms the tomb's guardians, Ahmed Hassan watches in utter disbelief. He can't comprehend how the necromancer is summoning undead without any magic circles, wondering if this is even the same man he once knew. While the undead armies clash in a storm of bone and steel, Park Ho-sung unleashes his own magic, bathing the battlefield in crimson light. But just as he's casting, a massive explosion erupts right next to him, a deliberate attack from the masked monarch. Sang Hyuk looks on, merely commenting that it wasn't bad. Park Ho-sung whirls around, furious, yelling that the bastard almost hit him. Unfazed, Sang Hyuk tosses him a wooden stick. He explains it's a unique wand that will exponentially boost his magic, a tool perfectly suited for someone of his level. When Park Ho-sung hesitates, Sang Hyuk tells him to just take it, calling it a welcome gift for officially joining the masked army. The young magician is left speechless. With the new alliance solidified, even Ahmed Hassan gets into the spirit, gleefully sending his own undead into the fray. But the battle suddenly shifts. The tomb's guardians halt in confusion as the very ground begins to tremble, all eyes turning to Park Ho-sung, who is channeling an immense power. Gripping his new wand, Park Ho-sung unleashes hell. First, a massive red explosion he calls Mass Undead incinerates a huge wave of enemies. Before the dust even settles, he follows it up with a second grand spell, Lightning Field, flooding the entire chamber with crackling blue electricity. Friend and foe alike are stunned into silence. They can only stare in awe, wondering who this kid is that can simultaneously cast two high-level spells back-to-back. The power on display is simply monstrous. While Hassan and his men were still reeling from the overwhelming display of power, the masked monarch's influence was already spreading across the globe. Elsewhere, the leader of another guild was forced to explain a harsh reality to his members. They would submit and become a sub-guild under the masked monarch, or they would be wiped out entirely. He argued that the entire world now revolved around Sang Hyuk. By aligning with him, they could achieve things that were once impossible. This wasn't just survival, it was an opportunity. Back in Egypt, Sang Hyuk's team pushed deeper into the tomb, the remnants of fallen guardians littering their path. They finally arrived before a massive, golden door leading to the dungeon's heart. Inside the final chamber, they found themselves on the highest floor, facing not one but three terrifying bosses, the Forgotten Kings. Yang Su-chan tried to play it cool, boasting that this fight would be too easy. But Park Ho-sung saw right through the bravado, pointing out that the necromancer looked genuinely worried, forcing him to admit it was true. Sang Hyuk asked Park Ho-sung if he'd cleared this place before. He had, and he shared the dungeon's deadly secret. They had to kill the elite mob surrounding the boss as fast as possible, or the main boss would respawn indefinitely. Worse, the moment an elite's health dropped below 50%, the Forgotten King would unleash Mind Decay, an instant kill ability. One wrong move and it would be over. With no time to waste, Sang Hyuk activated a buff item and gave the order. He told them to finish this fast, and the final battle for the tomb erupted in a chaotic storm of magic and steel. With the plan set, the battle ignites instantly. Ice Flower moves first, calling down a massive bolt of lightning that vaporizes one of the elite guards on the spot. She doesn't stop there, immediately erecting a massive firewall that incinerates another wave of skeletal soldiers trying to swarm her. The Forgotten King retaliates, unleashing a spell called Dark Swarm. But before it can even take effect, Park Ho-sung steps forward and casually dispels it with a powerful anti-magic barrier. He follows up with his own attack, a devastating lightning field that engulfs the remaining guards, their screams echoing through the chamber as they're torn apart by raw energy. Enraged by their power, the Forgotten King rises from his throne, declaring that the inferior beings have come as far as they will get. He unleashes his trump card, the Mind Decay skill. The area is flooded with a corrupting aura, causing the party members to cry out in pain and confusion as the mental attack takes hold. Sang Hyuk braces against the effect, his gaze fixed forward. But amidst the chaos, Ice Flower cries out Park Ho-sung's name in alarm, seeing him falter under the immense pressure. One of the surviving royal guards lunges at the vulnerable magician, but in a flash of crimson armor, Yoon Sang-hyuk appears, effortlessly intercepting the killing blow. Without even looking back, Sang-hyuk turns his attention to the true boss. He tells Park Ho-sung that this is the perfect opportunity for him to stop holding back and finally go wild. One of Sang-hyuk's warriors charged forward, but the Forgotten King merely scoffed, demanding they show some respect. The ancient ruler retaliated with a blast of energy, striking Ice Flower and sending her reeling. Refusing to stay down, Ice Flower gathered her magic and unleashed a colossal spell, summoning a roaring, fiery elemental from the very ground beneath them. The Forgotten King was unimpressed. He called her attacks futile and ensnared her in a dark binding spell, vowing to seal her soul in an eternal prison. Trapped by the swirling dark tendrils, Ice Flower struggled against the soul-crushing magic with everything she had. Suddenly, a new voice invoked a powerful skill, Heaven's Judgment. A blinding pillar of light descended, utterly annihilating the Forgotten King and shattering the tomb itself in a massive explosion. But in the eerie silence, a blue light began to glow amidst the rubble. The boss wasn't finished. Its shattered bones began to knit back together, reforming its skeletal body. The relentless fight was taking its toll, leaving the party members exhausted and gasping for breath. Then another figure appeared through the dust, someone clad in unfamiliar, full-body red armor, their eyes glowing with an intense blue light. Staring in shock, Park Ho-sung demanded to know just who this mysterious newcomer was. At that moment, Sang Hyuk's friend, Kim Cheol-young, was lost in a memory from his childhood. He recalled a time he'd accidentally hurt another boy. While the other child's mother angrily demanded an apology, the boy himself was kind, saying it wasn't on purpose, which prompted his mother to apologize for her harshness. As he lay unconscious, Ho-sung is dragged back into the nightmares that haunt him. He relives fragmented memories of his childhood, where his family's power warped every interaction. Even in school, teachers would berate other students for making noise, not to maintain order, but for fear of waking the sleeping Ho-sung. The dream shifts to the most painful memory of all, a girl he cared for suddenly breaking up with him, terrified after discovering he was the heir to the meteor group. This is followed by a flood of insincere apologies from everyone who ever slighted him, all begging for forgiveness once his identity was known. He finally wakes up screaming, crying out that he was the one at fault, so why was everyone else apologizing to him? Standing over his bed is Yoon Sang-hyuk. He calmly observes that it must have been an unpleasant dream and asks Ho-sung if he has some time to talk. Outside, under the quiet night sky, Ho-sung finally opens up. He admits that being born rich isn't a guarantee of happiness, and reveals this is why he hid his identity in Eternal World. He explains that whenever people learn who he is, they eventually leave him, and he couldn't bear to experience that pain again, preferring the company of NPCs who knew nothing of his cursed background. In a stunning act of trust, Sang-hyuk removes his helmet, revealing his face to the shocked magician. Recognizing the masked monarch, Ho-sung listens as our hero confesses he was once lonely too, though for different reasons. Sang Hayek tells him that during his hardest times, the ones who saved him were the people who sincerely believed in him, not his title or his power. Ho-sung wonders aloud if he'll ever find people who truly believe in him. Sang Hayek immediately steps up, telling him to lean on him whenever things get tough. This isn't the masked monarch speaking, he clarifies, but Yoon Sang Hayek, offering to be the big brother Ho-sung never had. The heartfelt promise moves the young magician to tears, forging a bond of unshakable loyalty. As the two sit in silence, looking out over the city, Ho-sung's quiet, "Thank you" says everything that needs to be said. Later, as the group prepares to leave, Ahmed Hassan approaches to offer his thanks. But Sang Hayek cuts him off cold, stating that he still hasn't forgiven him for his past actions. He then drops a bombshell, telling Hassan he'll see him in South Korea soon. Hassan begins to panic, but before he can get an answer, Yang Soo-chan steps forward. He issues a formal challenge, demanding a match against Hassan to decide, once and for all, who is the true king of necromancers. But the epic duel never happens. Hassan surprisingly concedes defeat before it even begins, admitting that Yang Soo-chan's ability to summon high-ranking undead without a magic circle is far beyond his own. He graciously hands over the title of Necromaster for now, promising to train and challenge him properly one day, leaving Yang Soo-chan utterly stunned by the anticlimactic victory. Seeing the matter settled, Sang Hayek tells Yang Soo-chan to stop wasting time. He brushes off the necromancer's protests about wanting a real fight and drags him towards their ride, telling him it's time to go. Meanwhile in Kyushu, Japan, a man relaxes in an outdoor hot spring. This is Park Tae-sung, the master of the Phoenix Guild. An associate joins him, asking if his business concerning the masked monarch in Incheon is complete. Park Tae-sung is unconcerned, confidently stating that the masked monarch will never be able to locate their current position. His companion is then revealed to be Mizuya Junichi, the Red-Eye Reaper and second-in-command of the Ghost Blade Guild. A dangerous new alliance is forming in the shadows. But back at the monarch's headquarters, his subordinates are already reporting on that very same guild. They inform Sang Hayek that the Phoenix Guild is neglecting their duties and refusing all contact. While his team tracks their movements, suspecting they've fled the country, our hero listens intently. The monarch's net was already closing in. The monarch assigns a woman named Yan to handle the situation in Japan. But before he can discuss his next move, he's interrupted by an ecstatic shout. A man covered in talismans, a specialist in probability, finally hits the lucky 7 he's been aiming for, much to the monarch's surprise. His success means it's time to open the legendary Chest of Chaos. The specialist nervously asks about his promised reward, but the monarch simply tells him to stop worrying and open it. Trusting the world's strongest player, the man agrees and prepares to unlock the chest. With a careful touch, he presses the gem on the lock. A blinding flash erupts from the chest, revealing not gold or jewels, but a single, ancient-looking book resting inside. The specialist, a man named Lee Yi-sung, anxiously asks if the item is any good. The monarch confirms it's very good, admitting he'd underestimated Yi-sung's skills and that his reward might now be $1 million. He had just secured a legendary recipe for a golem from an ancient magic kingdom. Meanwhile, on the other side of the world, it's a peaceful day on the north coast of Edinburgh, England. Families and tourists enjoy the sun and sand, completely unaware of the disaster about to strike. Suddenly, the ground begins to tremble violently. Confusion quickly turns to terror as a colossal, reptilian monster erupts from the earth, casting a shadow of death over the beach. The idyllic day descends into pure chaos as screams fill the air. As the monarch absorbed the knowledge of golem creation, a world away, something massive and monstrous crashed down from the sky, heralding chaos for the unsuspecting people below. Sometime later, Yoon Sang-hyuk and his brother Sang-min were walking together. Sang-min was still in awe, asking if creating a golem was even possible. Sang-hyuk admitted he wasn't sure but had faith in his people, adding that Lee Yi-sung was incredibly impressive for rolling the lucky dice, and was probably still rolling them now just for fun. They toured the magnificent city Sang-hyuk had constructed within his subspace. Sang-min remarked that the landscaping was almost complete and asked his brother how it felt to have created such a place. Sang-hyuk replied humbly, stating he didn't build it for himself, but so that everyone could enjoy it. The conversation then turned to their parents' gravesite. Sang-min had heard his brother acquired all the surrounding land, but Sang-hyuk revealed he'd done much more. He'd constructed a massive dam and installed traps to keep anyone from ever disturbing them, sparing no expense to build the beautiful garden their mother always wanted. Changing the subject, Sang-min mentioned he'd recently contacted their old friend, Kim Cheol-young. He told Sang-hyuk that Cheol-young was still working at a construction site and seemed to be having a hard time supporting his family. The name sent Sang-hyuk back in time. He remembered Kim Cheol-young as the one friend who was always there for him during his toughest days. In fact, Cheol-young was the one who got him addicted to Eternal World in the first place. But their paths diverged when Cheol-young's girlfriend got pregnant, forcing him to quit the game and face reality. Sang-min eagerly suggested they call him Right Now, an idea that seemed to catch Sang-hyuk completely off guard. Following his brother's advice, Sang-hyuk went to find his old friend. He peeked into a dimly lit establishment, only to be immediately called out by a man with blonde hair. The man greeted him by his full name, making it clear this wasn't just a friendly reunion. Meanwhile, in another place entirely, the very man they were looking for, Kim Cheol-young, was kneeling solemnly before an altar, clearly caught up in his own serious trouble. The meeting with his old friend brings back a flood of memories. Sang-hyuk recalls a time when Cheol-young was inconsolable, weeping and apologizing that he couldn't share Sang-hyuk's pain. Even then, Sang-hyuk had simply told him that being there was enough, privately cherishing their bond. Their friendship was forged in moments of shared hardship. Back in the present, the two share a drink. Sang-hyuk mentions hearing from his brother, Sang-min, that Cheol-young was working in construction. Cheol-young laughs it off as simple manual labor, but his face lights up with pride as he shows Sang-hyuk a picture of his daughter. He calls her his princess, explaining she's the only reason he keeps going. Sang-hyuk remembers another time, when he'd used money from selling items to buy Cheol-young a pair of expensive shoes for a job interview. Cheol-young, stubborn as ever, had tried to refuse the gift, telling Sang-hyuk to return them. But Sang-hyuk had called out his friend's pride, jokingly demanding he pay him back double once he landed the job. Pulled back to the present, Sang-hyuk suddenly apologizes for not contacting him sooner. Cheol-young insists their friendship is stronger than that, but then confesses his own truth. He admits that after the players returned and became celebrities, he was too worried to call, afraid Sang-hyuk would think he was just another person looking for a handout from the famous masked monarch. But before Sang-hyuk can explain, Cheol-young cuts him off, telling him not to say another word. He insists he'll be fine without any help, his pride wounded by what he perceives as pity from his successful friend. Taking a shot of soju, Cheol-young declares that Sang-hyuk is his friend because of who he is, not because of how much money he makes. Their bond runs deeper than wealth. To prove his point, Cheol-young grabs the bill, insisting he'll pay for everything. As they leave the restaurant, Sang-hyuk can only laugh at his friend's stubbornness. Later that night, a very drunk Cheol-young stumbles through the streets, loudly proclaiming that he's Demon High's Kim Cheol-young and that he's lived a life he can be proud of. Sang-hyuk struggles to quiet him down and hails a taxi to get him home safely. Inside the cab, while dealing with his passed-out friend, Sang Hyuk's phone buzzes with a call from Queen Lilith. He ignores it, his focus entirely on his friend in need. But our hero already knew the truth behind Cheol-young's bravado. He remembered visiting his friend's home not long ago, seeing the family photos and the strain on their faces. During that visit, he had spoken with Cheol-young's wife. After apologizing for his long absence, he'd asked about Cheol-young's mother, only to learn the grim news. She was in the hospital. She had explained it wasn't a critical illness, but the sudden hospitalization and the mounting medical fees were crushing her husband under a mountain of worry. Seeing the family's pain, Sang Hyuk had told her that Cheol-young was like a brother to him, and he wanted to help in any way he could, surprising her with his earnest offer. Cheol-young's wife knew her husband's immense pride would never let him accept charity, but Sang Hyuk agreed, adding that standing by and doing nothing while a friend suffers is not what a true friend does. He had a plan. He told her he would take care of everything himself, asking only that she hear him out and trust him. For a friend in need, the masked monarch moves in the shadows. The next morning, Cheol-young wakes up with a splitting headache, wondering how much he drank. He's immediately confronted by the stern glare of his waiting wife. His young daughter reminds him he broke his promise to drink less, and under his wife's furious gaze, he can only apologize. She then tells him to hurry up and get ready, because they have somewhere important to go. Kim Cheol-young brings his family to a stunning, unfamiliar town. His daughter is amazed by the place she calls the Castle of Masks, but his wife is full of questions. Cheol-young has no answers himself, simply telling her to wait for someone to arrive. Their guide appears, a man with horns who confirms Cheol-young's identity and beckons them forward. While his wife is alarmed by the strange sight, Cheol-young insists they follow. They are led through a village straight out of a fairy tale, leaving the family completely awestruck, and waiting for them at the end of the path is none other than Yoon Sang-hyuk. Stunned, the first thing Cheol-young can think to ask is if his friend is sober. Sang-hyuk leads them into a luxurious mansion, explaining that he prepared it quickly and they can move in immediately. But before his family can get settled, Cheol-young pulls him aside, demanding to know what this is all about. Sang-hyuk sends Cheol-young's wife and daughter off to see the garden, giving the two friends a moment alone. The door closes, and Cheol-young immediately accuses Sang-hyuk of pitying him. But Sang-hyuk's reply shatters his friend's pride. He asks if Cheol-young wouldn't do the same for him if their situations were reversed. He then states plainly that Cheol-young is his only true friend, and this is the least he could do. The weight of his words leaves Cheol-young completely stunned and silent. Cheol-young insists it's too much, that he could never hope to repay such an impossible debt. But Sang-hyuk just smiles, telling his friend to simply pay him back by working hard, and not to worry. He'll use any means necessary to get his money back. Crushed, Cheol-young cries out that he'll die of old age before he could ever pay off such a sum. That's when Sang-hyuk makes a concrete offer. Start at the Dusk Workshop tomorrow. He assures him that the legendary blacksmith, Lee Cheol-woo, would approve and casually mentions the starting salary is a staggering 100 million won. Cheol-young is floored, asking in disbelief why a place like that would ever hire someone like him. Sang-hyuk calmly states that he can do anything for his friend. He's already thought of everything, a nearby daycare for his daughter, and even a plan to help his wife start the clothing business she always wanted. The sheer weight of this life-altering kindness is too much. Cheol-young cries out that this makes him feel unbearably guilty before breaking down completely, sobbing into his hands. But the masked monarch remains firm. He tells his oldest friend there's no need to feel sorry, because over the years, Cheol-young has done far more for him than he could ever repay. This was simply returning a fraction of the favor. Meanwhile, across the sea in Kyushu, Japan, a bloody scene unfolds. Inside a traditional building, bodies litter the floor, the victims of a brutal massacre. One survivor barely clings to life, his face a mask of blood and pain. A woman in a sharp suit stands over the carnage, her expression cold and unreadable. She turns her piercing gaze on the last two men standing. One of the men desperately warns his companion, Taesung Park, to just cooperate and follow her. The woman walks past them, coolly stating that it's been a while, and addresses the other man by name, Jan Kurihara. Elsewhere in a dark, Gothic fortress, a knight in imposing red armor patrols a stone corridor, his eyes glowing with an eerie blue light. He confronts a group of prisoners, demanding to know which one of them is Park Taesung of the Phoenix Guild. Through the bars of a cell, the knight grills him, asking if his lust for a mana stone was worth all the lives that were lost. He presses harder, demanding to know if he understands how many people died because of his greed. Crushed by the weight of his actions, Park Taesung collapses to his knees, screaming that he's sorry. The Phoenix Guild leader cries that he made a monumental mistake, but the monarch is unmoved. Sang Hyuk tells the man not to worry, he won't be killed. Instead, he has a punishment in mind far, far worse than death, causing the leader's face to drain of all color. The scene shifts to a tense meeting with a high-ranking Japanese official, who immediately tries to distance himself from the recent incident. He admits that Michael Buren from the American Guild approached him, but swears he rejected the offer. The monarch isn't buying it, demanding to know how Buren learned about the forced overflow. The official quickly throws another man under the bus, Junichi Mizuya. He accuses Mizuya of leaking the information and even sheltering the Phoenix Guild members, claiming he only found out after it was all over. Sang Hyuk presses further, asking why he kept this secret. The man weakly admits he hoped to cover it up. Having heard enough, the monarch issues a new directive. A conflict with England is on the horizon, and he orders the official to ensure Japan fights against them. He leaves with a final, chilling threat that if this happens again, it won't end with just words. Back at the Dusk Workshop, the legendary blacksmith Lee Chiao-woo is hard at work on a secret project. He notes that progress seems fast only because he's finished the exterior of a gauntlet. The truly complex work is just beginning. He marvels at the new alloy Sang Hyuk provided, confirming its strength is triple that of radium, and reminds his colleague that the monarch has ordered this kept under wraps. Meanwhile, in London, England, a storm is brewing. Inside a secure meeting room, the nation's top officials and guild leaders gather around a table. The air is thick with tension as they prepare for the inevitable conflict. Meanwhile, in London, the highest echelons of the British government convene an emergency meeting. Crown Prince James calls the session to order as the Secretary of Defense, Den Brown, reveals dire news. 3 days ago, a Tartarus, a colossal monster known as the Moving Castle, appeared on the coast of Edinburgh. Prime Minister Hugh Gland immediately questions the threat level, but the answer is deferred to an expert they've brought in for this very crisis. Michael Buren, the powerful leader of the Cathedral Knights. Buren addresses the room with grim authority, explaining that this Tartarus is no ordinary monster. It was a creature so powerful that even the strongest players back in Eternal World could not defeat it. Skeptical, one of the ministers asks if that includes the legendary masked monarch. After a heavy silence, Buren confirms their worst fears. Yes, even the monarch was powerless against it. Another official, confused, points out that reports indicate the monster isn't showing any direct aggression. But Buren quickly clarifies the true nature of the threat. The Tartarus is a 2-kilometer-long colossus that never stops moving, and its danger isn't hostility. It's the fact that it will simply crush everything in its path. He points to a map, showing its devastating trajectory. It started in Edinburgh and is now marching south. At its current pace, Buren warns, it will reach London in just 2 weeks. The Crown Prince demands to know if there's a solution. Buren's answer is a paradox, Only the masked monarch can handle this. A minister immediately calls him out, reminding him he just said the monarch couldn't defeat it. Buren calmly agrees that this is correct. But he reveals the critical piece of his plan. While the monarch cannot destroy the Tartarus, he is the only one with the power to change its course. He has engineered a national crisis that only his rival can solve. Later in his car, Michael Buren's calm demeanor shatters. He slams his fist against the steering wheel, cursing his luck. As it turns out, he wasn't the one who summoned the Tartarus. The monster appearing in his own country was a complete, disastrous coincidence that has thrown his entire scheme into chaos. Far from the political turmoil, Sang Hayek enjoys a rare moment of peace. Lilith, beaming with pride, has cooked for him. He takes a bite and is shocked. It's delicious. She lights up with relief, explaining she followed a recipe from a famous TV chef. Back at Sang Hayek's home, Lilith is fully embracing her new life, excitedly watching TV while our hero eats. She tells him how many interesting things there are to watch, and he wryly comments that it's better than her doing nothing all day. Suddenly, her tone changes as she urges him to look at the news. A special report is breaking. Sang Hayek glances over, initially unconcerned, but his expression immediately shifts to one of shock and understanding. The broadcast announces the appearance of a Tartarus in Edinburgh, England. Lilith asks if it's a big deal, her eyes glowing with demonic energy. But Sang Hayek already knows. With a grim certainty, he realizes this is the next phase of Michael Buren's grand scheme. Meanwhile, the American Guild leader, Richard Paulson, receives a message from Buren. His subordinate confirms that the English government is officially requesting his assistance with the Tartarus. Richard scoffs, remarking on their nerve to ask for help after the recent Incheon incident. His aide pushes back, stressing that this is a far more serious matter. The entire nation of England is in peril. But a few cities being destroyed isn't enough to move Richard Paulson. He coldly reasons that the Tartarus is a slow-moving monster, meaning the population has likely already been evacuated. Just then, his aide's phone rings with an incoming call directly from Michael Buren. It was clear their situation was far more desperate than Richard had assumed. The scene shifts to a secure location in Korea, where the masked monarch sits waiting. Michael Buren himself has traveled all the way from England to meet him in person. Sang Hayek dryly notes that for Buren to come groveling like this, the situation must be truly catastrophic. Buren begins to offer a weak apology for Incheon, but the monarch cuts him off, telling him to save the excuses. Buren's men quickly set up a secure communication line, handing the monarch a real-time translation earpiece. A hologram flickers to life, revealing the Prime Minister of England, Hugh Gland. The Prime Minister wastes no time, explaining their dire predicament and formally requesting the masked monarch's assistance. He makes a desperate offer. If Sang Hayek saves them, England will give him anything he desires. The monarch leans back, amused by the blank check offer. He tells the Prime Minister that's a bold promise to make without even hearing the price, to which the man can only repeat that their desperation knows no bounds. Acknowledging that even for him, redirecting a Tartarus is no simple feat, Sang Hayek lets the tension build. Then, he names his price, 50% of the shares in England's Mana stone mine. Standing beside him, Michael Buren's face twists in utter shock. This was not part of his plan. The monarch's demand was beyond anything he could have possibly anticipated. The Prime Minister protests, calling 50% of the Mana stone mine an outrageous demand. But the monarch isn't negotiating. He coldly states that if the price is too high, then there's nothing more to discuss. Panic sets in on the other side. After a tense silence, the Prime Minister caves, agreeing to the deal. With the agreement made, Sang Hayek tells him they'll meet soon, leaving Michael Buren to stew in his failure. Aboard a private jet en route to the crisis, Sang Hayek and his team discuss their strategy. They debate redirecting the Tartarus towards America and whether it could travel underwater. When asked if he's explored the ancient abyss dungeon on the monster's back, Sang Hayek reveals that back in the game, his level was too low to gain entry. But he adds with confidence that this time, he just might be able to get in. On the ground, the earth trembles with the monster's approach. News crews wait anxiously until a helicopter descends from the sky. The doors open, and to the world's media, the masked monarch makes his grand entrance. He steps onto the battlefield without a moment's hesitation. After a brief glance at the colossal beast, he remarks on its massive size. In a flash of light visible to all the flashing cameras, he summons his weapon and launches himself forward, a blur of motion against the Titan. But a frontal assault isn't his only plan. Activating an old favorite item, the perforation wings, Sang Hayek takes flight. He admits it's been a while since he used them, but now, soaring above the battlefield, he's ready to face the monster on his own terms. The entrance to the ancient abyss opens, revealing a monstrous, swirling gatekeeper. Without a moment's hesitation, Sang Hayek declares he'll start things off with a bang, unleashing a powerful opening strike directly at the beast. Inside the dungeon, the true fight begins. The monarch, his blade glowing with immense power, clashes with a gargantuan creature guarding the path, its roar echoing through the abyss. Sang Hayek weaves through the monster's attacks, but the Guardian is far from a pushover. It lands a crushing hit, sending our hero careening through the air, completely overwhelmed by the raw force of the blow. Before he can even recover, a second opponent appears, a swift, purple-armored warrior that assaults him with a blindingly fast barrage of attacks, giving him no room to breathe. But being cornered is when the monarch is most dangerous. He gathers his energy, his sword glowing with crimson power, and unleashes a devastating counterattack that erupts in a massive explosion, lighting up the entire dungeon. Far below, the officials sent by the Prime Minister watch the spectacle with dread. They see the Tartarus shaking from the force of the battle, and one voices the fear they all share, questioning if even the legendary masked monarch can pull off a mission this impossible. On the ground, Michael Buren calmly updated the Prime Minister. The Tartarus's course had already been shifted by 12 degrees, with only 15 more to go. He assured the nervous officials that as long as the masked monarch didn't give up, their success was guaranteed. But Sang Hayek wasn't just pushing a giant turtle. He was simultaneously clearing the dungeon on its back. Inside the ancient abyss, he battled waves of grotesque monsters, unleashing a furious barrage of skills like lighting spear and aura blade to carve a path through the unending swarm. The dungeon itself seemed to fight back, with new horrors clawing their way out of the very ground he stood on. But it was no use. The monarch was a force of nature. Suddenly, the officials erupted in cheers. He had done it. The Tartarus was successfully diverted, its trajectory perfectly aligned with their planned safe zone. The crisis was over. Just as Sang Hayek prepared to wrap things up, an ominous presence washed over the area. He immediately recognized the energy and cursed. Of all the people who could have shown up, it was the one person he truly wanted to avoid. A warrior in brilliant red armor descended, roaring with power. This was the holy sword Aidha. He declared that he was no longer the man Sang Hayek once knew. He had grown far stronger, and he was here to prove it. Screaming about how much stronger he's become, the god of war, Aidha, lunges forward with his holy sword. But he's instantly shredded by a flurry of violent, purple slashes before he can even land a hit. Aidha's armor shatters as he's blasted out of the sky. As the light fades, Sang Hayek emerges, now sporting a pair of massive, demonic wings, a power he's kept hidden until now. Looking down at the pathetic display, Sang Hayek simply wonders aloud if that could even be called a success. For the masked monarch, a so-called god was nothing more than a minor pest. With the distraction handled, he turns his attention back to the true prize, the colossal Tartarus, still making its slow journey across the sky. He calculates that it will reach the ocean in just 2 days, meaning he has a very short window to conquer the dungeon on its back, the ancient abyss, a place he was too low-level to even attempt in the game. Without a moment's hesitation, he lands and approaches the imposing castle that serves as the dungeon's gate. He finds the path is clear and steps inside. The grand halls are eerily silent and decaying, a stark contrast to the chaos outside. Sang Hyuk moves through the abandoned rooms, his senses on high alert. He stops in a dark storeroom and calls out into the shadows, telling the hidden figure that he knew they were there all along. Inside the ancient abyss, Sang Hyuk is immediately ambushed by shadowy monsters. He mocks their pathetic attempt at hiding, asking why they bothered if they were just going to attack so brazenly, before effortlessly cutting them all down in a flash of brilliant light. Standing amidst the dissipating shadows, he checks his status and is genuinely shocked. At his astronomical level, a single one of those creatures granted him 0.01% experience. The potential for growth in this dungeon is beyond anything he could have imagined. Realizing he needs backup, our hero summons Lilith. He asks if she can teleport to a moving location, but she explains it's not currently possible. Her long-distance travel relies on two methods: using dreams as a medium or teleporting directly to the location of a person whose face she has seen. This gives Sang Hyuk an idea. He could bring in his allies, starting with the butcher. But then he remembers a critical detail. He himself couldn't enter this place when he was level 270. A more urgent problem looms. The Tartarus is set to submerge in just 2 days, and if the dungeon goes underwater, it will be a disaster. 2 days of relentless grinding later, Sang Hyuk has made incredible gains. His experience has jumped by a staggering 1.32%, and he's acquired several powerful unique items. This place is a treasure trove he wishes he could farm for an entire year. But his time has run out. He feels the shift as the colossal Tartarus finally begins to submerge beneath the waves. The ancient abyss and the castle that holds it is sinking into the ocean. The hunt is over. While the monarch navigated the abyss, other powers were making their move. In a forgotten, torchlit ruin, a mysterious warrior in crimson armor declared it was time to begin, immediately launching into a fierce battle against a monstrous foe. Out on the open ocean, sailors could only watch in terror as the colossal shadow of the Tartarus passed beneath them. The sheer scale of the redirected beast was enough to paralyze anyone who witnessed it. Having dispatched his enemy, the Crimson Warrior arrived before a massive castle, only to find it protected by an invisible barrier. This wasn't a problem, however, as he noted with satisfaction that this development actually solved one of his issues. And back in the safety of the monarch's apartment, Lilith was fully immersed in the wonders of human television. She watched intently as a singer named Jisoo Lim won a competition, finding the spectacle utterly fascinating. The Queen of Succubi was clearly adapting to her new, mundane life. With the dungeon entrance submerged, Sang Hyuk connects with Lilith, who immediately puts him through to the butcher. Surprised by the sudden call, Baek Jeong listens as the monarch explains the situation and asks for a favor from the masked mercenaries. After hearing the full story, the butcher gladly accepts the request. Once his 2 mercenaries arrived, they took up residence in the ancient abyss to protect it. Feeling guilty for having them help, Sang Hyuk first constructed a proper assembly building for them, then added multiple convenience facilities, even installing a fridge and a heater using magical circuits. But his men's demands didn't stop there. Since none of their requests were difficult, he ended up fulfilling every single one of them, until what was once a grim dungeon entrance had been transformed into the perfect, private resting area. With his allies guarding the way, the monarch was free to hunt. He descended into the abyss, carving his way through the endless hordes of specters, their screams echoing through the ancient corridors as he relentlessly cleared the dungeon's first floor. 3 months fly by. Sang Hayek has grown completely accustomed to fighting the specters, and the experience points are flowing in faster than ever. He realizes he can gain a huge amount just on the first floor alone, deciding to postpone his ascent to the second floor until after his next level up. The dark-armored knight is a horrifying spectacle, its chest splitting open to unleash a torrent of dark, smoky tendrils. With burning red eyes, it glares at Sang Hayek, ready for battle. The monarch doesn't waste a second, immediately lunging forward. Steel screams against steel as the two warriors collide in a blinding flash of light, their brutal exchange shaking the very foundations of the dungeon floor. With a smirk, Sang Hayek mockingly asks if this is truly the boss of the first floor. As their blades lock once more, however, a flicker of confusion crosses his face. Something about this opponent feels wrong. Meanwhile, far away from the abyss, another group gathers in a grand hall for a momentous occasion. Nerves are frayed as they bicker amongst themselves, with one woman scolding a man for drinking, and even a skeleton warrior yelling at someone before their leader calls for order. He explains their purpose: to awaken a massive golden golem. But this ritual requires a soul contract, a permanent bond, and the question hangs in the air: who among them is willing to make that sacrifice? A man suggests a woman named Dina take on the burden, but she furiously refuses, declaring she'll only bind herself to a perfectly crafted golem, not this one. Her cold dismissal sparks a heated argument about her lack of affection for their cause. Just then, another man steps forward and volunteers. He calmly states that since he rarely goes hunting anymore, he is the ideal candidate, and begins fastening his gloves to prepare for the ritual. This man is none other than the Twilight's blacksmith, Li Qiao-Wu. With grim determination, he sharpens a ritual knife and makes the first cut, ready to bind his own soul to the machine. The ancient sacred Titan's covenant begins. Li Qiao-Wu offers his blood to the golem's heart of steel, pleading for it to awaken. In response, a blinding wave of power erupts from the construct, throwing everyone in the room off their feet. Back in the workshop, Qiao-Wu's eyes burn with intensity as he pours his will into the contract, commanding the newly birthed golden golem to open its eyes and awaken. Meanwhile, deep within the ancient abyss, the monarch's battle rages on, but it's a fight on two fronts. The Dark Knight launches a brutal psychic assault, forcing a vision into Sang Hayek's mind of himself being run through and utterly defeated by the dark entity. But the monarch quickly snaps out of it, realizing the fatal wound he felt was just an illusion. With a grimace, he understands the true nature of his foe. It attacks the mind directly, a far more insidious threat than mere physical strength. Shaking off the mental intrusion, Sang Hayek charges back into the fray. The chamber rings with the furious clash of steel as he trades blows with the knight, forced to admit that this opponent is not going to be an easy conquest. The knight suddenly unleashes a devastating attack, its dark energy tearing through the air and sending the monarch flying. He recovers instantly, meeting his foe head-on as their blades lock once more in a screeching, high-stakes stalemate. Locked in the clash, our hero analyzes his opponent's every move. He realizes that the knight's sword doesn't just cut, it generates a tangible, physical force with every swing, and that gives him an idea. He moves to counter, but the world around him warps again. The knight vanishes, and in its place stands the colossal foot of an unimaginable beast. Looking up at the impossible sight, a smirk plays on Sang Hayek's lips as he remarks on the spectacle. As the duel continues, Sang Hayek finally deciphers his opponent's technique. The knight's entire body becomes a weapon with every attack. With this understanding, a new plan forms. He declares the start of the second round, channeling immense magical energy into his mithril shield. The battle resumes with earth-shattering force. The Dark Knight recoils from the monarch's empowered defense, but the clash is still ferocious, with explosions of energy rocking the dungeon floor. Sang Hyuk admits his timing was a bit off, but confidently states that it no longer matters. He's finally gotten the hang of the knight's patterns, and now it was time to end this. He unleashes a final, overwhelming attack, and the Dark Knight cries out as it's consumed by a blinding blue light. The battle is won. Utterly spent, Sang Hyuk sighs, thinking he'll call it a day. But just then, a notification flashes before his eyes. His level had increased. After all this time hunting, he had finally broken through to the next level. The rewards were unbelievable. For achieving an impossible feat, all his stats were permanently raised by 50. Potion effects were doubled, his inventory space was doubled, and a secret from a previous transfer would now be revealed. He even gained the title Limit Transcender. But the most shocking reward was the last one. His achievement had triggered a 3-day-long world event. Sang Hyuk could only stare in stunned silence at the cascade of system-breaking buffs. To top it all off, the system informed him that the results of this new global event would work out in his favor. At that very moment, all across the real world, things began to change. A voice suddenly echoed in the minds of every person on Earth, announcing the start of the world event. Panic and confusion erupted as people looked around, wondering where the sound was coming from. The voice continued, declaring that for the next 3 days, new players would be randomly awakened across the globe. All across the world, ordinary people hear the announcement and panic erupts in the streets. Beams of light descend from the sky, striking unsuspecting civilians. One man, enveloped by the strange energy, feels a new power coursing through him as a message appears before his eyes, congratulating him on becoming a player. The message clarifies the terms of this new power. It's a temporary awakening, and a portion of all the experience they earn will be automatically given to the person who granted them this opportunity. The monarch's single achievement had just turned the entire world into his personal EXP farm. Elsewhere, other returned players are already gathered, discussing the shocking global message. They realize it's an exclusive event to create more players, speculating that this new method allows the awakened to choose their roles immediately, bypassing the old system's flaws. Their debate is cut short when someone announces that the masked monarch has just arrived. Yoon Sang Hyuk stands alone, reading the same notification on his own screen. It confirms that a portion of the EXP from every newly awakened player will now flow directly to him. He can't help but find the situation amusing. Suddenly, one of his men bursts into the room without knocking, shouting his name. He has incredible news that couldn't wait. The golden golem is finally complete. The scene shifts to the desolate Steel Mountains, where the newly forged golem is already being put to the test. It's locked in a furious, high-speed battle against a menacing black-armored warrior, the clash of titans echoing through the peak's ashen peaks as Sang Hyuk's ultimate weapon gets its first taste of combat. At the golem testing site, the newly forged combat unit effortlessly obliterates a massive stone golem. Li Qiao-wu watches in awe, remarking on its incredible strength. The monarch simply smirks, reminding the blacksmith who commissioned the masterpiece in the first place. With 3 golems complete, Sang Hyuk decides on their allocation. He'll take one for himself, and he earmarks the other 2 for his top commanders, Butcher and Guillotine. Yang Su-chan, the necromancer, expresses his disappointment but quickly pivots, demanding a steady supply of White Knight corpses for his undead army in exchange for his patience. The monarch readily agrees. He then turns to Butcher with a new mission. Select 50 of the most dependable members from the Balhi Guild. When Butcher questions the order, Sang Hyuk explains that the masked mercenaries are stretched too thin. He plans to send these reinforcements to the Castle of Chaos, stating that the Balhi Guild, more than anyone, understands the value of trust. Later, back in his private quarters, Sang Hyuk reviews his recent power-up. His Limit Transcender title has granted him a permanent 10% boost to all stats, but a new notification changes everything. A message declares that the secret of the final class transfer will now be solved, confirming his long-held theory that a higher class existed. In that instant, his status window updates. Yoon Sang Hyuk is no longer a swordmaster. He has evolved, becoming a Grand Master, unlocking an entirely new tier of power. His focus is shattered by a frantic knock at the door. It's his childhood friend, Kim Cheol-young, looking utterly terrified. He stammers out the shocking news. He believes he has just awakened as a player. Sang Hyuk offers his congratulations, but Cheol-young reveals the source of his fear. His wife and young daughter have also awakened. He was worried something was terribly wrong, but Sang Hyuk reassures him, explaining that his family has just been blessed with incredible luck. Cheol-young says he was automatically assigned the blacksmith class and nervously asks if he'll have to fight monsters. Sang Hyuk calms him, explaining that combat is a choice. He does, however, advise his friend to level up a little to make life easier, promising to personally help them do it safely. To get him started, our hero presents Cheol-young with a powerful, glowing magic ring. As he speaks with his friend, Sang Hyuk presents him with not only a ring but also a powerful protective necklace for his wife, Hye-in. When Kim Cheol-young worries about the cost of such items, our hero simply reassures him that for a future member of the masked mercenaries, this is only the beginning. But the quiet moment is shattered when Sang Hyuk's brother, Sang Min, bursts into the room in a full-blown panic. He delivers the worst possible news. Someone from the masked mercenaries has just murdered a person in cold blood. The news explodes across the world, and the public's perception instantly turns toxic. Protesters flood the streets, holding signs that brand the guild a murder group and demanding the masked monarch be driven out. In the court of public opinion, a verdict had already been reached. Inside his headquarters, the monarch and his top members review the security footage of the incident. The video is damning, showing a figure in their signature uniform ambushing and killing another awakened player before fleeing the scene. But Sang Hyuk immediately spots a flaw, noting the weapon used was far too crude for any of his elite mercenaries. One of his subordinates reports that the police only confirmed the video's authenticity, but didn't dare interrogate the guild directly, a clear sign of their immense power and influence. The monarch then turns to a new recruit, Ha-sung Kim, also known as Odin, and asks him a startling question: if he can use the memory of the land. The other members are shocked, as this is a skill believed to be exclusive to native players. To everyone's astonishment, Odin calmly confirms that he can. While the others whisper in disbelief about the new recruit's impossible ability, the monarch gives his order. He commands Odin to go to the crime scene and read the memory of the land to uncover the truth. It was time to find out who was trying to frame them. The incident itself was brutal and swift. Somewhere in the city, a young woman had just awakened, her body surging with newfound power. But her wonder was cut short as a figure wearing the unmistakable mask of the monarch's guild appeared and struck her down without a word, a cruel smirk on his face as he left her bleeding on the pavement. This was the footage tearing across the internet, a calculated move to frame the masked mercenaries. The killer then slipped away, melting back into the crowds of the city and changing his appearance, believing he had gotten away clean. But he made one critical mistake. He didn't realize that in the monarch's city, eyes are always watching. And sure enough, as the world descended into chaos over the news, Sang Hyuk received a message. His intelligence network had already found the culprit. Meanwhile, one of the masked mercenaries was at the Players Association headquarters, working with the frantic officials. As they scrambled to identify the masked attacker, the association systems finally flagged a match. A 37-year-old, 7-year veteran player named Tjiung Kang. The mercenary confirmed the target's alias with the monarch, the butcher, and immediately set out to capture him. An association official tried to stop him, insisting they needed to go to the media immediately to clear up the misunderstanding before the guild's reputation was ruined forever. The mercenary agreed that a public statement was necessary, but not before he got some answers. First, he would find out who was pulling the strings and make them pay. But before clearing his guild's name, the monarch tells his allies there's something he needs to confirm first. Meanwhile, the culprit, Tjiung Kang, is living it up at a high-end club, blowing through his blood money on luxury cars and expensive champagne, shocking his old friends with his sudden, unexplained wealth. The party comes to an abrupt end when three figures block the doorway. When one of Tjiung's drunk friends confronts them, he's instantly and brutally knocked unconscious. The leader of the group, Butcher, steps forward and calls Tjiung by name, smirking that he expected this kind of behavior. The color drains from Tjiung's face. Moments later, in a dark interrogation room, Tjiung is on his knees, begging Butcher for his life. Butcher coldly asks why he murdered an innocent person. The terrified man confesses he was paid 1,000,000,000 won to commit the murder while disguised as a masked mercenary. The monarch himself then steps from the shadows, demanding to know who hired him. Panicked, Tjiung blurts out that while he isn't certain, his contractor was from the religious association, a revelation that startles even the monarch. Later, discussing the matter with Ice Flower, Sang Hyuk learns the information seems credible. He theorizes their motive is tied to the chaos that erupted when players first returned, which led to many casualties. He explains that when Eternal World was implemented into reality, monsters began to appear everywhere, putting countless ordinary people in grave danger. Jay continued his explanation. When the overflow began, the terrified masses flocked to religion for protection. But that revival was short-lived, because the moment players appeared, beings who could actually fight back against the monsters, the gods suddenly seemed a lot less necessary. So this entire conspiracy was just a desperate attempt to keep their followers. But Jay revealed the scale was far bigger than they imagined. This wasn't just a local problem. All the world's major religions, who once fought each other for dominance, had now united under a single banner to eliminate their common enemy, the players. Ice Flower warned Sang Hyuk that picking a fight with religion was incredibly dangerous, asking what he could possibly do. Without hesitation, the monarch turned to Butcher and gave a simple order: summon the representatives of every church from the Eternal World. Confused, his allies asked why he was calling priests. The monarch's eyes glinted with cold resolve. His strategy was simple: an eye for an eye. If they wanted a holy war, he would give them one by fighting religion with religion. Soon, Sang Hyuk met with the returned priests from Eternal World. He noted they looked weak, as the gods they served didn't exist in this reality. He cut straight to the point, telling them he had a proposition: they would build their churches here on Earth. He offered to fully support the establishment of the Church of Idha, the Church of the Goddess Avarin, and the Church of the Goddess Guinea. As the priests stared in disbelief, the monarch promised to provide everything they needed. Elsewhere, a completely different battle was raging. A lone warrior in a red cloak was fighting for her life against an endless horde of shadow monsters. She unleashed devastating holy magic, calling down a lighting wave and heaven's judgment to vaporize her enemies. But for every one she struck down, more emerged from the darkness, threatening to overwhelm her. While his plans to counter the religious association were set in motion, Sang Hyuk was already on to his next task: Deep inside an overflow dungeon, one of his key mercenaries stood panting amidst the rubble, having just survived a grueling solo trial. Suddenly, the monarch himself materialized behind her, praising her efforts. The cloaked woman proudly reported that she jumped from level 188 to 191 in just 3 days. Sang Hayek correctly guessed she'd poured all her new stat points into wisdom, which she confirmed was her strategy. He reassured her that for her specific build, it was the absolute best choice. With her warm-up on the first floor complete, he announced it was time for them to start advancing deeper. Confused, she asked where they were going. Sang Hayek simply told her to follow. After all, her training had just begun, and he was about to show her what a real dungeon crawl felt like.